turn to talk Cavs basketball. WKRK-FM and HD1 Cleveland Heights. The best playoff coverage in the CLE. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan. An Odyssey Sports Station.
92.3 The Fan, 2020 Sports.
This 2020 Sports brought to you by Jackson Comfort Heating, Cooling, and Plumbing. Trusted for over 100 years. Call Jackson Comfort now for same-day service or book online at jacksoncomfort.com. Cavaliers trail the Knicks 2 games done, just like the Detroit series. Donovan Mitchell had 26 points in last night's loss, now being behind the 8 ball. It's nothing new for the Cavs.
I think it helps just from a mentality standpoint. This isn't our first time at it, right? This isn't our first time facing adversity. We've been through 2 game 7s, so being down 2-0 is not the biggest challenge. You know what I mean? It's just something it's right here. So let's go ahead and take advantage of it, right? Understand that they're going to make adjustments. We are as well, and obviously our process was right tonight. You know, I'm not mad at, what we did offensively. Defensively, make some tweaks and changes.
Big problem last night. Cavs shot only 39% from the floor, including 9 of 35 from three-point range. Game 3 tomorrow night at Rocket Arena. NBA playoffs continue tonight. Game 3, Western Conference Finals. San Antonio Spurs play host to the Oklahoma City Thunder. That series tied at 1 game apiece. Guardians continue their road trip tonight. Going to be in Philadelphia, taking on the Phillies. Guardians come off a 4-game sweep in Detroit as they won on Thursday 3-1. Guardians have a season-high 6-game winning streak. They won 9 of 10 overall. Gavin Williams starts tonight for Cleveland. Cleveland Monsters going to try to advance in the Calder Cup playoffs tonight. It is Game 4 of the North Division Finals. Monsters in Toronto leading the Marlies 2-1. Can now find 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Subscribe to our YouTube channel. Get the best content from our shows each and every weekday. That's 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Headline sports news every 20 minutes right here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Jeff Thomas. Up next, time for Baskin and Phelps here on 92.3 The Fan.
You can now stream The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima live on the 92.3 The Fan YouTube channel every weekday from 6 till 10 a.m. Subscribe to the 92.3 The Fan YouTube page now for free. Talk sports with guys in the know.
It's embarrassing. I mean, are they not embarrassed?
It's time for Baskin and Phelps, Cleveland's sports radio, 92.3 The Fan.
Knicks 2, Cavaliers nothing. But there are big questions behind it that make you think, is this team going to be able to bounce back at all? At all. And make this a series. Welcome to Baskin and Phelps. I'm Jeff Phelps, my buddy over there who hasn't shaved his face in a while and looking good. I love that little look on you.
Yeah, I get crushed at home, though. I got to tell you, it's not. You're the only one. Like there were a couple days where I was
tough.
like,
you look like a badass.
The last 3 or 4 times that I've gone unshaven, I'm like, Jeff thinks this looks good. Maybe I should hang on to it.
You look great.
And then I look at my wife, and she's like, What? What? Do you guys drink all day while you're at work? Does he really think that looks good?
I wish.
It's a thought.
I was like, maybe it wouldn't be such a bad job if we could do that, especially after watching the Cavs game last night, which I think drove us all to drink.
I think it did.
Jeff, I just think they're gassed, man. I'm watching all these shots in the fourth quarter.
That doesn't matter, though, does it?
What doesn't matter?
You got to play.
No, I know. I'm just watching in the fourth quarter when you're hoping for a comeback, and then you cut it to 7, and now all of a sudden you're trying to force 3-pointers, which we all hate, and then the shots are coming up short. Everyone knows that. Man, if they're coming up short, they're hitting the front of the rim, you're airballing stuff. They got no legs. They're out of gas. I'm scared they're out of gas. I do think they'll pick up a little win just by being at home and having the chance to sleep in their own bed and maybe be a little bit refreshed at home. But that doesn't even guarantee anything. I could see them having another. I don't know. That 22-point comeback just sucked the life out of the series.
18-0 runs do that too.
Yeah, right.
They had one of those yesterday.
But you came back, you cut it to 7, and then all of a sudden,
cut it to 7,
and then all of a sudden you're like,
okay. So there are a number of things here, and we're going to discuss every bit of them, obviously. First of all, there's this. I like Kenny Atkinson, and I like him a lot, and I think he's a good coach. And I don't think he's been out-coached in this series. Because I don't think Mike Brown has done anything great shakes.
No, I don't think
Mike's just put his team out there, and they've done some good things. But
I kind of feel like he's Forrest Gumping his way through the series, but keep going.
There are a couple of things. Yes, I know what you mean.
Yeah.
There are a couple of things here that I just think, wait a minute, what are you thinking? What are you doing? Yesterday on the show, you said, I think Josh Hart might be a factor. And I said, he is absolutely the least of the Cavs' concerns out of that starting five.
Yeah, sorry, I was right.
No, we were both right. We were both right because you said.
I said he was due. I said he was due for a big game.
You brought out Josh Hart, and I said he's the least of their concerns. And guess what? He was because they didn't guard him.
No kidding.
But then they didn't adjust.
No kidding.
They didn't. I mean, okay, the guy did average double figures, for the season. He can score a little bit, but he's the fifth option in their offense. But he was the guy who was cooking. So what do you do, Andy, if you're a coach? What do you do?
Adjust? I don't know. Call me crazy. Adjust. Make an adjustment. How about, I don't know, maybe trying to find somebody that might have fresh legs?
You have to adjust. And they left that guy open so much, it was just flat out silly. He was open like crazy. And he was hot. Okay, you're in the NBA, and you can score a little bit. You might not be the best offensive player, but you're cooking. So adjust defensively, correct?
Yeah.
Hey, we're doubling Brunson a little bit here, and Brunson's not scoring a lot, but this guy is. Let's just leave it alone and see if he gets cold. That doesn't work, and it didn't work.
Jeff, there were times yesterday I thought Kenny just stopped coaching. I don't even know. Did you when Richard Jefferson said at the end of the game with 3.5 minutes to go when it was clearly over, and I thought he was right. Because I looked at my brother-in-law was sitting next to me. I was like, they need to pull the starters now. These guys need some rest.
Yeah, Legler said it.
Yeah,
get him out of
of there. I thought it was Jefferson.
Yeah.
So
I think it was Legler. It was one or the other.
And I had just said it, and I'm like, they got to get these guys out. They're done. They're not going to win this game. Let them go. And he leaves him in at the end of the game, and I'm like, what are you doing? Sometimes you got to throw up the white flag, and they needed to do it yesterday. His guys are beat. They are tired. They have no energy in the fourth quarter. Go back and watch the last 5 minutes of the game.
They're also not playing as well as the Knicks.
No, that's true. Yeah.
Let's not just blame it all on being tired. They've been outplayed. Being tired probably plays a role in that, but they've been outplayed. Here's the other thought that I know Ken and Anthony talked about it. What quarter did you look the best in last night?
First.
What happened in the first quarter?
Oh, if you're going, Barkley said this right after the game too, and I was the same way. I was like, dude, Evan Mobley was in the game.
Thank you, Andy. Thank you.
Yeah, I didn't understand
Evan
that either.
was aggressive. He nailed a couple of threes. He drove baseline, got a reverse dunk. He was cooking. He had 10 points. He was 4 of 6 from the field and made both of his three-pointers. In the second quarter, he took 2 more shots, made one of them. So at halftime, your leading scorer is Evan Mobley with 14 points. And he did not take a shot in the second half.
Ridiculous. That was ridiculous.
Did not take a shot in the second half. Now, did the Knicks adjust their defense? Yes. But Andy, they just took away your best weapon from the first half. Adjust, Kenny.
Nothing.
Get him the ball.
Nothing.
Figure it out. And this is why I'm concerned. And again, I think Kenny's a hell of a coach. I like him. You didn't adjust on Josh Hart. You didn't adjust in the second half and figure out how to get Evan Mobley back involved. Some of that's on Evan, but it's the coaching. You got to get the guy involved. And you didn't adjust in game 1 when Jalen Brunson was getting ISO'd on James Harden. What are you doing? Sitting on the bench?
And you're talking about
what are you doing?
You're talking about defensive. I'm talking you could get into the offensive issues. Your bench last night?
1 of 15 on threes.
1 of 15. Merrill was awful.
Sam was off.
Awful.
You want him taking that shot, Andy.
He was 0 for 7.
You need him taking that shot.
So many great looks. Maybe, I don't know,
but they were 1 of 15.
When you grow up in the Mountain Time Zone, the air's a little bit different out there, and maybe the ball travels a little bit. But in New York, the air's a little thicker, and it was 0 for 7 from beyond 3. Dude, he was bad last night from beyond the arc. And you were hoping he could percolate. Just say he makes, I don't know.
Percolate.
How about just make 3 of those? That's 9 points. That gets you back in the game.
Got to percolate.
And then free throws. Here we go again. Here we go again. How many? And he missed free throws last night, too, now that I'm getting angry with him. 2 for 4? Come on, Merrill's a better free throw shooter than that. Your bench was abysmal last night. Did you get 9, 13 points? Well, 15 points from the bench. Thank you, Naquan Tomlin.
One of the nicest human beings I know is my buddy Adam.
Uh-huh.
Right when we are getting ready to walk into the studio, I get a text.
Hey, you left your car running.
Mitchell looks hurt. Harden looks old. Defense looks discombobulated. Have a fun show. Oh, and our shooters were awful.
There you go.
This is a sports fan who is one of the nicest human beings I know.
Okay, why are you smarter then? Are we done? Want to close up some shop here?
How has Kenny had 3 major things happen? Brunson killing Harden.
Yeah.
Josh Hart killing the Cavs because they're ignoring him.
After a while, don't you have to just pick him up just to make him honest?
Yes, Andy. Yes, you do.
Let's say he makes 2 buckets in a row. You're like, we better make him honest. Even Mike Brown knew. I don't know. Mike Brown
Mobley
called the
not getting
timeout
a shot.
yesterday.
How do you not adjust to those 3 things?
They didn't, Jeff.
How do you not do it?
Because you're watching the game rather than coaching the game. Sorry. I like Kenny. I do think
I think he's a really good coach.
What is he watching? Why do all of us see one thing and he doesn't see this? Or his staff doesn't see it?
Mike Fratello was with us on Tuesday. Was it Tuesday? No,
Yeah.
it was on Wednesday. It was on Wednesday after the game.
Yeah.
And Mike said, "You have assistant coaches.
Yes.
What are they doing?" Honestly, assistant coaches are there to help. They're not just there to sit and
Or
look pretty in those warm-ups.
Yeah.
They're there to suggest and help the coach. You have a defensive guy. You have an offensive guy. How did the defensive guy last night not say, "Hey, well, let's swing somebody over on Hart. Let's a couple times down the floor. Let's."
You know how I get rabbit ears every once in a while. I get angry about stupid stuff. Yeah, I'm just saying. Sometimes I get angry about stupid stuff. When their fans were cheering Knicks in 4 at the end of the game, I didn't even get angry. I'm like, they might be right.
Did you see the one play? It was off an inbounds, and the Cavs were kind of out of position, and they threw the ball in out to the left wing. If you're looking at the basket, they're out on the left wing. Dennis Schroeder's the only defender on that side.
Yeah.
And Schroeder comes out, and they swing it baseline for an open 3, and Schroeder just stopped and threw his hands in the air. Like, what are we doing here?
Yeah.
216-474-0092. We're going to keep breaking it down.
Is it a Cavs Therapy Friday? You can say it.
No,
yes,
skip that.
it is. No, it's
Skip
not
that.
even skipping it. It's how we relate. It's
we
how
sponsor
we
it.
adjust.
That's a different story. Skip that.
It's
Cavs are down.
Cavs Therapy
2-0.
Friday, brought to you by the Phelps Association.
Cavs are down. They haven't won.
When you need a roadblock,
Nor
Jeff is
have they adjusted.
there. Anvil's available.
Welcome to Anvil Friday here on the Fan.
Fair enough.
Feel the power.
92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Jeff Thomas.
We didn't shoot the ball well. I thought we had a lot of good looks. Good looks from three, good looks at the rim. I thought our process was right. Took care of the ball. Offensive rebounded. I think wasn't a great shooting night. At the end of the day, you got to put the ball in the hole. Tonight we didn't.
It was Kenny Atkinson after the game, and you cannot argue with what he just said. They didn't shoot the ball well. They had good looks.
They did have good looks last night, and they just didn't. Like I said, what would you say? 1 for 15.
After the first quarter, Andy, they were 4 of 25 on threes. Hey, if something's not working, let's keep doing it.
Jeff, the most aggravating part of the game, drives me absolutely insane, is when somebody has a good look inside the paint.
And they kick it out.
And they kick it back out for the three. I just don't get it.
Especially I can tell you, I've known you a long time.
You don't need to be desperate.
It's one of your pet peeves.
Well, it's just when you're not desperate. You don't have to be desperate. When you don't have to be desperate, you don't need to kick it out for a three. You don't. Put it off the window. I saw Wade do it again last night. I was just like, but he wasn't the only one. I saw other guys do it too. What are you doing? Put the ball in the hoop. Let's go. We'll take our two and go play defense. Let's go.
Cavs were 5 of 10 on three-pointers in the first quarter. Evan made both of his. Dean Wade made his. James and Donovan split theirs. Sam Merrill, a little precursor of what was coming, was 0 for 3 in that first quarter. But they were 5 of 10. And after that, 4 of 25 on three-pointers. Again, and there's another adjustment you didn't make, Andy. You were getting good looks. Okay? Put the ball in the basket. 2 points is better than none. Might not be better than 3, but it's better than none.
It also stops the bleeding when the team's on an 18-0 run.
You've got big guys inside who can score the basketball. We've seen that. We saw it in the first quarter. Get them the ball.
It's
Get
aggravating.
them the ball. And I know they might not have been hitting their free throws. They didn't do a great job at the line, but Evan Mobley only went there 4 times. The big guys were 50% on threes or on free throws.
Well, I don't understand why do we go away from those guys?
I don't know.
Why?
I don't know.
I understand that these guys want to be superstars, but when you have no legs and your shots are falling short, how about making a pass inside to the big guys and then taking a bucket?
Well,
I didn't expect them to win last night, so that's why I'm not nearly as aggravated as I was after game 1. But come on, man. They do a lot of really dumb things.
Well, here's what Kenny had to say about getting the big guys, Evan Mobley, Jared Allen, more involved.
Get it to them in the pocket more, in the pick and roll. But they, it's a little bit like they're sucking in. They're in the paint, and I thought we did a great job hitting the perimeter guys. Bunch of swings, bunch of wide open threes. You gotta kind of take what the defense gives you. Obviously, they're trying to take away those guys. I think if we would have made some shots early, it could have loosened them up a little. But we never found the accuracy tonight.
The only thing I'd say there, I can't even disagree with what Kenny said.
I don't argue with that either.
Well, he's right.
Yeah.
They did have some good looks, but the shots weren't going down. You can't have a guy who was the catalyst in the first quarter take no shots in the second half. None.
To me,
he took one. He got fouled. He went to the free throw line.
Jeff, if that's happening, and you're like, I don't know, 2 or 3, maybe he doesn't take a shot in the third quarter, right? Now you're you got to say to the head coach, hey, man, Kenny was hot to start this game. Someone's got to say, hey, we might want to get this to Evan. Well, do you realize Evan didn't have any shots? What are we doing?
And sometimes
are we doing?
Sometimes that will happen. Hey, Did you realize let's get him the ball. Let's run a play
because
for
you're
him.
lost in the game. You're watching as a fan, not as a coach. I'm sorry. I like Kenny, and I want Kenny to be back next year, but not if he's going to coach like this.
Here's what
it's like he's in outer space.
Evan Mobley really good in that first quarter. He had 10 points. He ended up with 14, but he had 14 at halftime. Nothing second half, no shots. Here's what Evan said changed after the first quarter.
I'm trying to make winning plays. That's what I try to do every single time around. Stepping up forward, just trying to make winning plays. In my first half, got a lot of open shots and knocked them down. And second half, they started playing a little different and closed the gap. And I was making the right passes, and he just didn't knock all of them down.
And he was.
Yeah.
He has to be a little more assertive, I think, Andy. It's not his nature,
No.
But we saw how assertive he was in the first quarter. He had open threes. He nailed them. And that drive baseline was beautiful. I mean, that was great.
There's a part of you that wants him to go drop a couple, swear words and go, I don't understand why they couldn't get me the ball in the second half.
Right.
This is really, but that's not who he is, and I don't expect him to, and I don't want him to be somebody he's not. But you sometimes wish you would hear a guy who got stymied in the second half, hear him just say, hey, listen, they need to get me the ball. That's all there is to it. Or at least give me a chance.
We have a couple of former Cavs joining us today.
Ooh, cool.
Noon. Number 34. Number 1 in your heart. Austin Carr joining us. Noon. 1 o'clock. Danny Green, our Odyssey Sports NBA insider. That's coming up.
Hey,
Mike is in Lyndhurst. Hello, Mike.
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking my call.
Yes,
hey,
sir.
man.
I agree with a lot of the stuff you're saying about Kenny. I mean, he's not a bad coach, but he's done absolutely nothing to enhance our ability in a playoff series thus far this whole season. And I think our biggest issue, honestly, too, is you go back to Game 1. Obviously, everyone saw us losing yesterday. The shots didn't fall like they did on Game 1. However, Mitchell's not the closer as Brunson, as Kyrie Irving, and I think that's part of our struggles, too, at the end of these games. It's anxiety even before they happen. You worry when we have a lead, are we going to be able to close? And we just don't have a surefire closer with Mitchell. And I think we need to figure out how to use consistently Evan Mobley and what his strengths are.
Mike, those are really valid points. I wonder if Donovan's hurt. He put up big numbers. He can't say Donovan didn't have a nice game, because I think he did. But he disappeared in the fourth quarter and in overtime in Game 1. And yesterday, though he had a good game, you're looking for that guy to take over. I think it was Sports Illustrated had their recap of the game said, one thing we really learned, the Knicks have depth and the Knicks have the ability to play different ways. This was their takeaway from 2 games. Because obviously in Game 1, Jalen Brunson killed you with 38 points. Yesterday, Jalen Brunson killed you with 14 assists. Oh, wait a minute. They're going to double me? All right, I'll play point guard. And he had 9 points through 3 quarters. And the Cavs are down a bunch. 9 points through 3 quarters. And the Cavs are down 15 points.
Oh, man.
But he passed the ball beautifully. And, Andy, they're starting 5. Here's the thing that I think is a little scary. All right, Brunson had his game. Mm-hmm. He had 38. Mm-hmm. Josh Hart had his game. He had 26. But Mikal Bridges, 19 points, real solid. Karl Anthony Towns, double-double, 18 and 13. Anunoby, who looks like he's not 100%, took only 8 shots, 14 points. I mean, they had every one of their starters had 14 or more points. And just looking really solid. Towns can beat you one game. Well, we haven't seen that yet, but he's been good.
You're right. I hope you didn't will that into the future. I hope speak that. Look, here's the other thing about Mitchell. Minutes played. So you get to the playoffs. He was averaging 35 minutes played in that first series against Toronto. Then you jump it up almost 2 minutes to 36.9.
Well, but Andy, that's what's supposed to happen,
now
right?
he's averaging 39.5 in these 2 games.
Well, there was an overtime.
Yeah, that's true too. But you're also, I'm sorry. I just think these guys are out of gas. I think they are, and I wish it wasn't true.
Terry's in Conneaut. Terry, welcome.
Hey, thank you.
Hey.
Hey, what's up, Andy?
What's going on, man? How are you?
Good. Hey, this is what I'd like to see the Cavs do. I'd like to see them start the first 6 minutes of the game just take it inside the paint and to Evan Mobley and Jared Allen instead of shooting up threes every 5 seconds.
Good things happen when you set up the inside game, Terry. And,
we're on the same page.
One of them is maybe you get some easy baskets, and the other thing is maybe they leave the shooters on the outside, and you can pass out to a shooter if you're getting double teamed inside, right? It opens up the offense.
By the way, that's the only quarter they won last night was the first.
Yep.
Good call. Good call. Thanks, man.
Terry, hang in there for Game 3.
Thank you, Terry.
Ken is in Brooklyn.
The mayor is in the house. All rise.
Hey, guys, a few things. You know, I
give you all this love for an intro, and you can't even say thank you.
He's got things to say.
I appreciate it.
All right,
I appreciate
no
it.
worries.
No, I do.
All rise,
Look,
the mayor.
I said the other day, Josh Hart's the weak link, right? They start a 6'4" and a 6'8" guy at forwards. We got, what, almost 3 7-footers? You know, Josh Hart was more open than when Moses opened the Red Sea. I mean, guys, you know, didn't the owner of the team, you know, that signs your check?
And Ken really didn't close out on him very often either.
No, but didn't the owner of the team that signs everybody's check say to the coach of this team, hey, I think Jared Allen's the key to this thing? Where did that go, Kenny? What are you looking at?
Maybe he needs another dinner.
I agree with the last caller. Hey, Sam, look, the first 3 don't go down. How about going to the hoop? How about running a pick for the guy so he can get to the basket? I mean, I'm sitting here, and it's a good thing I didn't have things in my hand because I'd have to go out and buy a new TV today.
Good.
I just don't get this. You got the inside. I don't want to hear this. They're mucking up the inside. No, you got 3 guys that are almost 7 foot tall and bigger than anybody that they've got out there. So get this stupid ball, and to have Evan Mobley and Allen get no shots in the second half. I mean, like you said, what are the assistants doing? Hello, are you talking to the gal in the 4th row or something, or what? Please.
But between Allen and Mobley, 4 shots in the second half.
That's insane. Absolutely. It's beyond anything. It is beyond sensible. Any brains. I'm with you guys. I like Kenny too. But open your eyes, dude. If you need an appointment at a doctor, I'm sure they can get you one.
They know people, Ken.
Yeah.
All right, buddy. Have a good weekend.
Thanks. All right.
We hope that.
Who is the team optometrist? That's what we need to blame.
I know he was rolling, but Gal? What is this, 1955 at the soda shop? What are we doing here?
Gal.
Hey, look at that hot dame in the 6th.
No, that's the 30s and 40s, Dan.
What? Again, I know he was rolling, but
look at that gal. Look at that gal in that poodle skirt. That's a nice poodle skirt she's wearing there.
Hey, we're all going up to the drugstore for a soda. Want to
go? Okay. Adjustments, the lack thereof, huge. The other issue, you didn't hit shots. That left some of the players optimistic. We'll hear some of that optimism next on Baskin and Phelps.
Hey, everybody. It is Andy Baskin from my.
And you know what that means, don't you, Mr. Phelps? That means I'm done.
Now let's all get drunk and play ping pong.
Headline sports news every 20 minutes right here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Jeff Thomas. Up next, more of Andy and Jeff. Gosh darn it, they're so cute. Here on 92.3 The Fan.
Happy long weekend to you, Jeff. Take care, buddy. Enjoy the games. 3 and 4 coming up to Rocket Arena. Monday's a holiday.
Yes.
That means
trying to get through today.
And so you and I are here today.
Yes, we are.
And correct me if I'm wrong. Game 3 would be coming up tomorrow.
That's right. That would be
Game
Saturday.
4 would be coming up Monday.
That's true. So we're not back until after Game 4. Are you trying to say the Cavs season might be over when we come back? This could be our last show during the Cavaliers season?
No.
Is that what you're saying?
No.
Us in the graduating class of 2026?
No, I'm not. No, I'm not saying that.
All right. Just making sure. Why are you alluding to that then, Jeff?
No.
Work with me, Jeff.
No,
Talk to me, Jeff.
I'm not saying that.
Jeff, deep down, do you feel like when we come back on Tuesday, the Cavaliers season is going to be over?
No.
You think we're going to be alive? You think the Cavaliers are going to be alive? We'll live till Wednesday.
I think they'll get one.
Dan, are we going to, when we come back on Tuesday morning after the holiday, will the Cavaliers season be done, or will we be talking about locker clean out? And by the way, they have to get in there with like some polish. It's a little pledge. The guys have to pledge out their own lockers.
Yeah, everybody does their own, and then somebody comes
works?
by and inspects.
Okay.
And then if it's not done up to standards, you have to redo it.
The pride
that would suck, wouldn't
it? The pride of St. Vincent St. Mary High School, our buddy Brian Windhurst.
Yes, I was waiting for
last
that.
night made a comment.
It's funny because most people don't associate him with the first name.
And
and
Brian made a great point. And he said the New York Knicks are well aware that their best chance to win the NBA championship is to dispatch the Cavaliers as quickly as possible.
Agree.
While the teams in the West just knock the snot out of each other. Because that series looks like that's going to go a while. And that looks like it's pretty nasty with the Spurs and the Thunder. And he said, if the Knicks can do what they did to Philly, sweep 5 games, and they're sitting back and resting and waiting, and they get a Thunder or a Spurs team coming off a 6 or 7 game battle royal, that's a real valid point. He said, so the Knicks will be very, very well aware of that when they hit the court tomorrow night in Cleveland.
I got you. For the record, I did think he was going to say Frank Stamms, most famous St. V thing, or maybe Jerome Lane.
Did you Google?
No, what are you
St. Vincent St. Mary guys?
Dude, why do you have to be like a jerk about that? You know that when Frank Stamps comes on our show all the time.
We love Frank. Frank's the man.
I always say that Frank is the most famous graduate until some basketball player that came through there.
Could say Romeo Travis or Drew Joyce or Corey Jones or Gian Cotton.
Oh, I am so proud of you for not
Brandon
Googling
Weems,
that. Right.
Willie McGee.
Paris Campbell.
I was going all LeBron's teammates.
Oh, well, I see.
Paris Campbell was fabulous.
But I think the Cavs get Game 3.
Did you have anybody from St.
You do think the Cavs get Game 3?
I think the Cavs get Game 3.
Tommy Smith.
If they don't get Game 3, I mean, Dan, that 3's a must-win.
It's either your favorite.
If you want to win the series, you must win Game 3.
Oh, this isn't even a question.
It's either your favorite part about them or one of the things about them that drives you possibly the most nuts. They seem to just like wobble without ever toppling over. They very much seem, every time you think they're about to topple over, they seem to kind of wobble and come to a little bit and then throw a pretty good punch.
Well,
so I think they at least have one of those.
They have fought through the playoffs without any question. They've been in some really bad spots, down 2-0 to Detroit, came back in 1-7. They did the improbable, which is win 4 of the next 5 games. So good for them. They won the first 2 against Toronto and then got into trouble and won in Game 7. And that's why maybe Donovan Mitchell didn't sound overly stressed last night after the loss in Game 2. Here's Donovan.
Nothing. We just didn't make shots. I loved everything about the looks we got, and some days you just miss the open ones. We got great looks. Sometimes we're in and out. Sometimes we're short. Offensively, I'm not worried at all. We did a really good job getting to the paint, trying to find guys, and that's why our assist total was low. It's just because we couldn't make shots, and it was everybody. So nothing to hang our head about. They protected home court, and we've seen this before, so we got to go get game 3.
Cavs had 15 assists on 31 made field goals, which is not the ratio you're looking for. The ratio you're looking for is what New York did, 32 assists on 44 made field goals. That's very good. That's what you're looking for. But Donovan has a very valid point. They didn't make shots. And when you're sitting here trying to talk about a game, when you're talking about a game and a game that got away from them fast, maybe that's why Donovan doesn't sound like he's down 2-0.
Ultimately, it looks worse and feels worse when we're not making shots, open shots. Like, you know what I'm saying? So that's why for us and for me, I'm not sitting here like, oh, man, like, scrambling, trying to figure things out. At the end of the day, we make some shots, we'll be in good shape. We were down 6, 7, 8, or whatever it was. So give credit where it's due. We'll make our adjustments, and we'll be at home and protect home court.
Okay. They've done that before.
Yes, they have.
But this Knicks team looks a lot more playoff ready than that Pistons team.
And not as tired.
The Pistons, even in their wins, Andy, I think it was game 2 in particular, I remember talking to Dan during the game. I texted Dan and said, this Pistons team is not good offensively. Oh, they're lacking here. And they won. But it was like, this is Cade Cunningham and whoever else might show up. And the Knicks have 5 guys who can show up after Josh Hart did last night. Mark is in Cleveland. Hey, Mark.
Hey, Mark.
Hey, fellas. Got one question. Why do y'all keep on making excuses for Mobley when he disappears? I keep on you guys are
because you got to get him the ball.
Okay, and under that, you guys are stat guys, right? If you look under NBA touches, like I tell you all the time, Andy, he's touching the ball more than Donovan Mitchell per game. And the way they define the touch is when you got the ball and can make a aggressive move. He is getting the ball. This guy's disappearing on that three-point line like he's Steph Curry or somebody. Just throwing his hand up over there instead of getting down low and trying to get the ball down there, man. You can't stop. We got to stop doing that, man. I mean, every time it's somebody's fault that this guy, they're not getting him the ball. They're not getting the ball. The coach got to scheme it up. No, man, this guy got to stop disappearing. I mean, and that's my problem with it, Andy.
I hear you.
Mark, that's been your problem with him for about 3 years.
No, I know.
Yeah, because you got to look at the stats, and the stats don't lie. He's getting in good spots, but he's not. I mean, he's passing the ball off. Thank you, man.
You got it.
You're
I'll
welcome.
look it. I'm with you.
There's no question, and we said this earlier. He has to be more aggressive and be assertive and get the ball. But he doesn't have the ball. Somebody has to get him the ball. Mark, you know that. And you say he gets the ball, and if he has the ball, he's going to put up some shots. Certainly more than 0.
It's
certainly more than 0.
You think Barkley's wrong? I don't think Barkley was wrong last night either. He said, we were all thinking it. I was like, where did Mobley go in the second half? Why did he not shoot? Why did we not go back to him? Why are we not using
and is
the
part
big?
Of that on him?
It's not just him.
You bet it is. You bet it is.
But I think it's the big guys in general.
Well, and Andy, you know what else it is? It's your guards. Your guards have to get him the basketball, and they have to be willing to maybe not take as many shots as, James and Donovan took half the shots for the Cavs in the fourth quarter. And Jalen Tyson, he took 3. So, okay. You have big guys who can score.
Mm-hmm.
Get them the ball.
Mm-hmm.
That said, and I mentioned yesterday, and I don't think this is any great revelation, I kind of thought they'd be around the same point total they were at the end of regulation. In game 1, they were at exactly the same point total that they were at the end of the game. This doesn't seem like a series, although I think it could change in Cleveland, where somebody's going to win 128-120, something like that.
Yeah.
Maybe here in Cleveland it gets a little more cranked up. But again, Donovan Mitchell feeling pretty confident about this whole thing despite being down 2 games.
We did a lot of positive things. I know the score, and I know to the casual fan, it won't look that way. I'm not calling you that, but I'm saying like it won't look that way. But like I think the biggest thing is just like our process is right. Like we move with the right intention, make the right play, and sometimes the ball doesn't bounce your way, and then they make shots too, right? So that's what happened. There's things that we will clean up. I'm not saying it's all of us missing shots. There's some things we'll clean up, but no need to get discouraged. We just got to go to Cleveland and handle business.
I admire his positivity, and I admire his outlook.
I still trust him as the guy I want to have the ball at the end of the game. I still trust him. I know that maybe there's some folks out there that are down on him right now, but if you ask me who do you want to have the ball at the end of the game, I still want Donovan Mitchell to have the ball at the end of the game. I mean, Harden broke a lot of hearts in game one. It's just frustrating. You're down 0-2. If you're down 0-3, then it's just like you might as well play taps.
One last thought from Donovan here. And Mark, if you're listening still, this one's for you. And it's about Mobley getting no shots in the second half of this game. Here's Donovan.
I think that's on all of us. I have to go back and watch it and feel it, right? And then there are also times where they're doubling us. We hit him, and then they rotate to him, right? And then he's making the right play. So sometimes you may not have a shot because you're making that right play, which he has 1,000 times. Like he's making the swing, or he's throwing the ball to Evans. So there's that balance, right? And we'll go back and look at it. And same thing happened to me in game one. There's a balance. It's just that's what it is.
There's no question, though. Evan has to be a little more assertive in those situations. And the Cavs offense has to be more assertive and get them the basketball. It's a weapon that can help you win games, Andy. And for whatever reason, they went away from that weapon in the second half. And
that's not the reason they lost. I mean, that's not the whole reason they lost. There's a lot of things going on.
Sure. But can I throw one more thing in?
Sure.
Evans on the floor. He played the second most minutes last night.
37.
Of any Cavalier. If the coach doesn't think he's doing what he's supposed to do, he's coming out of the game. He's not playing the second most minutes. And as
unless
Donovan
you
said,
forget about the issues that are going on, that he's not. I mean, if you're just like, okay, Evan's out there, okay.
Which you can't do. I mean, he was out there for 36 minutes and 30 seconds. If Kenny Atkinson didn't like what he was doing out there, he's not going to leave him out there. He's going to pull him over and sit him on the bench and say, watch, this is what you're supposed to do.
Man, the Knicks defense just looks so much more aggressive than ours, too. I fear when the Cavaliers bring the ball over half court because I feel like they're getting attacked. And then I'm always worried about them getting swung from behind. I don't know what it is. It's just when Strus got his pocket picked in game one, now I'm watching for it on every play. Every play I'm watching for it. It's a weird way to watch a game.
It is. Coming up at noon, Austin Carr is going to join us. Cavaliers legend. Coming up at 1 o'clock, Danny Green's going to join us. Cavalier for a year and a few games. All coming up on Baskin and Phelps.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
To everybody complaining that the Oklahoma City Thunder and Isaiah Hartenstein too physical last night with Victor Wembanyama, what do you expect Oklahoma City to do? It's not quite like prime Shaq in terms of size, but Wemby and his height and his ability, if you don't play physical with him, he's going to score 40 points a game. So of course that's what's going to happen. You would do the same thing if you were OKC. I'm Nick Costa.
every weekday. That's 923 The Fan on YouTube. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
Welcome back to Baskin and Phelps. Coming up at noon, number 34 is going to join us, Austin Carr. Coming up at 1, I believe we're number 14. Danny Green's going to join us. Danny, our Odyssey Sports NBA insider. I'm Jeff Phelps. My buddy's Andy Baskin. Meredith is taking your phone calls at 216-474-0092. And Dan Mennigan, behind the glass in what he calls the panic room.
That's where he lives.
It's where I'm comfortable.
Yeah, that's where he kind of just chills. He's all good with it. Oh man, I just want to shake it off. I wish it was.
Does this feel different than being down 2-0 to the Pistons to you? It does to me.
Yeah.
It does to me.
Yeah, it definitely does.
Because I looked at the Pistons and I thought these guys are vulnerable. Their offense is not good. I don't look at the Knicks. I don't see a great team. I don't see the second coming of the Showtime Lakers or the 80 Celtics or Michael and the Bulls, but I don't see the same vulnerability with the Knicks that I saw with the Pistons. They're pretty solid all the way around. And was it Mike Brown? Was it just their talent on the offensive side of the ball and defense in their starting five that allowed them to make huge adjustments in Game 2? They knew the Cavs were going to do something different against Brunson.
Oh, for sure.
And had to figure they're going to try and attack him early. And Brunson was fine with that. Okay, great, I'll facilitate. Career high 14 assists. Cavs aren't going to be on Josh Hart. We're going to leave him open. Okay, fine, we'll give him the ball. And he didn't start out. He wasn't red hot at the very beginning, Andy, but he started to get hot. And when he did, the Cavs made no adjustments. Hart in the first quarter
Jeff, was
2 of 6.
Did they even take a timeout during the 18-0 run either?
Yeah,
that was another one I was like, what? Well, here we go again.
That got away from you.
Again.
Yeah.
I don't understand it. I don't understand what I'm missing. Why am I missing that?
Kenny did take a timeout in that, if I'm not mistaken.
He did. I can't remember if he did.
Yeah,
I get a couple texts today. People going, where was the timeout there? Yeah. I was like, I thought he did. It's just frustrating. It's just a frustrating feeling to watch this team that you think can play a lot better. I hate to say it, and it's not an excuse. It's reality. It's what now, 16 games in 32 days or something like that? Yeah. 16 games in 32 days. It's a lot. And, you get up 22 and you can't finish the deal. It's even more zapping on your body. It's even more mentally draining. It's, they came out in the first quarter and I was like, okay, well, you know what? They let it go. They did let it go. But they got some heavy legs in the fourth quarter. I was just going back and looking through some of they don't win fourth quarters very often. I'm going back through the Detroit series. I think they've only won 2 fourth quarters through the last 9 games. I just did a quick check on that. I could be off by a game, but I believe they've only won 2 fourth quarters in the last 9 games. You can't play that.
Kenny called a timeout at the when it was a 9-0 run.
Is that where it was? Okay.
Yep. And it was with 8:28 to go.
Gotcha.
Turned into an 18-0 run. Anthony is in Maple Heights, some of the Mustangs.
What's up, guys?
Hi,
hey,
Anthony.
man, how are you?
Sad again.
I hear you, man. I feel you.
Yeah, Kenny needs to go. This is my question to y'all.
Mm-hmm.
We have Evan Mobley. We have Jared Allen.
Mm-hmm.
If you remember however many years ago that was when we did have LeBron and, they lost to the Spurs.
Mm-hmm.
2007.
Why can we not use our Twin Towers at the same time?
You can.
Okay. Anything more to it? I agree.
That's all you got to do is use him at the same time. Keep Harden on the bench. Send him home. Send him away with his beard. He sucks. You need to get rid of him. Go Steelers.
Oh, I lived with the phone call there for a minute, and then he had to throw that in at the end. Like, we were all kind of like, okay. I was like, yeah, I've heard people say, okay, all right, blah, blah, blah. And then you got to drop that thing at the end. Wow.
There are rivals.
He's your guy. He gave you everything you wanted to hear about Harden, and then you got to come back with that?
There are rivals. This is fun.
You're a goofball, man. So you're not going to be mad if they move the Browns-Steelers game overseas? That won't bother you?
No, Andy, because I'm no longer hiding my feelings on a lot of these kind of things. I'm thrilled. They'd play it at 9 a.m. I'd be done by work by 2.
It might be time to get out of business, man. There are people that appreciate covering sports and having fun with
Number
sports.
to join us is 216.
I'm sorry. What's wrong with breakfast? Do you now hate breakfast? Hi, Andy Baskin, anti-breakfast.
474.
Despises eggs, anti-bacon, thinks sausage is a waste of time.
I'm Dan Medigan, and I have
looks at waffles and says, nay, too many carbs.
Okay, I'm Dan Medigan, and I have no feeling for history, and that I think Browns-Steelers games should be played.
Can we get back to the Cavs?
No, you know what? Let me finish.
Drop that goes Steelers.
You know what? Let me finish.
Cavs got smoked.
Maple syrup is for children.
And you're worried about the Browns and
I let him
Steelers?
talk. You can give me a moment to finish my sentence at least. I let him talk. You can talk when you want to talk.
I'd like to talk about the labor relations in Yugoslavia now.
That's not where we were. The caller brought it up.
No, he didn't. He said go Steelers.
Yes, he did.
Tangent, come back.
Can I take a minute on that one?
You guys both suck.
Labor relations in Yugoslavia? Solved. There's no more Yugoslavia.
Exactly right.
There you go. Solved a world problem today. I'd like credit.
No, you just want to avoid history.
I miss a lot of those European countries.
Andy Baskin hates cinnamon rolls. Empty calories.
Jeff's in Cleveland. Hi, Jeff. Jeff. Going once.
Jeff.
Going twice.
Typical Jeff. Leaving it, not saying something when they should be saying something. Oh, I'm sorry. Did I hurt your feelings because I wanted to get a point across? All I had was like half a line left. You could have let me finish. Now I don't even remember what I was saying to him, other than the fact that Medigan doesn't care about history. That's all there is to it.
Andy Baskin's favorite thing about breakfast is orange juice after he brushes his teeth.
Wow, it'll take the enamel right off your teeth.
Dan Medigan, let me suck the life out of everything by giving you analytics and not actually using my eyes to watch what I see.
Andy Baskin despises biscuits. Anti-gravy. Says gravy. To heck with it. On everything. No gravy ever.
Hasn't the Knicks starting five played nicely together? They've looked really good out there.
What show are you doing?
Well, I'm not doing a Browns-Steelers show.
I
after
think
game 2 of the playoffs.
More people would want to hear about Browns-Steelers today than the way that Cavs looks. I'm coming so close to swearing this morning, more so than I've ever done.
You got a
before.
button over here. You can hit it.
I know, but I don't want to go down that road.
Your streaming friends will enjoy it.
You don't want to do that.
Nah, I don't want to go down.
I mean, you can do it once. You'll just never do it again.
Come on, this sucks. Our team isn't that bad. They're exhausted because they had to go to 2 7-game series. Our coach forgot to coach the last 2 games. We're trying to do too much. I didn't expect them to win last night. I'm still mad about game 1. Can they please turn things around when they come back?
Can I ask you a question?
Oh, sure.
And I don't disagree with you. I think you're right.
Mm-hmm.
You keep saying the Cavs are exhausted.
They are exhausted.
Okay. Well, they don't have a choice.
I know. Well, they do.
The next game is tomorrow.
No.
What should they do?
Well, if I was Kenny, I'd figure out a way to use more than just one guy off the bench that's been sitting. You've got to be able to figure out a way to
He played 4
sprinkle.
guys last night. He did play Tyson 10 minutes.
Yeah, I know. That was the one thing I dดnotice, that he did put him in. I got to look through the numbers.
Ellis
Sorry,
is
I
on
got to
a milk
use Google
carton.
for a second to look through some of these numbers. But, Schroeder's has not played anywhere near where I want him to play. No one fears him anymore. Nobody fears him anymore. There's nothing going on there. When we got him, I was so excited because I couldn't stand watching him play for other teams because he aggravated me so much. Now I don't even think the Knicks even think he's on the floor at this point. But my point is you're throwing these guys out there. He came after another
last night, though.
Schroeder
brought a little energy.
A little bit. I like him. That's the problem. He's not being the jerky player that he was against the Cavaliers. I need him to be a hole. Come on, man. Let's get fired up. Merrill sucked last night. Just sucked. 0 for 7 from 3. Can you give me 1 3-pointer, please? You've got some legs. You haven't been playing. Well, you have been playing. You played 23 minutes. Tyson didn't give you a whole lot. You got 10 minutes from him. I want more from him. I don't care. Larry Nance has got to be the healthiest guy in Northeast Ohio right now. I don't know if he can help you or not, but you know what? He can give you 2 minutes. It'll give you 2 minutes you can take away from Evan Mobley or Jared Allen. Give them a second to be together. But it's Harden and Mitchell that look absolutely just spent at the end of these games. And we go into panic mode when we cross midcourt.
See, I don't think Allen and Mobley, I don't think it's exhaustion or being tired as much as it is being ignored.
No, I think Harden and Mitchell are tired at the end of these games. I think the two of those guys are just gassed.
Well, Donovan looks like he's like dragging an extra 10 pounds of potatoes up and down the floor. Something looks like it's not quite right, and I appreciate him gutting it out. Something's not quite right. At this time of the year, you got to gut it out.
I'm not disagreeing with any of that. When I see him hitting the front of the rim consistently, I'm like, and then at the end of the game, when you don't need him on the floor, game clearly in hand for the Knicks, you're not coming back. Listen, the announcers were right. I said it right before they said it. Get the starters off the floor. Because was it Legler or was it Jefferson? I thought it was Jefferson said, like, the minute you put them on the bench, now they're getting rest for the next game. It's all they needed to do. The game was lost. Get the starters off the floor. There was no reason to play them. All right, I feel better. Thanks, guys.
As you go into game 3, are you confident because they're at home, or are you confident because this team you think is better than what they showed in New York?
I think they're better than what they showed in New York. I think they are the team that grew the 22-point lead. Now, I do know the Knicks were not playing well when they grew that lead. I also know that their coach could have coached them to a victory.
Knicks looked a little rusty
in game one.
in
I
game
blame.
one.
I'm sorry. I don't like to blame coaches, but Kenny blew the end of the game. Game one. He could have done something to mix it up to stop them from one basket in regulation, even if it was just calling a timeout. He could have done that, but he didn't. And he
did yesterday.
Yeah,
but it halfway through an 18-0 run. But
you're a game and a half late on that one. This team is better than what we've seen. I don't know if they have it in them to make it, to make it to 6-7 games in this. And I'm not saying 6-7 because the kids say that. I'm saying it's because that's how the reality of it. 6 game, 7th game. I don't have a lot of faith in them, but I do believe they can win game 3. I think being at home will make a difference. We sat here for 2 days and talked about Josh Hart, Jeff. The two of us sat here and talked. If two idiots who are behind a microphone talking sports from 10 to 2 every day can talk about Josh Hart's impact or lack of impact and then watch it come to fruition over the air, something is wrong. Wrong. Well,
I didn't think – I know Josh Hart's a really good basketball player all the way around. I didn't expect him to score. I don't think the Knicks expected him to score. You were the guy who said, look out for this guy. He's due to have a big game. That's all well and good. My point, he's the least of the Cavs' concerns.
Jeff, he didn't have to.
They
though. That's
showed
the thing.
that. They showed it. They weren't concerned about him at all because they left him open all night.
And continued to leave him open. And that's the problem.
And never adjusted.
Uncle.
Austin Carr is joining us at noon. Danny Green at 1 o'clock. It's Baskin and Phelps right here on the Fan. And I got to wonder, do you trust Kenny to make adjustments for Game 3? Or is just being home going to be enough for the Cavaliers to get it done?
We all hear the radio ads about the IR.
our shows. And you can always listen on the Odyssey app. Headline Sports News every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
I think overall defensively we're in a good space. It's difficult when you just, you're not making shots, and it puts twice as much pressure on you offensively to make sure, defensively to get stops. And I think we did, pretty much a really good job. But we're just offensively just gonna get, make a couple shots and the whole game changes.
It's James Harden. James had 18 points last night, along with only 2 assists and 6 rebounds. Again, that gets back to what Donovan Mitchell said earlier. Hard to get assists when you're not making shots.
True.
And that is true.
Hey, as always, you can listen to this show and all of our local shows on The Fan, on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcast.
I read somebody's analysis overnight, and I thought it was a valid point. You tell me if you think it's a valid point.
Okay.
And it part of it was the versatility that the Knicks have shown through 2 games. Where Josh Hart has the big game. I remember yesterday we were talking about, you said 3 things for the game.
Yeah.
I said somebody other than Jalen Brunson will score 20 points for the Knicks. I said the same thing for the Cavs about other than Donovan Mitchell. I was wrong on that one. Nobody else did. James had the 18, but Hart had the big game for the Knicks. But Hart's now had a big game. Brunson has had a huge game, and he had 14 assists last night, so that was outstanding. And through 2 games here in this series, and it is only 2 games, you've got 4 members of the Knicks averaging at least 15.5 points a game. They've shown depth. They've shown versatility.
They're better than we are so far.
Well, so far, yeah. And
except for
all of their
a couple
starters
quarters.
are averaging at least 13.5 points a game. The Cavs have 2 guys averaging over 15 points a game. It's just James and Donovan. And the analysis that I read said the Knicks have shown they can beat you with a bunch of different guys offensively already in different ways because Brunson goes from 38 points to 14 assists. And it said this, and tell me if you agree with this.
Okay.
For the Cavs to win a game, Mitchell and or Harden have to be huge.
I define huge because I think that, to be honest with you,
30 points?
30 points, and then Mobley or Allen has to be?
No. The analysis thought it has to be Harden or Mitchell because the other guys aren't going to beat you. And I thought, well, I don't know.
I
through
think
the first 2 games.
I think Mobley or Allen can beat them if Harden or Mitchell has, and I don't think 25 points is a huge night, but if somebody can give me a 25 and 10 and Mobley and Allen are active and they can get, close to 20 points each, then I think the Cavaliers win. It doesn't have to be both Mitchell and Harden, and they've got to use what they have to their advantage. Mobley and Allen have to be active. They've got to get them moving in these games, and they don't have to take 3-pointers all the time. Get the ball down low. I'll take my chances with somebody getting hot with threes. And then if I've got to worry about it at the end of the game and I've got to start burying threes, then I'll start doing that. They need to use Mobley and Allen more. Those 2 guys need to be the driving force to get to the basket. Mitchell and Harden will get one of them needs to get theirs, but they need more assists. You can't walk out of a game like last night where your guards only had 3 assists. Harden had 2 and Mitchell had 1. Am I reading the right box?
A part of that, though, Andy, is they weren't hitting shots.
But still,
that is
scored
valid.
93 points. What, Dean Wade shouldn't have more assists than Harden or Mitchell?
Well, it's hard to argue with that one. Through the 2 games, and this is the number where Evan Mobley's career is sitting, kind of. He's played over 38 minutes in the 2 games. Now, there was overtime. But he's averaging 12 shots a game.
Mm-hmm.
And yesterday, 8 shots. And how they didn't get him more shots, any shots in that second half is just mind-boggling, especially after his first quarter. I mean, in that first quarter, didn't you think, this is going to be the Evan Mobley game?
Yeah.
Evan's going to have about 26 points and about 16 rebounds.
And let's keep going to it.
That's the way that one smelled to me.
I mean, I don't think Mike Brown is the Mensa of basketball coaches, but he was smart enough to make sure that Brunson in game one, when they got hot, that, and you said this yesterday, I thought it was perfect, that he went back to the LeBron offense when he first got here. He was like, all right, everybody else flatten out. There we go. Let LeBron go. And that's what he did with Brunson in game one.
Yeah.
And then they were smart enough to know that when Brunson was getting double-teamed, that he was going to start dishing the ball. 14 assists last night. I'm not saying that Mike Brown's a genius, but they're doing the right things. That's why the Knicks won both these games. They found the hot hand against a tired team in game one to have an epic meltdown. And last night, the Cavs could not adjust. So what? Give Brunson, after the fact that they decided they were going to leave Hart alone, maybe you don't. Maybe you take the double off of Brunson for a little bit, try to slow Hart down, and then go back to doubling up on Brunson. But they didn't do that. They didn't make an adjustment. The worst thing I've ever heard any coach say I've been coaching probably since mid-'90s. It doesn't matter at what level. It doesn't matter what you're saying. The dumbest thing I've ever heard any coach ever say when I had another coach ask this other coach about something in game, and they saw it, and they didn't do anything about it. The coach said, well, what did you expect me to do, make an adjustment? The answer is, hell yes, make an adjustment. It was the dumbest thing I've ever heard any coach say ever. When another coach had asked this coach, hey, you do realize that, and it was a hockey game, that they were doing this.
I was going to say,
and they said, I see
not
it.
an NBA coach.
No, and they said, yeah, I did notice that. And then the other coach said, well, what are you going to do about it? And the other coach got mad at him and said, what do you expect me to do, make an in-game adjustment? And the other people were standing around the other side were like, yes, that's your job.
That would be.
You're a coach.
That would be ideal.
You should maybe stop coaching today if you really believe what you just said.
Now,
make an adjustment.
I asked before we went to break there. You're home for game 3. Is that enough to give you confidence?
A little bit more than I would. If game 3 was in New York, this thing's over.
I don't understand the lack of adjustments by the Cavs coaching staff and the entire staff in game 1 on Brunson, and then yesterday not getting Evan any shots and not picking up Josh Hart. I don't understand. That said, I think Kenny Atkinson is a good coach. I don't know what happened these last 2 games. I'm surprised that they didn't make those moves. I think he'll be better in game 3. I think the Cavs have a great chance to win the game. And I think the Cavs will play better at home. One thing I'll lay out the scenario for tomorrow night. You ready? Here's what's going to happen. Cavs are going to come out hot. They're going to build a double-digit lead in the first half. And then you better buckle up because I think it's going to be a fight the rest of the way. A double-digit lead. The Knicks will not get blown out of this game.
No way. They're not getting blown out.
But I'll bet you the Cavs come out hot and build a big lead. And then they're going to have to try and hang on to it. We've seen that, haven't we?
Yeah. But when you have a tired team that's played, what do I just say?
All right, so how do you combat that? What are you going to do?
Well, you got to be smarter. I mean, this is where the coach comes in.
But here's the thing.
This is where the coach comes in. He's got to recognize that his players need help.
But you're not playing those guys, Andy, because they're not as good as the other guys.
They are, but the question is, do you want? Do you need? I don't know. Do you need Donovan Mitchell at 60%? When maybe if you got him another minute on the bench, maybe if you got him another 30 seconds on the bench, he could be at 70% in the fourth quarter. These fourth quarters have been killing this team, and in the last 2 games for sure. And part of it is the fatigue of the playoffs. It's scheduling based on having to go 7 games with 2 other series. You know, at first when they were up 22, I was saying to myself, "Thank you, Detroit. Thank you. You made this team better after a really tough 7-game series." And I'm watching them play against the Knicks. They're taking advantage of everything. They're moving the basketball. They're finding the bigs. They're getting open. They're doing all the right things to build a 22-point lead. And then all of a sudden, it was like somebody turned the light switch off and just drained them of all electricity that they had. And that is natural. I get it. I understand it. They may be professional athletes. They may be making goo gobs of money, and you're like, oh, they get paid to be in shape, blah, 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 blah. I get it.
That might be the first goo gobs we've ever had on the show.
It's true. I had it in the...
I like that. I actually like that one.
It was in the suitcase for like 16 years, and I finally brought it out. But I'm looking at this, and I'm just saying, you've got to figure out a way to help your team. And like, this is where I think coaching comes in. This is where coaching in the fourth quarter, knowing what you got, you've got to be mindful of everything. You can't just sit there and let things go. There's one play where I thought, okay, let it go. And that was the final shot of regulation where Merrill hit it and went back out. And I was glad that Kenny didn't give them the opportunity to set up a defense. I was okay with that. But he's got to take more control of this game. He's got to figure out how to utilize the best of the abilities of the players that he's got. And I feel like that we're not only fighting the Knicks, we're fighting ourselves.
Can I are you surprised? I am. At the lack of play for Keon Ellis in the first two games. Now, is Keon the answer? I don't know. He might have been against Brunson in game one. But you traded
to bring him in.
You traded DeAndre Hunter. And I thought DeAndre was just fine here. I don't think he was thriving here. I don't know why. But if you had a 6'8" DeAndre Hunter in this series, would you be better off than if you had
6'4",
a Dennis Schroeder who you're not playing a whole lot and a Keon Ellis who you're not playing at all? I mean, didn't you make that move because you wanted the 3-and-D guy?
Yes.
Keon Ellis for the playoffs in theory?
Is he in the doghouse or is he
I don't know.
I mean, Tyson finally got out of the doghouse last night. And by the way, we talk about Tyson being a good three-point shooter. What did he get, 3 last night? 0 for 3.
0 for 3. I would much rather have DeAndre Hunter in this series than Keon Ellis and Dennis Schroeder combined. They're not playing Ellis, so we don't know if he'd have an impact or not.
Jeff, he's playing 8.5, basically, is what he's doing. He's playing 8.5.
Dennis has been a little bit of energy, but not overly impactful. And you traded away your prize trade acquisition from the previous trade deadline for these two guys who aren't helping you right now.
You know what the unsung stat in last night's game is?
Share it with me, Andy.
In 32 minutes, as mad as you were at James Harden in game one.
Oh, I know. Say it.
He had no turnovers last night. None. If James Harden has a 0 turnover night, you should be winning those games. But by the same token, when Dean Wade has more assists than your two guards, you've got to ask yourself, what are we doing? And I understand missing baskets has to do with the assists. I really feel like there are times that it's like we're not even playing another team. We're just playing against ourselves, and we're beating ourselves up over careless things. And it goes back to even the first series against Toronto. How many times did you watch this team against Toronto in the first series and go, man, was that stupid? Why did they do that? Why didn't they try to do this? What was the hurry? What was the rush? Why did they play selfish? I don't get it. How about just moving the basketball? Oh, look at that. They moved the basketball and they had success. Oh, how about that? That's what? They used the big guys? Hey, Jared Allen really isn't as bad as people said they were. Why aren't we using Jared Allen more? All of these things are on the table. You've all thought all of these things throughout the playoffs, and now all of the problems are coming to fruition, including free throws. We're not even talking about that because they could be a difference maker in these games too.
They actually, though the Cavs missed 10 of them last night, because of Mitchell Robinson, the Knicks actually shot a lower percentage. Dean Wade, Evan Mobley, Max Strus, and Dennis Schroeder all had more assists than either James Harden or Donovan Mitchell. See, that's and though you're missing shots, okay, you're missing shots. Maybe if you go into the big guy, either one of them,
and let him get fouled and even miss a free throw there, I can take it.
Andy, throw him a lob. Get to the basket, kick to them, get him a dunk, figure something out. We're going to talk more Cavs. We're going to take a break because we need one. Austin Carr is going to join us at noon. Danny Green's going to join us at 1 o'clock. He's our Odyssey Sports NBA insider and a former Cavalier. Up next, we have a very hot team in town. Very hot team. With a manager who has made adjustments, and they're working. Next on Baskin and Phelps.
or favorite the Fan on the Odyssey app for all of today's headline segments. Headline Sports News every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
Our buddy Austin Carr going to join us at noon. Our buddy Danny Green joining us at 1 o'clock. It's Baskin and Phelps here on The Fan. Jeff Phelps, Andy Baskin, Dan Mennigan, Meredith Kane. There's a very, very hot team in town, Andy.
Yes, there is, Jeff. And I
Very
feel
hot
good about
team.
that. Yes.
Your Cleveland Guardians, folks, are cooking. They just swept Detroit 3-1 yesterday. They've won 6 straight games, and they have won 12 of their last 15 games. They have the third best record in the American League. Stephen Vogt, you're pushing some right buttons. This to me is a stretch, Andy, that could be the defining stretch of the season. And it's early, I know that, but some things have happened here where Vogt's not been afraid to make some moves, adjustments perhaps, and they've worked. Let's start with one that happened a little bit earlier that might not be noticed quite as much. I did the math on all this stuff, so stick with me. I think it's all accurate.
Okay.
Jose Ramirez was batting third.
Correct.
Hitting .210. 8 games ago, they moved Jose to second. Okay? In 8 games of hitting second, and then I don't think this has all worked out perfectly, but you'll get my point. 8 games of hitting second, Jose, who was hitting .210, has hit .379. Hitting second. He's 11 of 29 with 2 homers, 8 runs batted in, 6 walks. And his OPS has jumped from, and Dan, this one's for you, from right around 7 to close to 8.
And that's over the last 8 games, is that what you said?
Yeah, the OPS has actually jumped that much. That was for you, Dan.
Hitting the ball with authority does wonders.
Well, it does, doesn't it? His OPS now is 780, up from 707.
720 is about league average for those.
Right. So Jose's now back to where he's, supposed to be, and then you keep going. So the Jose move has worked. Kind of. Chase DeLauder hitting third in 8 games is hitting 188. And his OPS has dropped. He's 6 of 32 since the switch. So he's hitting third and Jose hitting second. Has really helped Jose, but it hasn't done much for Chase. He has a homer and 5 RBIs in those 8 games.
Can I?
So what do you think of that move? I think you still go with it, right?
Yeah, I'm not walking away from it.
You got Jose cooking.
Yeah, I also think that maybe, and I know this might be just kind of quirky. The weather's been a little better, and maybe he's starting to heat up a little bit. Talking about Jose, that with the weather getting better, his bat's warming up a little bit more. I mean, it's.
And Chase's is cooling off?
Yeah, I don't know. That to me,
that's weird.
I still think Chase is having that. It's kind of a roller coaster when you're early in your career.
He's going to have an up and down.
Yeah. And so, but it's hard not to look at Chase DeLauder and go, this guy is going to be here for a long time.
I sure hope so.
Let's just hang tight.
His OPS, Dan, has dropped from almost 9 to just above 8. So, yes, moving Jose to second has worked for Jose and the team, just not necessarily for Chase DeLauder right now.
But still has the best OPS.
Yeah,
right?
Without question.
Yeah. So.
And then 6 games ago, you moved Stephen Kwan out of the leadoff spot. Okay? Stephen Vogt decides, all right, it's time. Let's do this.
Okay.
They have a 6-game winning streak. Since Kwan has not been hitting leadoff, they haven't lost. Now, that sounds like, well, then the obvious answer was moving Stephen Kwan and putting somebody else in the leadoff spot.
That wasn't the first thing that I thought of.
Well, but that's the obvious thought, though. He moved out of the leadoff spot 6 games ago. You've won 6 straight. You got to look deeper. It's not really the thing.
I also have to ask, who are you playing?
Well, this is, you mean the other teams?
Yeah, who are we playing against?
A Tiger team that's not playing very well.
Well, that's part of it, too.
But,
I'm not saying that's the end-all, be-all, because every win is a win. It doesn't matter if you're playing the best team or the worst team in Major League Baseball.
But you ready for this?
But I do think you have to factor a little of that in. with success.
This is weird to me. Quan not leading off hasn't really hit a ton. He's 3 of 14, but he's had 9 walks, and he's been on base.
That'll get you sent to the minors.
12 of his. Well, you know my point. You still have to be able to hit.
I know.
But he's been on base in 12 of 23 plate appearances, and he scored 5 runs. And in those 6 games, Guardians are averaging 5 runs.
Okay.
However, Quan's not hitting leadoff. Leadoff hitters in the 6 games where Quan isn't hitting leadoff are hitting 160.
So it doesn't really matter?
I don't know.
Huh. That's crazy. Although,
isn't that weird?
Yeah. I'm trying to remember who.
Schneemann has been the main guy. He's 1 of 15 hitting leadoff. Schneemann's been the guy for 4 games. He's 1 for 15 hitting leadoff. Martinez is 3 for 10. P.D. Halpin, pinch hit. He's 0 for 1. And Rhys Hoskins had a sac fly pinch hitting for Halpin. So the leadoff guys in the 6 games without Quan, 160 with a walk and 2 runs batted in. Schneemann had one yesterday, and Hoskins had a sacrifice fly as a pinch hitter. So it's weird. It's not like the leadoff guys, oh, there's a whole new world, because they're not hitting. And neither is Quan, but he is getting on base. I just think whatever it is, for whatever reason, Stephen Vogt made some moves that have actually benefited his team. How about that, Andy?
You want to hear something even crazier?
Yeah.
If you just kind of want to get a gauge on what's going on with the Guardians offense right now, half hour ago, MLB.com put out a story from Tim Stebbins. Wonder what the headline is? Why this Guardians offense could be their best in 7 years.
I can't argue with that.
I can't either. No,
DeLauder looks like a really good young player.
It's way more fun than talking about all that tiny small ball all the time, which I don't mind. I don't mind it, but you are getting a little bit of power, a little more power than you had before. And
Travis Bazzana's been very solid after he had a first couple of games getting used to the
But his on-base percentage has been consistent.
He's been fine.
Good. Yes. It's still the bigs, and you still got to find a way to get on base. So, and he has done it since he got here, but he is getting better. You're right.
Would you continue to do what Steven has done, which is?
I am not messing with what's going on right now. Go back to what your another point was. Now, ask yourself, do I believe this because we just beat Detroit 4 times?
Well,
winning 4 games against
Detroit,
any team,
and it is.
But that doesn't matter. Winning a 4-game series against any
big
team,
deal.
It is gigantic,
and it's a divisional opponent.
It is not easy to do that. It's it's even to you think about just trying to pull off a sweep and like, oh, this is good, this feels good, this feels good. In a 4-game series, it just doesn't happen that often. It is not easy to win a 4-game series.
I wonder if I don't know that Schneemann is the answer as a leadoff guy. I think you know where my preference would be.
I
like Daniel.
This whole season I've quietly been like,
I like him. I think he's done a great job.
I was uncomfortable at first. I was like, oh, here comes a guy that's going to be here for a little while, minor leaguer. But no,
And Angel Martinez is a switch hitter. I think I'd put him at the top of the lineup and leave him alone.
Until you need Quan there. Right?
Well, Andy, if they keep playing well and keep winning, and Quan keeps not really hitting but getting on base, if I can get my 7th or 8th hitter, 6th hitter, Quan, just to get on base, fine. That's great.
Well,
I know you want your leadoff hitter to get on base, but he wasn't getting on base like that when he was hitting leadoff.
Mm-hmm.
Anthony's in Cleveland Heights.
Hey, couple quick things on the Guardians. Just to pump the brakes a little bit, the 4-game sweep was great. By expected batting average, it should have been a split. So this is just from the category of things are never as good as they seem or as bad as they look. This goes for the Cavs too as well. So just keep that. So at some point, the baseball gods may frown upon us down the season.
It'll happen.
No reason to freak out.
For sure.
No
Absolutely.
reason to freak out. Look, I was one of those guys who understood why they were keeping Bazzana down. And made sure that he was ready for the big leagues. I preach patience on that. Having said that, so yeah, I would put him in the leadoff. Martinez is better than Schneemann. Schneemann had some bad ball luck that's coming back, around. But Bazan is the better leadoff guy than Martinez, in my opinion. And at this point, now that he's up and he's performing, tell him he's at second base and he's batting leadoff until further notice. So that would be the second thing I would say.
Anthony, that's an interesting option. He has not done that yet. And he's been down in the lineup a little bit. I think the highest that Travis has hit is at fifth. I think he hit fifth. I don't think he's been higher than that in the lineup.
After the All-Star break, maybe you think about that?
Is it too much heat to put on a rookie to hit him leadoff?
Has he hit leadoff consistently his whole career? That's my other question. I don't know how often he's. We got to look that up. That might be. You may question that based on his own history and understanding being where he's at.
I'd still lean Martinez, even though he's leading the team in home runs. That's, to quote Mennigan, put your best hitters at the top of the lineup so they get more at bats. Well, that makes common sense, which is not always what they did in Major League Baseball.
When the hell did I become Hank Hill?
I'll tell you, Hank.
What are you saying?
I'll tell you what.
A large fry, pie, hot coffee. Wait a minute, that was Tom Anderson. I'm sorry.
Moving right along.
The thing of it is, Stephen Vogt has shown us that he's willing to make some moves. And maybe at some point, Anthony, if they decide, yeah, you know what, Bazana, boom, let's go. He hits leadoff. Maybe Martinez becomes close to an everyday player, and he has been. He's been getting a lot of at-bats and plenty of playing time. I would, right now, he'd be my guy at the top of the lineup. And Daniel Schneemann has done a terrific job, no question. I would hit him a little lower in the lineup. I just wouldn't hit Daniel leadoff. So far, small sample size, he's not been good at it. 1 of 15. That's not really what you need or looking at, is it?
Mm-hmm.
But we'll see. Philadelphia Phillies tonight. The red-hot Don Mattingly Philadelphia Phillies.
Yeah, how about that?
Yeah. You know who he's working for there? His kid.
Oh, that's right, yeah.
His kid's the general manager.
Nothing like a little nepotism to get things going. Hey, his record proved that his kid made the right move.
His kid who played college basketball.
Oh, he's a basketball guy then. Is that what we say every time we're mad at him? He's a basketball guy.
We have a basketball guy coming up next. Number 34, Austin Carr, joining us on Baskin and Phelps.
This is an Odyssey.
he still was able to get into the paint, and yes, he would turn the ball over. You know what he would also do? Find shooters that were wide open. Put a little bit of strain on the defense. You know, he'd get to the foul line. I think when he has 0 turnovers, it shows that he's not having any impact on the game.
Exactly. The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima. Weekday mornings starting at 6 a.m. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
I have the key for the Cavaliers changing things in Game 3.
Oh, you do?
Yep, they're going to be back home.
Yeah.
And they're going to come running out on the floor. There's going to be a guy standing nearby giving him the evil eye. Like, get your act together and get your act together now.
The evil eye.
And that guy joins us right now on the Wise Heart Right, We Make It Right, Call Kyle Wright hotline. He's number 34, the number hanging in the rafters.
Yes.
Longtime Cavalier legend, longtime Cavalier broadcaster, longtime buddy of Baskin and Phelps. He's Mr. Austin Carr. Hello, AC.
Hello. How's everybody?
We're good.
Despite 2-0. How are you, buddy?
We actually called just to ask what your thoughts are on Notre Dame playing Kent State in football in 2 years. That was announced yesterday. So we'll just get your answer on that, and then we'll say goodbye. No, I'm just kidding.
Well, hey, Andy, that's the type of world we live in now. I mean, it's about getting teams on the schedule.
Yep.
And once you get them on the schedule, you get the right number, the right price, and that's it. I mean, that's what it's about. And then you have to worry about NIL. Can you keep the players you have, and don't overpay the ones that you're bringing in?
Yeah, recruit your own guys. That's the other hard part.
Yeah, that's right. That's right.
Donovan Mitchell last night pointing out, and Donovan sounding completely confident and secure and happy, all things considered. Cavs have been in this situation before. What do they do differently against a Knicks team that looks like it's a lot tougher to beat than a Pistons team? And the Cavs were down 2-0 to both teams.
Right. Well, the difference is the Knicks have more guys that can produce and can shoot from the perimeter. So now not only you have to guard the paint area, but you got to guard the perimeter. And right now we're getting caught in between too much, and it's really starting to become a problem because they have guys that can make shots if you stand there and look at them, and that's the problem. You got to force them off the line, and when they get around the basket, you have to take a foul. Sometimes you just have to do it to set the tone. And you got to do that early in the ball game. The way I was taught is you got 6 fouls, the first 2 fouls, when you have to send your message.
AC, you think these guys are a little gassed? You think they're tired? I'm watching a lot of shots. I'm watching shots in the fourth quarter come up short.
Yeah, well, when you look at it, the playoffs is a grind, and that's why you want to try to get the series over as fast as possible. Because when you go 2 game 7s like we had, man. The emotional toll it takes on you, and physically, you're all right because you're at the beginning of the game. But that second half, when you got to really grind down, you got to know your assignments, you got to execute. That is when it takes toll on you. And the Cavs now, really, the one good thing that's going to happen for us now, we've been through this twice, and it's been a grueling thing. The only difference is the Knicks have more players that can score than the other 2 teams we played. So your defense has to be a little sharper. You have to anticipate better and quicker to deal with these guys.
Austin Carr joining us. AC, I'm gonna take you back to the 1970s. If you have the basketball and you look inside and you see Jim Jones or you see Nate Thurmond and you don't get him the ball, I'm assuming Jim would come up and say, I'm going to beat the living you-know-what out of you, Austin, if you don't get the ball to me inside.
Well, put it this way. They would sure bring it to your attention.
So how does Evan Mobley play a half without getting a shot after he scored 10 points in the first quarter and was the force in the game?
That is a problem. The guards, that's their problem. I mean, because the Knicks, to me, they didn't do anything different. It's just that we stopped looking for Mobley. We stopped going down to where, see, our bread and butter has been, to me, the whole time is inside. After that first game 7 when when Allen had such a great game, we should have never gone away from starting the game and continuing to play in the middle. When we did that in game one, we dominated them because they tried to double team the guards, and we kept getting the ball in the middle, and it was 3-on-2, and we picked the right people that gave Sam Merrill open shots, that gave so many things to happen, and the big guys only dealt with one person. Now what they did last night, they said, okay, we can't double team like that because it leaves the floor open. So now they backed off and say, okay, we're going to put one man on the guard, and we're going to try to help out more inside, and our outside game just wasn't there last night.
Hey, AC, are we on speakerphone by any chance?
What'd you say?
Are we on speaker? Are we on speakerphone?
Yes.
Yeah, is there any chance I can get you to take it off there? Thanks, man.
It's kind of tough to.
Oh, then don't worry about it. That's okay. If you can, you can. If you can't, don't worry about it.
Andy's particular, AC.
Well, I just want everybody to make sure they can hear you. That's all.
I understand. I've heard him. I've heard you. I listen to you guys a lot, so I couldn't help it, Andy.
It's okay. No worries. You're still my favorite. You know that. Hey, so you come back home. I mean, and the struggle is there. How much different is it at home in a playoff game, and how much can that help a team? You know, just sleeping in your own bed and knowing your own rims, and just how does that change the whole thing?
It changes. It changes a little bit. I mean, to me, the Garden is sterile as a shooter. It almost, because of the way they have the background, there's no feel for where the basket is out there. You have to really be focused on shots because the basket always looks farther away from it than what it really is because of the way the background is. Now, in our arena, it looks closer. It looks more makeable. I don't know if how that sounds, but it just seems. Maybe it's because I'm used to him, but, so it's going to mean a lot more. Plus, again, we've been through this before, so nobody should be nervous. Nobody should be nervous. They know what they have to do. I just would like to attack Townsend right away because he makes silly fouls. You got to put him in a lot of situations so he can make those fouls, get him out the game, and then now the game is set up to where you don't have to worry so much. What you have to do with Robinson is keep a body in front of him. But you don't have to worry about him as a perimeter scorer like you do the other center. So to me, it's a simple situation. We're going to have energy. We're going to bring energy. But our scorers have to make shots. Sam Merrill, Dean Wade. When you get those open shots, I call them situational shots. We had a couple of them, 2 or 3 of them there in the fourth quarter that if we had made them, it would have changed the whole feeling of the game. You have to make those shots. That's just as simple as that.
Austin Carr joining us. AC, if you're the Cavs, you knew Jalen Brunson would be a handful, and he's been really good in 2 games, in different roles, really, in 2 games. And then Josh Hart kills you yesterday. You left him open, and you didn't adjust very much, and he killed you. Who else scares you on the Knicks? Because it might be somebody else's turn coming up tomorrow night.
Well, the only one that scares me is Anunoby. Anunoby can change the game because of his physical play, and he does have a nice touch from the perimeter. He's the one guy that can change the whole thing, And again, you have to match these guys' physicality. I mean, Josh Hart, he wants to talk a little trash. You got to get in his face, and you got to answer that. You can't sit back and let him constantly chirp at you and you don't say anything to him. At least you have to physically make him feel you. I mean, that's just how it is. And Brunson, you got to stay up on Brunson, even though he's crafty with his moves and all that. You got to stay up on him. And the reason why I say stay up on him, because every now and then you'll be in a position where you can deliver a blow, and that's what you have to do. That's the game, and they're doing it to us, so we got to do it to them.
Hey, AC, can I ask you this just because Jeff and I have been talking about this? I mean, there are a lot of times when it seems like they've got the ball down low and they have a clean look at the bucket and they kick it back out for a 3. I get it when it's late in the game and you might be down 10 and you desperately need to get back in the game. I'm just curious your thoughts on that play. I know the Cavs aren't the only team that does that, and I know it's the NBA today. But I got to tell you, when your team –
answered the question. You just answered the question, Andy. I mean, that's the NBA today. I mean, if we had done that in my day, the coach and the players on the team would have wondered, what are you doing when you get the ball, especially when you have an advantageous position and you're in the middle and you have a chance to do something. That is what you cannot give up. You have to keep that. Those are precious possessions that you want to take advantage of.
So tell me it drives you crazy, too. It'll make me feel a lot better.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, all right.
I mean, because, again, you take away you're much closer to the basket. It's supposedly easier shot, and then you go throw it out behind you. But to me, it's like wasting energy. Why you waste energy to get inside and then throw it back outside? I don't understand that one, but that's the way they play today, so you have to accept it.
You made my day. Thank you. I feel better. If we're on the same page, it makes me feel better.
I have to tell you, you, Andy, me, we've spent way too many days sitting there watching basketball together, working together. And so many things that you've told me have been in my
including
including the backboard is your friend. And I'm going to take it in a different way. Mitchell Robinson can't shoot free throws. And that shot that he shoots is so flat without touch. And I watch him and I think, would that guy be better off aiming just a little higher and shooting free throws off the board, which you almost never see anybody do, but he has no touch.
You mean that box that they put up on the blackboard that it's on every one of them? That's crazy, that thing they use.
What would you tell that guy to do, AC? And would it involve the backboard? Because he has no touch.
He has no touch, and I would suggest, I've worked with him in practice a little bit, but I would suggest shooting to the square. Because if you notice, his long shots, when he shoots them, it looks natural. It's a good feel, but he just has too much on the ball. So just aim to that square and let the backboard be your friend. That to me is what I would tell him, especially from straight on, like a free throw. That's what I would tell him.
It's unbelievable that he has no touch, and he's trying so hard.
But it's like, to him, it's like trying to shoot into a little round hole with a basketball. He has no idea where that ball's going or what to do. But if he shot to the square, it would give him a target, and it would give him almost, as long as he doesn't shoot it left or right and keep it going straight. He's pretty good at shooting it straight. It's just he shoots it two line drives. But shooting a little bit up higher, straight to that square, I bet you his percentage would go up 10% easy.
You'd need no touch. You'd need very little touch if you did that.
Right, and which he doesn't have.
Yeah.
All right, so let's bring it back here now for Game 3. What can the Cavaliers do to be effective to try to make this thing 2-1? What advice are you giving them? And then I'm not. Are you expanding the bench a little bit more? Maybe because you're at home. Maybe try to get some guys some minutes. You tell me what to do.
Well, it's interesting. The only team that's really doing that, the only two teams, the Knicks and OKC, seem to play their regular season rotation. The rest of everybody, and San Antonio too, they all play in their regular season rotation, whereas we kind of cut it down. But I think that you have to, especially now that we've gone 2 7-game series, I mean, you have to add more because the games are coming down to the fourth quarter. And it's whoever's got the energy in the fourth quarter, that's who's winning these games. And that's something that the Cavs have to start legislating just a little bit so they can have stronger legs at the end.
Thank you for joining us, sir. Great to have you.
Always a pleasure. I miss you guys.
We miss you too. We will not talk that week though that Kent and Notre Dame play football.
We're throwing down, AC.
It is going to be hard, man. I mean, you're fighting
coming
Irish.
after you.
You're fighting Irish. Better be ready. That's all I can say.
Thanks, buddy.
Anthony definitely have to talk that week.
All right, you're done.
All
Book
right.
it. Book
Have
it.
a good one.
Thanks,
We'll see
AC.
you.
Austin
All right.
Carr joining us on the Wise Heart Right. We make it right. Call Kyle Wright hotline. The backboard is your friend, Andy.
I've known that my whole life, especially for a guy that couldn't shoot.
You heard what AC said. It's on the guards to get the ball to the big guy. And they went away from that. And he thinks the key is the big guys. AC, on the money, in my opinion. It's Baskin and Phelps here on the Fan.
8803 Brecksville Road. Andy, what are you talking about? I'm talking about 8803 Brecksville Road. Oh, well, what's there? Bookman and Son. Look, if you're thinking about getting engaged, maybe you've got an anniversary coming up. Maybe you've got a birthday coming up. Maybe you just want to be really, really nice to someone who's special in your life. Or maybe, you know what? You've earned it. You deserve something nice for yourself. So why don't you just go to the place that's going to take care of you without any pressure? A place that's not going to throw a credit app in your face. A place that is going to make you feel welcome, warm, and wanting to come back time and time again. That, my friends, is Bookman and Son. Josh Bookman and his family have been in Northeast Ohio for decades. They are the place to go when you're looking for fine jewelry, but in particular, though, if you're looking for an engagement ring. So why don't you go see my friends at Bookman and Son, where they will take care of you. You'll because I'm just feeling the energy after game one and the amount of fan backlash that we heard here on the air is completely different than what we're hearing today. And because we're not hearing a whole lot, I think people expected them to lose last night. I think they were prepared for it. They were braced. And now you sit here and you're down 0-2 and you're like, okay, we're back home. And we've kind of seen this before. Let's hope they can do what they did before. Otherwise, this is over by the end of the holiday weekend.
Okay, do you expect them to win 2 straight at home? I do not. Before the series started, I just think the Knicks. I just had a feeling that the Knicks are going to be a better team in this series, and that's why I picked the Knicks, and I said in 5 or 6. And I still feel that way. I don't think the Cavs are going to beat them 2 in a row.
I just have a feeling we're looking at winning Game 3. I feel a little better about Game 3 just because they're home and there are little things that are going on, and maybe the baskets are a little bit looser for us at home. I'm hoping. I mean, it's mythical. But I feel like they can win Game 3 at home, and then I fear Game 4 as one of those games that they'll have in hand and let it slip away.
Well, they got to win Game 3. We just heard Jared Allen.
They have to win Game 3.
And Jared didn't pass the buck, took responsibility, said Evan and I need to speak up a little bit more, which certainly is the case. We just had Austin Carr with us. Austin, guard. Austin, at times, we know Austin as a shooting guard, as a scoring guard. Austin also handled the ball a lot. And, he had big guys who needed the ball, and you had to get him the ball. He said it's on the guards to get him the ball.
I agree.
And the focus of the offense, he thinks they're at their best when they're inside. I couldn't agree with him more. He certainly knows a hell of a lot more about it than we do.
I agree.
But he said look inside for those big guys. Jared Allen had another thought on how he and Evan Mobley can get more involved.
Sometimes I feel like we can just go set the pick, stop waiting for a play, stop waiting for somebody to call us up, and just run the offense from ourselves, not necessarily taking the ball and bringing it up the court, but initiating the offense by just going and setting a screen out of the blue.
You like that guy as much as I do.
I do. I know.
He's awesome.
I know he gets I don't want to say diss, that's not the right word, but when they say, well, is it a big 3 or a big 4? Is he really that guy? I think he is. I just think he's a leader. I like the way he plays.
And he's a real good basketball player.
I mean, he can be tough when you need him to be tough. He can be dominant when you need him to be dominant. But you got to get him involved.
Yeah. Big guys don't have the ball. And you can say all you want that they need to present themselves on the block better. Jared just said we can go up and we can set the pick, initiate the offense. We can go ahead and roll to the hoop. Yep, you can do all that. But you still don't have the ball.
No.
And so I think this team is at its best, and I agree with Austin completely. It's at its best when those guys are engaged, involved, and a big part of the offense. And you know who else that makes it easier for? Donovan Mitchell, James Harden.
You're taking pressure off them.
Yes.
Or any of the guards. I mean, beyond just those two guys, that it's, you don't feel like you're Schroeder. Let's just take him, for example. Like, there are a lot of times I feel like he forces the ball to the outside, makes the corner, gets to the low blocks, sees there's two guys there, and either tries to run baseline to go to the other side or have to do an about face coming back the other way. There's just too many times that you see that. And then you say, run the offense. Like, I wonder what the offense is sometimes. Oh, you got the ball? Okay, you do it. Oh, let's try to. Like, there are times when the Cavaliers.
The Knicks offense has looked a lot smoother, don't you think, through 2 games? Although that second and third quarter in the game one, man, the Cavs were cooking.
It feels like there's rhyme or reason for theirs. Sometimes ours doesn't feel that way. Ours is like, oh, okay, well, what are you doing? All right. Oh, are we trying to get the ball to the corner? Is somebody open? Is there actually a play here? Or are we letting these guys just say, okay, well, whatever's open, you get it. If you can create space, just make it happen. I don't know. It's almost like just a free flow offense. But you got to move the ball. There are times they get caught. I also think like the Cavaliers offense succumbs to that like mid-court pressure, and you're like, oh, he's going to lose the ball. He's going to lose. Oh, he lost the ball. You knew it was coming. I don't know. Maybe it's just easier to see on TV than it is if you're at the game or you're on the floor there. But there's just too many times where they pressure the ball as soon as it gets to the half-court line, and then the Cavs go into like this panic mode. But if you know, especially if they're throwing a double at you after you cross the timeline, someone's got to be open. Just get it past them. There were a bunch of times last night I was like, what are they doing? Someone's got to support that guy with the ball coming down. Get open. Because someone's open if they're throwing a double at you, or if they've got three guys out high. I don't get it.
Ask Josh Hart about that.
Yeah. Unless you're Josh Hart, you're like, oh, I guess I'm here. Hi, guys, get me the ball. Hey, I might have a cigarette or two. Oh, you know what? I got time to shoot. Ding.
What is it, 1972?
Absolutely.
Love it.
And he was wearing a fedora, too.
The other thing, too, guys, and I know this is the excuse nobody wants to hear. Cavs are 8 for 31 on open threes. Open is described by the NBA as someone within 4 feet of you. 8 of 31.
In other words, they got 31 open looks.
Yeah.
Think about that.
Yeah.
The Knicks.
We had 31 open looks.
The Cavs got 31 open 3-point looks.
How many did they have then?
I don't know. I can find that later.
Yeah.
I was working on the Cavs side of things.
Sorry, that's
but
okay.
As funny as it sounds, sometimes the easiest solution might just be the solution. Just make more shots. I'm sorry. It's that easy. You're open. Make the shots. I know you're tired. I know your legs aren't under you. But we can sit here and yell about getting the ball to the big guys and all that stuff. Man, when you're open and you're clanking, I'm sorry. Put the ball in the basket.
Okay, but if you're not making the shots, your coach has to adjust.
Right, but on top of that, I can see why Kenny Atkinson would sit down in front of a microphone and go, dude, we're getting the shots we want.
Yeah, but Dan...
The hell you want? I don't know what to tell you. They're not
we
going
got
in.
the shots we wanted. They didn't go in. We're down 2-0.
Yeah.
Adjust.
I mean, how do you...
Give it to the 6'11 kid who can go ahead and dunk inside. Give it to the 6'11 kid.
Right.
I mean...
I agree with you in that regard, too.
I get the shots completely. Completely. Sometimes they don't drop. And they weren't dropping. I mean, Sam, don't you want Sam Merrill taking threes? I do.
Hell yeah.
I do. But he wasn't making them last night. So adjust.
That's
what was missing. No adjustment. Just like what was missing in Game 1. No adjustment defensively on Jalen Brunson.
Well, and then those weak double teams that they were throwing in this game. I mean, my word. Those were so half-hearted.
Yeah, it's like, well, we're going to float in your direction here, Jalen.
So half-hearted.
Sam is in New Jersey. Hello, Sam.
Sam.
Hey, guys. I think you guys are 100% on point there. We saw the stats in the past where when Allen is attempting 10 or more field goals, I think we were 17-3 in the regular season and 3-1 in the postseason. The one loss coming from yesterday's game. And Mobley yesterday dominated the first half and didn't get the ball back in the second half. I think they just kind of fell in love with the ISO and the 3-point shot. When those things are not working, you just got to go to the bigs. They have an advantage there. So it's on the guards for sure, but it's also on Kenny to make that adjustment to make sure the bigs are involved. And I think time and time again, it just doesn't happen.
Sam, I couldn't agree with you more.
Yep.
Call us next week. Thank you, Sam. Sam in New Jersey. We'll see. Karl Anthony Towns is I like Karl Anthony Towns. Big guys throughout NBA history just get picked on. We see it here in town. People wanted to run Jared Allen out of town. People still want to run Evan Mobley out of town. Why would you want to run good basketball players out of town? Are they perfect? No. Not many are. Not many are. But Karl Anthony Towns has been picked on his whole career. Wilt Chamberlain, one of the greatest forces in NBA history, was just ridiculed because parts of his game were lacking. Couldn't hit a free throw.
Sure.
He could do everything else. Tom is in Kent. Tom, what's up?
Hey, Tom.
How you doing, gentlemen?
Good.
Well, thank you.
This game is so simple. I don't know why everyone makes it so hard. This analytic stuff, three-pointers kill this team. I got in an argument with one of your morning staff before the season started that Mobley should not be shooting threes. Mid-range and in is his game. If he had done that 2 years ago, it would have pulled Robinson out, and he wouldn't have looked like Akeem the Dream. but everybody wants this three. When you're up by 17 points and shoot 8 threes in a row and miss, that's fast breaks for the other team. They score, your lead is gone. If you just made a 2 or went to the hoop and made a foul shot, you're adding points to the deficit every time. When you shoot bricks, you're not. And we kill ourselves doing that. When we got Harden, everybody complained, oh, he's a gun. He's a gun. No, he's not. He's one of the most prolific passers in the game. But when we first got him, Allen and Mobley went to the hoop, and everybody was happy. Why are we not picking and rolling now?
Remember how good Jared Allen was when James first got here?
Exactly. We went away from that, and we're doing this three-point garbage. At times, the three is great. Like Larry Bird said, it's a weapon, not an every time thing.
Well, the game has changed, though.
Yeah,
whether it should or shouldn't, Tom, that's a debate for another time.
Right. But if we play our game, we can take this series and we can win this whole thing. We just got to stay healthy.
All right, Tom, thank you very much.
Thanks, Tom.
But now, the idea of winning 4 out of 5 again against the team that I think is better suited to be a playoff team than the Pistons in New York, Andy, that's a challenge and a half. But that's where it is. That's where they are right now. Now, what do they do about that? What do you do about that?
First of all, you got to get back home. I agree. Like, simple the game down. Stop. He's right. I think we all see it. Stop with the threes. You don't need to do it every time down the floor. You're not. The only time I think we need to do that is if you're down 10 or you're down 15. It's late in the game, and you know you got to get the three.
I'll make you bet.
What?
They won't do that.
I know they won't.
But they'll hit the shots in Game 3.
You say they'll hit those threes early?
Yep.
I don't know. They did not manage the clock. The bad clock management in Game 1 cost them the Game 2 on top of everything else. The misses and the miss this and bad plays and bad decisions. Time management, to me, killed them in Game 1. Stopped them from winning the game because they didn't manage time. And there's just no excuse for it at the NBA level. That just doesn't seem right. But, we see it in the NFL, too, all the time, too, where clock management becomes – you all of a sudden you got a lead and you got a 3 and out and you give the team back the ball after like 14 seconds. And you're like, what did we just do there? We could have ran the ball 3 times and at least eaten, a minute off the clock. But it's the same thing in basketball. It's like, why are we shooting so early in the shot clock? Why are we jacking up threes when we're up by 15, 20? Just take the 2, especially when it's open.
Our Odyssey Sports NBA insider is former Cavalier Danny Green. He's joining us in 25 minutes. Up next, headlines here on Baskin and Phelps.
Hey, everybody, it's Andy Baskin for Weather Seal Home Services. Want to make your old house
Fan on the Odyssey app for all of today's headline segments. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
Coming up at 1 o'clock, our Odyssey Sports NBA insider Danny Green's going to join us. Danny, 1 o'clock. I'm Jeff Phelps, Andy Baskin. To my right, you can see his bright smiling face on YouTube. Dan Mennigan, behind the glass. Meredith taking your phone calls at 216-474-0092. Some more Cavs talk coming up at 1 o'clock. But right now, ladies and gentlemen, the music means headlines.
Live from a little room that's no bigger than anybody's closet. And a news
That's a
team,
good-sized closet, though.
Yeah, and a news team that just doesn't care about you. They're not on your side. What else? They don't witness news. They don't do any of those things.
The news team that's here to move on to a bigger market.
That's right. We're here just to have a cup of coffee and not be able to say words like Strongsville correctly, or give me another city that people always screw up here.
I'd like to thank Cleveland.
Pirma.
I love the land.
Oh, mentor.
My 2 years in Cleveland were just critical to me.
That's right. Oh, Medina. Yes. Live from Medina.
From Medina.
Here's Dan Mennigan.
In a room that can only be described as a comfy half bath.
Oh, that's a good call.
It's about that size.
Without water.
Without water, yes.
Yeah.
Well, that's because who knows what I would do in the pan.
You never know.
It's true.
Gentlemen, we've said this numerous times when it has come to this particular person, but it's worth highlighting one more time. The Rams have signed quarterback Matthew Stafford to a one-year deal through 2026.
Hang on.
You ready for this number?
I know the number.
$55 billion. Matthew Stafford just got paid.
Matthew Stafford was the best quarterback in the NFL last year.
Got an MVP trophy for it.
He was really good. Of course, when you're throwing to Puka and Devontae Adams, and you're handing off to Kyron Williams, you've got some weapons, and you're playing for Sean McVay. Oh, but, boy, Stafford was really good.
Matthew Stafford got paid.
Net worth prior to?
Serious, 250.
Now he's almost there now. His net worth, according to Celebrity Net Worth, before was 170. Now add another 55 mil to it.
Pretty good.
You know,
pretty good.
Man.
Yeah.
It's like that.
I understand everybody likes money and everything else, and apparently wants to keep playing, so they're going to go ahead and pay him a lot of money. I wonder at what point is there enough money? Like if you got.
Let me check. No.
As you said, Andy, you got 170 mil. You're not going to spend all that.
Yes, I am. Try me. Let me try. Let me try to buy 170 million. Give me 170 million. I will spend it. All you do is buy a couple planes, and you're good to go. Maybe a couple buildings and a couple planes.
Yeah,
you're
but why
you're
would
bankrupt.
You? Yeah, well, there you go.
I like this.
What?
Well, he's 38. I like this idea where we give you $176 million to go, all right, Andy, good luck. Go spend it.
Sounds like a segment.
That feels like the sociological experiment we all need.
I'm in.
He's in.
All right, somebody give me 177 million, and we'll see how long I
write that down. After minicamp, camp, before the start of training camp.
Call up Cambridge, Yale, Harvard, any other uppity school, and see if they have that money laying around for Andy to spend, and we'll do a sociological experiment on it.
That'll be great.
I love it.
It was Brewster's Millions, right? With Richard Pryor and John Candy.
You had to spell it.
Yeah, remember he had to spell it. Oh, it was a great movie.
So Matthew Stafford, 38 years old, going into this season as he's about to get paid. We are seeing these quarterbacks hang around longer and longer and longer. Is it just as simple as we can't tackle these guys like we used to, so now they play longer? Or do you think there's a reason why we're seeing older quarterbacks still succeed in the league, Andy?
It's rules. It's the rules that have changed. That's
just
all.
that simple?
Yeah,
honestly?
You can't touch them. You can't get. I mean, they've got a halo around them these days. We're just short of flag football with the quarterbacks. Just short of it.
Combine that with, I think, a change in the way that passing attacks have been designed in the NFL. How many times is a guy sitting in the pocket and waiting and waiting and waiting for that deep pass? Not as often as they used to be, it seems. The quick passing game. Guys are getting the ball out of their hands real quickly. I think that's part of it as well. Not as big of a part as the rules, though.
And by the way, if they are sitting there waiting, they know after like a 3 count, I better roll right or roll left.
Yeah.
See it all the time.
Bears reiterated on Thursday that they plan to leave Chicago as they continue to look at building a stadium in the suburbs of Illinois or in Hammond, Indiana. Good old Hammond, Indiana, with so much history.
Sounds like a song from Music Man, doesn't it?
Either that or from the Jackson 5.
Oh. No, it's Gary, Indiana, isn't it?
Well, it is Gary, Indiana.
Yeah,
but
Hammond, Indiana
you could
is like
substitute
right next to
Hammond,
Gary.
Indiana.
The suburb?
You could substitute Hammond for Gary.
Yeah, especially.
Does the county
and again,
commissioner?
Props to everybody who lives in that general area. We're not trying to be super mean when I'm about to say what I say.
Yeah.
Can you imagine being a suburb of Gary, Indiana?
I
Do
guess.
you
What does the county commissioner in that county know if Hammond and Gary are in the same county? I'm just
Hang on, we
curious.
should probably look.
Yes. What were you saying, Jeff?
wonder I don't know. How far is Chicago from Hammond?
Oh, 10. Depends.
far.
Probably on the other side of the Skyway, right?
The big thing, yeah, you would have to go over that stupid bridge that costs you way too much money
It is
to cross.
really expensive.
Oh God, don't get me started on that one. That's a conversation for like Peterlin, myself, and you, who have made that trip more times than we can count going into Chicago to complain about the Skyway.
36 minutes, Jeff.
That Sky Bridge.
That's not too bad.
36 minutes. Train is the fastest way to do it.
Yeah, train's your fast way to do it. They'd have to expand that line to do it. When you drive by, if you're heading into Chicago, you could see the area that they want to put it. There's just this like plot of dead land next to the casino.
Hammond, Indiana is technically considered a part of the Chicago metropolitan area.
Well, that's nice.
Counts for something. But yeah, as we all know, Bears play in Indiana. Hey.
Does it really matter?
I
think it does.
I mean, the state of New York only has the Bills.
It does for the sake of getting taxes. It does for the sake of getting any kind of revenue that would come with any of that stuff would all go to Indiana, which that part of Indiana.
But does it really matter? Aren't we states united? United States. Aren't we all one brother? One sister, arm in arm. There are no lines, no boundaries other than taxes. Let's get rid of taxes, too. Let's do that while we're at it.
Oh, yeah, that'll go well.
Okay.
That's always a great idea.
Here's some tea. Go ahead and dump it.
Good luck trying to drive on a street that has no pavement.
Game 3 tonight in the Western Conference Finals. The Oklahoma City Thunder are heading to San Antonio, tied at 1. We'll start with the injury report here to begin with. It seems like Dylan Harper dealing with an abductor injury is a game-time decision today.
Is that adductor or abductor?
He's the man they call Dr. Red Pen.
Well, it's two different things.
It's adductor. You are correct. I swapped my B's and my D's. That's on me.
Oh, he was correct.
You know what? Sorry.
Yeah, heaven forbid we try to be accurate.
We'll get it fixed.
Get it fixed.
Jeff, dude, this is a local news segment. We don't have to be correct.
We'll watch
we
the
just
tape.
have to be out
We'll
there.
get it fixed.
Make up anything you want.
Andy, that was good.
Come on.
I'm doing this thing from a panic room. What the hell you want from me? I got a panic room in the Google.
I got the panic room in the Google.
Classic moment. Never mind. I'm not even
I'm
going
in
to get
here in
into
a
it.
converted half bath doing my best.
You have no much idea how much dirt I just want to spill all over that. Go ahead. Keep going.
Anywho, Dylan Harper dealing with an adductor injury. I got that fixed. And a game-time decision for this one. Jalen Williams is questionable for this game as well. OKC J-Dub, for those of you paying attention at home, not J-Will. J-Will is the taller one. J-Dub is the guard. If you hear that on the broadcast, that's what they're talking about. The other big deal, though, De'Aaron Fox questionable for this game. So if they're without Harper and they're without Fox, that means Stephon Castle has to handle the ball, and that has not been pretty. How do we feel about this game tonight, Jeff? Where do you think you're leading?
I like Castle, though. I
love Castle.
I like Castle a lot. I think I'm going OKC. Not really because of the injuries. I think I'm going to go OKC in this game. Mark Daigneault can coach. I like him a lot. I think he's good. And I just combine Shea with Chet Holmgren. That's an interesting combination. I like that. And then they have a bunch of guys who really play their roles.
Dort.
And I think
Dort.
Accentuate those other guys
very
in a big
nice.
way.
Hartenstein.
Isaiah could have been here. He was here.
How you feel, Andy?
We don't need big guys.
I like Wemby at home, man.
I like
Wemby at home.
All right, so then let's get into the internet discord that is currently taking place with this series as well, involving the Oklahoma City foul baiting. There are a lot of pieces all over the place. People have put together tons of video everywhere of Shea essentially just flopping and acting all over the place. Same with all of the bigs. Your boy Hartenstein is going for Best Supporting Actor in a role. It's coming all over the place.
He's got my vote.
For all of this stuff. Gentlemen, is this one of the things that the NBA needs to look at in the offseason, is the amount of flopping that we've seen in these playoffs to this point?
I think it's hard for a referee to judge flopping in the moment. Don't you? Flopping's got to be looked at through replay. In the moment, I think it's hard.
Can't
disagree. If you're like, I'm not going to say anyone from the Cavaliers would ever do this, Harden, but
James Harden. James.
You know, when someone gets you see an elbow go by, it's almost like watching WWE. You see the elbow go by the face, and the face snaps back, but there was no contact. Like, I think if you're a referee standing behind it, I don't know how you don't make that call.
Ric Flair's sitting there taking notes watching
It's very hard, right? If you're a referee who's behind the play, and you see an arm go up in the air, and then you see a head flinch back, I don't know how you don't call that, but you have to go back. I don't know, maybe you get a flopping replay? Does everybody get one or two flop? Yeah, a flopping replay.
Hey, you pound on the top of your head.
Yeah.
No, except when you do it, though, you got to crank your head back really hard.
You got to throw it back.
Oh, no, it's more like
throw it back.
You know, it's acting. So if a player wants a replay for flopping, they have to do jazz hands.
All right, Dano, well done there, sir.
Are you done?
I'll throw out one real quick. If you're looking for something to watch this weekend, Sunday, 11 o'clock, English Premier League, Tottenham might get sent down and relegated, which would be the equivalent of the Boston Red Sox getting sent to AAA. So if you're looking for something to pay attention to, that one could be a big deal.
Jeff, what's the spread on the Kent State-Notre Dame game, October 2nd, 2027?
You know?
What do you think? Probably 56? I don't know.
I was going to say 37.
I'm sure Legs will take a bet for you.
Danny Green is our Odyssey NBA insider.
It will pay for the rest of the season, though.
He's been on our show many, many times. He's going to be on our show next, about 4 minutes away, right here on The Fan.
YouTube. Headline Sports News every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
This is where Cleveland fans turn to talk Cavs basketball. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
Welcome back to Baskin and Phelps. Coming up, our buddy Danny Green. He's our Odyssey NBA insider, and he's brought to us by the all-new Hyundai Palisade Hybrid. You can make every day epic.
You know, 92.3 The Fan, we are looking for a winner right now. Enter the code HAPPY, H-A-P-P-Y. This show has been so happy today. HAPPY, H-A-P-P-Y. That is the code at 923thefan.com before 2 o'clock for your chance to win a $25 gift card to Cameo Pizza in Avon. It's next to T3, where crust is king. Catch our happy hour Tuesday through Sunday from 4 to 6 p.m. We all need a little happy hour in our life, don't we? Well, you can find that at Cameo Pizza, where we're giving away a $25 gift card. It's all brought to you by Cameo Pizza in Avon and Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan. The word is happy, 923thefan.com before 2 o'clock.
That's Andy Baskin. I'm Jeff Phelps, and this is Danny Green. Hi, Danny.
Hey, Danny.
How you guys doing, man?
We're all right.
Yeah, we're okay.
There are so many things to talk about with this game, too. Let me start with this one. How concerning is it to anybody who knows the NBA that in Game 1, the Cavaliers coughed up a 22-point lead with a 44-11 run by the Knicks, and then last night, Knicks had an 18-0 run, and the Cavs really didn't stop either one, Danny.
I mean, with all that being said, I mean, it's tough. That's tough to digest as a fan, for sure. But granted, I mean, as much as it seemed bad, there's a lot of good to take from Game 2 last night. I thought they played well enough to win. If they just didn't make shots. You know, it was just one of those games. If you made shots, like they out-rebounded them, they didn't turn the ball over a lot. You probably need another monstrative night from another star, maybe. Whether it's Jared Allen, outside of Donovan's, probably Jared Allen or Evan Mobley, if not James. And you just need some of those other guys to hit some shots. They didn't shoot well, but that was pretty much the game. They lost by, 16? They got outscored from 3 by 12. They shot the same amount of threes, and then they missed about 10 free throws. So that could change the game. They make half their free throws and maybe make a couple more threes. Might be talking about a different, competitive game.
Danny, what's the most important thing a team needs to know when they're down 0-2 when they're coming back home? I'm just looking through. I'm trying to figure out, Did that happen to you? Yeah, I think it happened to you against Milwaukee
It happened
once.
to me before.
Yeah,
I've been on both sides of it.
Yeah.
I've been on both sides. I've been up 2-0 and lost the series, and I've been down 0-2 and won a series. So, I mean, the most important thing is winning that game 3. It's a pivotal moment, right? Especially when you're at home. You got to protect home court. So you have a chance to still get back into the series. You win game 3, take it one game at a time. Then if you win game 4, you protect home court. Now it's an even series. Now it's just, the best out of the 3 games. Who's going to, or the next, the next 3 games. And you have to win one on the road if you don't have home court advantage. But the biggest thing is taking it one game at a time, one step at a time. And you have your home floor. You have your fans behind you. Your role players will play better. They'll shoot better. Knicks won't play great every game too either. So you hope that they, have an off night one of those games. But either way, you got to make them have an off night. And that's, you got, again, step by step, win game 3. And then maybe game 4 might be easier if they have an off night and you play really a lot better with confidence. That's what I would tell them.
Didn't happen to you very often, though. I was just looking at it. It happened to you 4 times, but one time. Does that sound right? One time you came back from down 0-2?
One time down 0-2 and lost once being up 2-0, I think, if I'm not mistaken.
Danny Green joining us. He's our Odyssey Sports NBA insider and, of course, former member of the Cleveland Cavaliers. Have you ever had a defense, and I'm guessing the way you shot the ball, the answer is no, leave you as wide open as the Cavs left Josh Hart almost all game long last night?
No. And I mean, some of them were contested, but again, he's not known to be a shooter. But I think that was disrespectful of the Josh Hart because he's known to knock down shots, especially in the playoffs. Like, if you look at his numbers in the playoffs, I think maybe he's damn near close to 40, if not 40, from 3 in the playoffs. So, and he's an NBA player. Like, you can't just leave unless there's a guy that's really not a threat that doesn't care to look at the rim and shoot. You can't leave any NBA player that wide open. But I mean, it worked for him game 1. Like, Josh didn't have a great game. You got to give him a lot of flowers and pat on the back because he came back with the mental fortitude to actually bounce back because there was a lot of stats and analytics showing that he was not great for their group when he was on the floor. And they're better with Shamet. They might be better with Deuce. And people were talking about him, like maybe he shouldn't start. And he came out, with a vengeance and, chip on his shoulder. And he actually said, I'm the guy for the job, and this is why. And he had a hell of a game. He had a career night. And sometimes that happens in the playoffs.
Danny, if you're the Cavs in that situation, don't you change it up just a little bit and try and get him off his game a little bit? It just didn't seem like it happened.
Change up what exactly? Like on him?
Yeah, because they were doubling off of him a lot and left him open even after he started getting hot, which I thought was kind of odd.
Yeah, and I don't think that was by design. I think that was just by their ball movement. And they have so many weapons you have to respect. It's hard to cover everybody the same. So you have to live with something. That's even with teams that aren't that great. Like, you have to live with something. You have to pick your poisons. Like, all right, they're not great at shooting. We're going to let them shoot. Same with OKC. The SGA is their scorer. We got to take them away. Those other guys are scoring. Do we say, we just go single coverage in SGA? It's like, no, we got to play the odds. This guy is known to be more consistently of a killer than their other guys winning in basketball games. And if they beat you in the series that way, cool. But so you have OG when they double Brunson a lot, and Mikal Bridges will kill you at the foul line. Like, they still have Cat out there who can knock down threes and kill you inside. So you got to give up something. And if you're going to give up something, and their mind was, we'll give up Josh Hart 3, and the numbers are in our favor. But again, once he goes hot, you might want to change it up some, but it's just hard to do that when they have so many guys that are capable of also hurting you.
Danny, what are you doing with the big men and trying to get them involved a little bit more for the Cavaliers? And because to me, I think if they get to those guys and can utilize them a little bit more, I think it changes the series and takes some of the pressure off the guards. How can you get them more involved all the time?
Absolutely. It's imperative that they get involved. Like, they can change the series, especially Evan Mobley.
Yeah.
But if you get Jared Allen and Evan Mobley going, it'll change a lot of things. Mind you, the fact that, you're able to kind of neutralize Mitchell Robinson some because he's not making his free throws right now. So you can do the, Hacker Mitchell thing if he's in the game. But it is imperative that they get those guys involved. And a lot of it's on those guys, mostly Evan. Like, Evan, you're not the number 3 here. You're the number 2. Like, you're the guy. You go out there and get it, or say, hey, look, I got a mismatch, or I'm going to set a screen. Look, James, I'm coming to you, or Don, I'm coming to set a screen. We're going to get the switch. Give me the ball. I got the smaller guy on me. But that's just him being young because he's the pecking order of respecting the vets, respecting James because he's got in Don. This is your time now. It's upon you to, be more demonstrative in your approach and your mindset, and then demanding the ball. So, but yeah, Don could do that. Kenny Askins can do that as well. But it's on Evan Mobley too to just be more active and more demanding of getting the ball in the spots that he wants them at.
Former Cavalier Danny Green is our Odyssey Sports NBA insider and insider calls brought to us by Hyundai and the all-new Hyundai Palisade Hybrid. Learn how it makes every day epic at HyundaiUSA.com. How good was Jalen Brunson last night, doing something very different than he did in Game 1?
Well, say that again. What was it? You said, how was he different in Game 1?
No, how impressive was he playing a different game? The Cavs are really paying more attention to him, so he decides he's going to be a point guard and gets 14 assists.
Yeah, I mean, it is impressive. Mind you, this is something I don't say he's been doing all year, but their offense has shifted. I didn't expect him to go right to Jalen Brunson ISO because he went, crazy in the fourth quarter of Game 1. That's not who they are, who they've been the last, 10 games in the playoffs. They've been going through Cat, right? So, they have something they can go to if other things aren't working. Like, all right, we can go to Jalen Brunson, but I want to start with that. And knowing that they're going to, cover him differently because of how great he was in game 1, he's like, all right, I know they're coming for me. I got to trust my teammates. And, superstars can do that. Shea has done that. But then when he sees, I can't just do – I have to also score, you get a good mix. But his teammates are good enough to hold it down the fort and trust in them. And he played a great floor game. And he also can score in the same sense. But he knows that if he does that, it opens the floor for him as well when those other guys start scoring. And if not, they'll continue to kill the other team with those other guys knocking down shots if they're hot, like a Josh Hart was doing. So – impressive floor game from him. He's a vet now, and he's a superstar. He's special, so he knows exactly what's going on, and he has a great team around him. He played an impressive game.
Danny, should you expect a head coach to steer a team down the stretch when you look at some of the – I mean, Kenny's taking a lot of heat here.
Depending on the personnel.
Yeah.
Depending on the personnel. You expect them to help, yeah, for sure. But if you have vets and guys that are superstars that have been there, if it's a young team, yes. If it's a team that has some vets, and, some guys that are known to be superstars and can score, it should be a 50-50 type of thing, or even a 60-40. Like those guys, when they feel something or know something, they should be able to go, and do what they feel is right in the game. And if he feels like they don't know what's going on, then you take over. But it's a collaboration. Yes, the coaches should be helping, and so should the guys that are the vets on the team.
And then, an assistant coach's role in that position. I think this is probably the only time we ever talk about this stuff is when you get down to minutia in the playoffs and you see things going wrong. And we had Mike Fratello on. We had a great conversation with him about, hey, maybe if Kenny's missing something, an assistant coach needs to get in his ear and say, hey, you need to look for this. How about the role of an assistant coach in that kind of a situation?
Yeah. This is why I don't blame just one I'm not blaming anybody, but if I point at the coaching, I say coaching staff. It's not just Kenny to see this. It's like he has a lot of guys around him that can see some things and point some things out. Ultimately, he makes the last decision. Like he makes the decision that's the end all be all. But those guys can see something and help out. So I wouldn't just say, oh, just Kenny. No, it's the coaching staff. Like the coaching staff is supposed to be a collective and do it together. So yeah.
Danny, do the Cavaliers even the series in 2 games at home? Do they go back to New York down 3-1, or does this thing end in Cleveland coming up on Monday?
I don't know if they even the series. I think they definitely can get one. They got to get Game 3 to make it competitive, and then hopefully get a Game 4. If they don't get Game 3, it's over. But I ultimately think they can make competitive games. I think they get at least one, but I don't know if they even up the series. I think they end up coming back to New York because New York just – and there's no knock to Cleveland. They were great and they have a good team, but New York is just a really good basketball team. It's playing at a high level, and you got to respect it at this point. So,
do you think the Cavs are gassed?
Yes, they're fatigued, and I think you see it in some of the role players too. Like Don doesn't look like he's moving well. He looks like he's hobbled a little bit. So. Yeah, I don't know, and the rest of the guys don't look as fresh either.
Yeah, I see all these shots falling short in the fourth quarter, and I'm like, oh, that's the first thing you notice when a team's fatigued. So
if the Cavs they roll out on tomorrow night, if you're the Knicks, are you going to push tempo all game?
Yeah, I mean, I would do the things that's working for me right now. I'm not the team that needs to make the adjustments. If I'm the Knicks, I just continue to attack. So. Cleveland makes some adjustments. They made some good adjustments. Not that I thought they played well enough to win. They just didn't make shots. So, I mean, the game is about makes or misses, right? So, as you see, the Knicks were cold in game one to start, and Cleveland was playing well. They just had a collapse in the fourth quarter, but they're capable on any given night. Anybody could lose to anybody, so we'll see what happens.
Your San Antonio Spurs are 1-1. How much fun has that series been so far?
Oh, it's been a delight, man. If you love basketball, you love playoff basketball, this is what it's all about. And everybody's been wanting this matchup since, the Cup games, right? We've seen San Antonio and OKC go at it earlier in the season from, December to January. And, they're like, this could be the team that could dethrone them because OKC came out with 24-1 to start the season. Thought they were kind of invincible, and then they came back down to earth a little bit. And, San Antonio has been one of the teams that couldn't, make them or take them down. So everybody's been looking at it, and obviously Wemby's been playing like a modern-day Wilt Chamberlain. So it's really fun to see that, and also those other guys grow, like Dylan Harper and Stephon Castle, and then, hopefully Fox comes back. And I don't want to see J-Dub not healthy either. I want to see everybody healthy, but with all these stars and all star power and all this depth of basketball, this is what you want to see if you're a basketball fan.
Danny, when Wemby came down the floor and pulled up from about 30 and drained that three.
I thought that was a terrible shot. I was like, remember Paul George said about Damian Lillard in game, I think was it game 7 when he hit that 40-foot dagger?
Yeah.
He said it's a bad shot. I don't care what anybody says. And when he first took it, I was like, no. Then he made it. I was like, I can't believe he took that shot, and I can't believe he made it.
In that situation, it was a weird shot to take. It kind of reminded me of Gilbert Arenas against the Cavs back in the day.
It seemed like a desperation shot. I'm like, you're not down that much. I'm like, why are you taking this? This is bad. This is a bad shot. And he made it. And it's like, all right, well, that's what he does. He just willed them to a win. He's special.
We know he's special. We know he's freaky. He's also a foreign guy in a league where foreign guys are winning the MVP like crazy now, and foreign big guys look a lot more skilled. What's going on there? And the training they're receiving at young ages must be phenomenal, Danny.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, they're starting at a young age doing the fundamentals, and we could take a page out of their book. So we'll see how it goes. For us, we need some more guys stepping up, but we have some good Americans too. But they've been really taking it up a notch, man. And again, they start at a young age doing the fundamentals, and they're saying certain guys ruin the game. I don't believe that, but we will. We'll have some Americans get there for sure.
Hey, is there anything special about playing home games in San Antonio? Is that crowd different than any other crowd when they get loud?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely. It's not easy. OKC are the same. They're a +10 at home. Both those teams, they have a really good crowd where that support makes a difference.
Who wins that series?
It depends on the injuries, honestly. If there's no J-Dub, I don't see OKC getting out of the series without Jalen Williams. That's just hard. That's a hard task. That's a hard without him, I don't know if they survive.
Danny, always a pleasure to have you with us. Thank you very much.
Pleasure's all mine, fellas. Yeah, I'll be out in Cleveland for Game 4, so maybe I'll run into you guys.
Stop by the studio. Let's do this in studio.
Well, look.
For sure.
Dan will buy you a steak. Right, Dan?
All right, I'll taking it.
Bennigan's on the hook. Danny, thanks, buddy.
Thanks, Danny.
Thank you, guys. Appreciate it, man.
Bye. Danny Green. He is our Odyssey NBA insider, and he's brought to us by the all-new Hyundai Palisade Hybrid. You can learn how it makes every day epic, absolutely epic, at HyundaiUSA.com.
The reality is certain. Let's just go win Game 3 so I can get out of this funk. So I think we can all just win Game 3. It'll give us all new hope and a little bit of, put a little more pep in our step. The
question is, how do they do it? 216-474-0092. How do they do it? What needs to change? Obviously, adjustments weren't made in Games 1 and 2, several of them. What adjustments need to be made for Game 3? Or is just being home enough for the Cavaliers? I don't think it is. It's Baskin and Phelps here on The Fan.
Hey,
$5 wines, $6 Tito's, and $3.50 domestic beers. It's the flavor you remember right where you need it. Come get Cameo Pizza at Cameo at the Fieldhouse in Avon.
When you want the latest on the Cavs, we're the station you turn to first. 92.3 The Fan is Cleveland's home for breaking sports news. Your teams, your station.
How did they do it, folks? They did it against the Pistons. Cavs were down 2-0, came back, beat the Detroit Pistons. Won 4 of the next 5 games. Did it, got it done. Can they do it against the Knicks team that looks better than the Detroit team? I'm Jeff Phelps. My buddy over there is Andy Baskin, 216-474-0092. I'm hard-pressed to think they can get it done.
For the series or for tomorrow?
Series.
Okay. I think they can get it done tomorrow. They just need to go back to what works. Like, again, it befuddles me to see that Harden had no turnovers yesterday and that they didn't win the game. So, again, you're looking for, minimal turnovers. You're looking at getting the big guys involved. You got to take care of the basketball, which has been, kind of a pimple on this team over the last, couple weeks during the playoffs. And then
kind of a pimple.
Yeah. I can't look at the big picture on the whole series. I can only look at game 3. And I think they can win game 3, and then we'll talk about game 4 when we get to that. But actually we won't. We'll talk about it on Tuesday after game 4. But I do think they can win game 3. They just have to just play smart basketball, and they're going to need a little bit of energy in the fourth quarter. So if I were them, I'd go home, get a good night's sleep, maybe get some protein, and
because they'll be sleeping in their own beds.
That's right. They'll be sleeping in their own beds. You don't think that makes a difference? I do. It's a day at work when you're a team that's playing at home.
You've traveled with pro sports franchises.
I know.
They sleep in beds that are better than ours.
That's us, though, Jeff. Those guys have really nice beds at home, from what I hear. I don't know. But I'm assuming they do if they've got to sleep in them more than 3 days in a row.
I'm telling you, a Four Seasons hotel is pretty decked out.
Jeff, are you trying to tell me that guys that are making millions of dollars don't have a better bed or
I'm
equal
just
to
saying
bed?
it's not like they're slumming.
But it's not the same.
You got to roll away in that closet.
Jeff,
I can bring out.
It doesn't matter. Even if you sleep in a cardboard box every night, you're used to waking up at the cardboard box, and you know exactly what you're going to see in the morning. When you wake up in a hotel room, you always have that kind of weird feeling like, where am I? Where am I?
Don't you wonder what city you're in?
Only on really long road trips. Like there was a trip once we did with the Indians that was, oh man, where were we? We started in Cleveland, we went to Chicago, and then New York, and then came home, and then I think it was Miami. It was Miami, Montreal.
Does closing your eyes help you think better?
Yeah, it does. Miami to Montreal, Montreal to Colorado, and then back to Boston before a break. I had no idea where I was. I remember waking up in Montreal once going, where am I? I had no idea. None. And the problem is that if you don't stay over, don't NBA teams stay over now most nights?
They changed the policy. They used to frequently fly out after a night game to get into the city the next day. And now that the analytical research on sleep patterns shows that it's better to,
sleep overnight and then fly out in the morning?
Yeah. Doesn't that make nothing but common sense?
It does make sense.
Rather than trying to go to bed at 4 a.m, I'm going to go to bed at midnight and get up at 8.
Yeah. Although you're there, I think there's a sense of confidence that you're in the city that you need to be in.
Yeah.
Rather than being in the city that you shouldn't be in. There were mornings I'd wake up, I had no idea. And by the way, the respect I have for Mike Sagi, who was the Indians traveling secretary at that point, man, just to be able to, he was getting planes. He pulled off one of the greatest maneuvers I've ever seen. In Toronto, you weren't allowed to land late at night there. So he chartered a plane that was owned by the prime minister during the campaign season because a Canadian plane was allowed to land at YYZ. Rush fans will appreciate that, in Toronto. But you weren't, if you had an American plane, you weren't allowed to land at Toronto after midnight. It was nuts. And this one time he chartered this one plane. I was like, what? Wow, this is a really cool plane. And then you were able to land in Toronto at midnight, or I don't know, it was 1 a.m. or something like that. So Mike Sagi, I will give you a gigantic tip of the cap.
What do the Cavs need to do to win Game 3?
They have to get the ball to the big guys, Jeff. They have to. They've got to utilize those guys and take some of the pressure off the guards.
Not just in the first quarter?
No, and they've got to have some energy left in the fourth. I think you've got to take some of these guys off the bench and play them, even if it's just for 4 or 5 minutes. You've got to get help from
keep somebody like Harden and Mitchell fresh.
Yes. So even if it's just 2 or 3 minutes from a guy that totally has legs, that probably hasn't. I mean, they might get gas quick because they haven't played in a month. Possibility.
Maybe.
Give those guys some minutes.
Grant is in Medina. What's up, Grant?
Hey, Grant.
Hey, how's it going?
What's up, man? How are you?
Good. So I agree with you a lot here. We have to get the guys for the big man. We've been working with Mobley. First quarter, we were sticking with them a lot. Mobley was on fire. And about game 1-2, we got it to Merrill. When he caught the ball, there was still 5 seconds left. We could have won the game if he drove to the hoop, and he could have got a 2 or got fouled with that.
I see what you're saying, but that's his shot, and he was wide open right there.
And shouldn't you be in school?
Are you done with school?
Oh, we're off today.
Congratulations.
Wow, you have an off. Oh, it's a long weekend, I guess.
That's nice.
Yeah.
I like that. And Merrill likes that three-pointer. And you kind of want him taking that shot, no?
Don't tell your dad to whisper. We trust you. We want to listen to what you have to say.
There was 5 seconds left, so I was thinking that he should drive to the hoop and maybe get a foul call.
I respect that. I think you're
not a bad idea.
How's Drew Aller going to do? He's a hometown guy for you, right?
Yeah, he lives in my neighborhood, actually.
There you go.
Nice.
But you're not going to be a Steelers fan. You're just a Drew Aller fan, right?
Correct.
All right, good.
All right.
I'm proud of you, man.
That's good parenting.
You're gonna have
Tell
a
your
good
folks.
career. Tell your dad.
Nice
good
job, Grant.
Good job, man.
Thank you.
Call
All
us
right.
more
Have a good
frequently. You did a nice job.
Nice job.
There's no prize for that, though.
What? Oh, you can tell his
For him
friends.
doing a nice job.
He's a regular on Baskin and Phelps. Here, Grant, tell him you're a friend of the show. Oh, man, you are going to be the coolest kid on your
I was
block.
going to say, you want to try and look cool with your friends. You don't want to bring your level of
Can you go
coolness
over?
down.
Can you go over?
I
to
was
the,
on Baskin and Phelps.
Yeah. Can you go over to the Aller's house and give us a scoop on what's going on? Maybe grab a playbook out of there so we can give it to the Browns.
Don't encourage spying.
But Bill said it was okay.
thievery.
Bill said it was all right. Have you
Don't
watched?
encourage spying or theft.
Have you watched the John Hamm show that's on Apple? By the way,
I have not. I have not watched anything that is in sports ball, and I don't even know how long. I have watched so much sports ball and sports puck, it's ridiculous.
Really?
I've had to drop the
Your
line.
Friends and Neighbors. That's the show. Yeah.
I've had to drop the line on the family a lot recently.
About what?
I have to talk about this stuff tomorrow. I've got to watch this. Yeah, right. Sure.
We've got family from out of town. I feel bad. I kind of snapped at my sister-in-law, who I love very much.
Oh, nice job.
Well, she came down with like when they come.
To your wife and said,
she's
"I told
cool.
you not to marry him."
No, she's the best, the absolute best. But she came down and said yesterday I was watching the game, and she was like, because sometimes when they come in from out of town, we do family game night, right? We'll play Cards Against Humanity or stuff like that. Something fun with the kids too, and love
Battleship.
Not exactly Battleship. Parcheesi maybe at your house, but we don't play those games at our place. So she came. She goes, "Hey, pretty exciting. Let's have family game night down here in the basement where we were watching the game." And I was like, I got to tell you, I got to watch this game. And she looked at me. She goes, "Look, inquisitive." And I said, "Oh, watch the game down here as a family." And I felt really bad about it. So this is a public apology. Thank you.
So they wanted to all come down and watch the game with you.
Yeah. So no, I watched.
That's no good either.
I was okay with it. I was all right.
Everybody starts talking. You're trying to hear Mike Breen.
Yeah, but you know what? I got to like when I watch a game with my brother-in-law, who's extremely intelligent on sports.
I like your brother-in-law.
Yeah, I appreciate it. Well, this is my other brother-in-law.
Oh, okay.
This is not the
one
that
I
lives,
know I like a lot.
This is the one that doesn't live here. And he's like season ticket holder for a bunch of stuff, and he's a good fan. He's just a really good fan, and he gets the game. So
how do they do it?
I like watching games with them.
Grant said go to the hoop. I say get the big guys involved. Andy says get the big guys involved. How do the Cavs beat the Knicks in Game 3? Because if they don't, they're not winning this series. It's Baskin and Phelps here on The Fan.
I'm Pat Boyle here to help you read the book of Westwood One Sports. Thunder Spurs Game 3, and I think the reigning champs move ahead in this series. The big concern for San Antonio is how poor they've been taking care of the ball. 44 turnovers in the first two games, and OKC has 55 points off those turnovers. With De'Aaron Fox and Dylan Harper questionable to play tonight, I think the Spurs' turnover issues continue, and OKC wins tonight as a small underdog. I'm Pat Boyle. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/play. That's ethos.com/play. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Get everything you need for the entire job delivered. From lumber to drywall, flooring, and fixtures, get it all delivered from the Home Depot. With same day, next day, or any day delivery. Staying on track and on time is crucial to your job. That's why it's our job to get you what you need when you need it. We deliver the supplies. You deliver the results. Brought to you by the Home Depot.
You know that Big Bargain detergent jug is 80% water, right? It doesn't clean as well.
80% water? I thought I was getting a better deal because it's so big.
If you want a better clean, Tide Pods are only 12% water. The rest is pure, concentrated cleaning ingredients.
Oh, let me make an announcement.
Attention shoppers, if you want a real deal, try Tide Pods.
Stop paying for watered-down detergents. Pay for clean. If it's gotta be clean, it's gotta be Tide Pods. Water content based on the leading bargain liquid detergent.
Okay, class, let's begin.
Psst, love your boots. I just sold a pair like that on eBay.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it took like 2 seconds to list, and they sold almost immediately. I've been selling everything lately. Some chunky boots, a faux fur coat I never wore, and a vintage chair that was more of an expensive clothing rack.
You know, I actually bought these on eBay. Wait, are you Kitty Sell Stuff from Brooklyn?
Okay, quiet, please.
Find what you love. Sell what you don't. eBay. Things people love.
Hey, it's Nick Wilson for Northeast Factory Direct, northeastfactorydirect.com. If upgrading your outdoor space has been on your to-do list, Memorial Day weekend at Northeast Factory Direct is your moment. Right now, they've got the best patio prices of the year. And on select swivel chairs, buy one, get one half off. Limited quantities available, first come, first serve. Cleveland, Euclid, Macedonia, or North Canton. Right now, they've got the best patio prices of the year. And on select swivel chairs, buy one, get one half off. Limited quantities available, first come, first serve. Northeast Factory Direct, northeastfactorydirect.com.
Hey, don't be pressured when it's time to shop for an engagement ring. Stop in and see Josh at Bookman & Son, where jewelry shopping is made easy and comfortable. BookmanandSon.com.
Yingling and Breezeline is once again proud to present Berea's National Rib Cook-Off and Beer Fest at the Cuyahoga County Fairgrounds in Berea all Memorial Day weekend. Free musical entertainment with your paid cook-off admission, free parking, barbecue bands, and brew. Check out BereaRib.com.
It's time to feel the power, and I think Ram Truck can help you do it. Because if you're looking at new trucks this month, you know what Ram Truck should be atop your list. So head to your Northeast Ohio Ram dealer today and start one. Because what you're going to feel is the power. Because for power, there's no competition. You can choose from Ram's legendary 5.7-liter Hemi V8, which I have in my Ram, or the 420-horsepower Hurricane engine, or the high-output 540-horsepower Hurricane engine. And while we're on the topic, why would you or anyone else in any plane of existence choose any full-size pickup at any price with a 4-cylinder engine? Going down the highway on a 4-banger? Oof. And for comfort and easy-to-use technology, nothing beats a Ram. With Ram's 5-link coil suspension, all it takes is one test drive. You'll feel how much smoother a Ram is. Pull into any Northeast Ohio Ram dealer today. It's that easy. Right now, the Ram truck lease deals are phenomenal. So are their financing offers for well-qualified buyers. Tell them Nick Wilson sent you.
Here with Ari, owner of Poochers, what?
Puckers, Poochers, I've heard it all.
So people have been hearing you on the radio, huh?
A lot of people are coming in mentioning the radio ads.
They mention the ads, but they don't know how to spell the name of the
There's two great debates.
Not only do they not
how
know
do you
how to
say it and how do you spell it?
Right, I was just going to say.
It's Pookers, and it's Puchers.
But no matter how you say it, you guys are going to take care of the customers, huh?
Customers always come first.
So window treatments.
Yes. Basically anything that can cover your windows, blinds, shades, shutters, drapery. We have all the different options on display. Our sales staff is very knowledgeable and really good at design and helping you pick everything out.
You got any specials going on for the spring?
Absolutely. We have through the end of the month 5% off. We have 12 months, no interest financing all year round.
How can we get a hold of you at Pookers?
We have 2 locations in Broadview Heights and Berea. You can also find us at puchers.com.
All guests appear on the 92.3 The Fan hotline, powered by Wise Hard Right. We make it right. Call Kyle Wright. Headline sports news every 20 minutes from the University Hospital's sports desk. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
92.3 The Fan, 2020 Sports.
Guardians continuing their road trip tonight. They'll be headed to Philadelphia to take on the Phillies for a 3-game weekend series. Guards currently on a season-high 6-game winning streak after sweeping the Tigers in their 4-game series in Detroit. Gavin Williams on the hill tonight. So far this season, he's 6-3 with a 3.67 ERA. First pitch is at 6:40. And the Cavs will be back at home this weekend after losing Game 2 of their Eastern Conference Finals matchup with the Knicks. They'll look to bounce back in Game 3 tomorrow night at Rocket Arena. And the NBA playoffs continue tonight out in the West. The Spurs host the Thunder for their Game 3 matchup. That series tied at 1 game apiece. Dylan Harper will be a game-time decision for the Spurs tonight as he's dealing with an adductor injury. Tip-off for tonight's Western Conference Finals matchup is at 8:30. And on the ice, the Cleveland Monsters looking to advance to the Calder Cup playoffs tonight in Game 4 of the North Division Finals. Monsters on the road in Toronto. They have a 2-1 lead over the Marlies in their best-of-5 series. Want to catch highlights from the Fan from throughout the day? Get over to 923thefan.com or favorite the Fan on the Odyssey app for all of today's headline segments. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
At noon today, Austin Carr joined us. Great to have Austin chatting basketball with us. Danny Green, former Cavalier as well, 1 o'clock, joined us. If you missed either one of those interviews or all of the great chat we've had with all of our callers today, missed a moment of it, you can use the Rewind feature on the Odyssey app. It's powered by Integrated Restoration, your local experts in water, fire, and storm disaster restoration. Phelps here, Baskin there.
Jeff, you want a sign of the apocalypse outside of sports?
Okay.
So it just hit my feed, and I saw this earlier tonight. I still can't believe it. In Toledo, they were having a kindergarten graduation.
Kindergarten graduation.
Which is actually
caps and gowns?
It's a promotion. No, well, I don't even know if they were wearing. I just watched the video of it. A brawl broke out at a kindergarten graduation over seats.
Sure.
Are you kidding? Over seats? Who cares, man? Stand in the back.
Was there like free Tony Pacos under the chairs? Is that what
know,
caused the fight?
Man. Left one woman hospitalized and another facing felony charges. Are you kidding?
Wow.
Come on, man. It's kindergarten.
Well, if there's only one chair that's padded and all the rest of them are those old multi-purpose room chairs.
I mean, if this was like a promotion from, 8th grade to 9th grade, I could understand a fight between parents over chairs. But this is kindergarten. Doesn't anybody think about the kids?
You do, Andy. You do.
You got a fight over chairs at a kindergarten commencement or graduation.
I think we were all convinced.
There's a lady in jail over this.
To bring us back to basketball.
She's in jail.
Well, I mean, she should be in jail. She beat the snot out of someone for a chair.
We had to go to the emergency room. She got staples in her head. She was bleeding. Her wrist was pretty messed up. Both her knees are pretty bad. So, yeah, it was a very bad day for my family. It's from WTOL. I got to give them credit. You got to be kidding me. Wow. That's almost as bad as tripping someone in a 4x100. Oh, wait, we saw that the other day. Oh, my God. All right, I got to let it go quick. We'll talk about it Tuesday if you want to. Okay, sorry, Jeff, I'm back. Back to it. Snap back in, man. Back to reality. Thank you, Eminem.
I think we were all pretty convinced that if the Cavaliers hadn't made it past the Pistons, that there would be some changes in some big way, shape, or form, whether it be roster, coaching, front office, whatever. You've made it to the Eastern Conference Finals. Games 1 and 2 didn't go well. Didn't go well at all. You cough up a 22-point lead, even though you built one, which was really impressive, but you coughed it up. And then you give up an 18-0 run, and you don't get closer than 7 the rest of the game. If they don't get past the Knicks, do you expect changes, big changes?
Jeff, I thought Kenny was completely safe coming into this series. I
did too.
These next 2 games, I think his next 8 quarters are. I remember watching Game 7 of the first series against Toronto, going, I think Kenny's coaching for his career here in Cleveland if he wants to stick around. I think he's down to 8 quarters for his career. I think he's on the positive side of returning still, but man, you talk about under the microscope because of the playoffs. The microscope is seeing every cell right now. They need to win. They need to win for Kenny if they want Kenny to stick around. I'm not saying he's getting fired, but Dan has been very optimistic on his social media posts the last couple days, and I don't think he's completely mad at the entire situation because I think he thinks they can come back after doing this once before, but it's still, you're still, no matter what, you are coaching for a owner that once fired a guy that his team went to the NBA Finals and was in first place before the All-Star break and fired him. And they were in first place. So anything goes with this franchise.
But Kenny was coach of the year last year when they won 63 games and got knocked out in the second round. And he replaced the guy who was coach of the year this year. Do you not point the finger at coaching? Do you point the finger at the roster? Do you point the finger at the group that put the roster together? I just think
someone is going to have the finger pointed at them. If they
there are going to be some big questions that are going to be answered if this, and especially, Andy, if they look as bad in one of the games at home as they did in New York.
They can't get swept. I can tell you that. If they get swept, anything's on the table again. And I thought the table was clean going into this thing. They cannot get swept.
And you've now had real trouble in 3 of your last 4 playoff games. That Game 6 at home against the Pistons was miserable. And then Game 1 in New York where you blow the big lead. And Game 2 where you have a guy score 10 points in the first quarter and you barely find him again. And you give up an 18-0 run. So that's 3 of the last 4 games were really pathetic.
Is it really, I wish they gave points for winning quarters because that third quarter of Game 1 should have been enough to push this team to a victory, but it wasn't, so it doesn't matter.
Wasn't it the World Basketball League with the Youngstown Pride where they gave points for winning quarters?
Is that what it was? I don't know. I feel like you're at some kind of weekend tournament where you play 3 teams and that's your round robin, and then whoever has the most run differential gets to go on to the championship game.
Dan, they pointing fingers if this goes even further south?
I mean, could you sure? Is anything on the table? Yeah, it probably is. But if we use logic on this.
It's sports.
Logic.
Come on, man.
It would tell you, basically, you got farther than you did the previous season. You've had James Harden here for a short period of time. You should have some time to be able to figure out a better offense that would have him in it instead of just kind of shoving him in and hoping for the best. And you got farther than the franchise had without a certain player who will have a statue out in front of the stadium since Price and Doherty and all those guys.
J.B. Bickerstaff took the team further every year.
It should tell you that this is an improvement. But J.B. Bickerstaff didn't get you this far.
No, but might have if you'd given him another year because he kept improving every year.
Jeff, if ifs and buts are candy and nuts and so on and so forth from there.
You know what you just gave us, Dan? You just gave us Tuesday's speech after they swept 4-0. That's exactly what the front office is going to say.
That's what the front office.
Everything you just said.
That's the front office say. And everything.
Hey, we got to feel good. We made it to the Eastern Conference Finals. I mean, there were only 4 teams left in the NBA. Just 4, and we were one of the 4. And this is the first time we've done this in forever.
And there is some validity to
all
that.
All of that is accurate.
Yeah.
And maybe that's the thing with this is it'll just take 24 hours of everybody losing their mind, and then we'll all take a deep breath and go, okay, they're going to run this back. They'll probably bring back James Harden. Maybe they tinker their roster a little bit around him and go from there. Here's your contract, Donovan Mitchell. We were in the Eastern Conference Finals. That's a great place to be. I don't feel like we're tapped out. I don't feel like we're capped out. I feel like there's more here. We just need to tinker this, and let's go.
Tinker is different than big deal, big trade.
Yeah, maybe they, because they made it to the Eastern Conference Finals, it goes back from it you walk away from blowing everything up to tinkering.
Exactly.
Okay.
I think that is 100% on the table, is that they just kind of around the margins, let some guys go. Dennis Schroeder probably doesn't come back. You debate Keon Ellis depending on how much money he's looking for, and you just kind of mess around the margins a little bit and say, let's get cooking.
Okay. We'll see. Maybe you don't even have to worry about that. Maybe you don't have to worry about that at all.
Maybe.
We shall see. Moment of the show, Miss Meredith Kane.
Moment of the show came from Danny Green, and he was talking about why the Knicks have been so hard to beat for the Cavs.
They have so many weapons you have to respect. It's hard to cover everybody the same. So you have to live with something. That's even with teams that aren't that great. Like, you have to live with something. You have to pick your poisons. Like, all right, they're not great at shooting. We're going to let them shoot. Same with OKC. The SGA is their scorer. We got to take them away. Those other guys are scoring. Do we say, we just go single coverage in SGA? It's like, no, we got to play the odds. This guy is known to be more consistently of a killer than their other guys winning in basketball games. And if they beat you in the series that way, cool. But so you have OG when they double Brunson a lot, and Mikal Bridges will kill you at the foul line. Like, they still have Cat out there who can knock down threes and kill you inside. So you got to give up something. And if you're going to give up something, and their mind was, we'll give up the Josh Hart 3, and the numbers are in our favor. But again, once he goes hot, you might want to change it up some. But it's just hard to do that when they have so many guys that are capable of also hurting you.
Anybody in that starting five, as the Cavs found out yesterday with Josh Hart having the 26-point game. That leaves Anunoby, leaves Bridges, and it leaves Towns. And all three have been very good in the first two games of this series. But Brunson and Hart, big guys in games 1 and 2. Why are we smarter? After 4 hours of Baskin and Phelps, presented by QC Kinetics, the leader in regenerative medicine. If you're in pain, give QC Kinetics a call. 216-770-5488. Dan Mennigan.
It made me so happy to talk hoops with AC. Austin Carr was outstanding. 93thefan.com, wherever you get your podcasts.
Absolutely. Meredith.
I'm going to say both Danny Green and Austin Carr because they both had really, really good analysis of the Cavs from their Game 2 and what they should hopefully be doing in Game 3.
Mr. Baskin.
I totally agree with what both these guys said. Normally, I would say it's normally one person or another, but AC gave us some good perspective. Danny Green talking about these guys being tired and giving us a really honest answer about it. I appreciated that. That's why I'm smarter today.
I'm smarter because Austin thought that Mitchell Robinson shooting free throws off the backboard would be a thing that he might want to try. You can throw it up off that glass without a whole lot of touch, Andy, and it bounces right through that hoop.
That's crazy what that little square does back there. But you're not cool, Jeff, if you didn't call it.
Isn't it strange that aspect of the game just really doesn't, even on the angled shots, you don't
Jeff,
see that anymore.
Isn't it strange that you could be standing right underneath the basket with no one around you and all you have to do is tap it in off the glass to get to, but yet you turn around and kick it back out for the three? That's strange to me, Jeff. Doesn't make any sense.
You're not strange to me, Andy Baskin.
Death to the mic and drill. Is that what you're saying?
We'll see what happens tomorrow night, everybody. I'm Jeff Phelps.
I'm Andy Baskin. Thanks for listening. We do appreciate you. We're back again Tuesday. Until then, be a hero, be a real hero, be an organ donor. Lifebank.org. Hey, see you at Springsteen tonight, kids. See you, Cleveland. See you.
90th something percentile in the first half. I don't know what we finished at. Are the threes we getting really good? I felt like in the second half pretty good.
It's an embarrassment to the NBA.
It's definitely not where we want to be. Is it stressful? Yeah, it is. Is there an extra fight that we have to give for next game? Absolutely.
This is my first time facing adversity. We've been through 2 Game 7s, so being down 2-0 is not the biggest challenge.
The show is back. Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin. We are Afternoon Drive. And that was a stinker last night, but that Cavs montage as they are down 0-2 to the New York Knicks. Game 3 tomorrow night in Cleveland. Brought to you by the NBA on ESPN. Bang! Bang! And First Take. And, of course, Mac Robinson on the board. Yes, we salute the Supreme Leader because if we did not, there would be consequences. We got Jake Murn producing and manning the 92.3 The Fan YouTube channel. As always, like our videos. We love to be liked. Like me, love me long time. And we're not that kind of show.
We're not that kind of show.
And I meant love spiritually. Nothing physical about it. But big thanks, of course, to the big thanks. Ring that bell. Subscribe to 92.3 The Fan's YouTube channel. And we got Meredith Kane in the 2020s. Hi, JP.
Hello, how are you?
It's a Friday.
It is a Friday. You're feeling very festive today for the YouTube chat.
I did.
Yeah, the gingerbread, the candy canes.
Yep.
It's Christmas in May.
If you'd like to know where my psyche is with the Cavs down, I don't know what that was about, down 0-2 on a Friday before a 3-day weekend with my children having 4 days left in school. Me wearing a gingerbread shirt that is a Christmas shirt on May 22nd. Happy birthday to my sister Kristen, by the way. It's her birthday. And to her 70-year-old lover. It's not his birthday, but I'm sure he's having a day today.
We're not that kind of show.
However, if you'd like a window into the picture of where I am psychologically, this shirt, I think, says it all.
Yeah. What's funny is I didn't even see you wear this one during Christmas time.
Yep.
And so that's how I don't know where did the shirt come from.
That was Vanessa's contention. She bought it for me for Christmas, and then apparently this last year, I never wore it or she never saw me wear it.
Yeah, I never saw you in it.
And so she was a little like, what are we doing here? And I was like, what, I'm only allowed to wear a Christmas shirt for 1 month out of the year? I disagree.
I saw the Christmas shirt, the one that almost looks like Santa Claus. I saw that one like 4 times in the rotation during Christmas season.
Because it takes my beard and then it goes into a fake beard.
Yeah, that one I felt like that one made the rotation a lot in December, and that's fine. Festive. It's a time to do it. This one's just as festive. It could have been there.
I found it, and I was like, ooh. This one fits me.
Oh,
and I was like, you know what? We're not going to question it today.
All right, let's go for it.
This is the right shade of red for today for some reason, and here we are.
All right, and here we are. Last night didn't hit the same way that Game 1 did it?
I think, by the way, you're like the 5th person I've heard say that.
It's true.
And I think it's the right take.
It's true. I dropped off my daughters to my father-in-law today. He's watching them this afternoon. And usually after a game, he'll have commentary, he'll have thoughts, he'll have opinions. He just kind of took the girls. We talked golf a little bit, and then he went inside.
Yeah, and here's the thing. I don't think anyone's happy that the Cavs are down 0-2, but it's interesting. I think the way that certain people were, well, you're only down 0-1. There was a way you lost yesterday that in the end I didn't love, but it just didn't sit with me the way the Game 1 did. And so, again, we're in this weird spot of, well, we know what this means. You have to win Game 3. Blouses if you don't.
Mm-hmm.
And at the same point, I think the Cavs responded mentally the way we wanted them to. They just didn't hit their shots, including their free throws. So, I thought the first half went about as well as you could expect the first half to go.
You're getting open looks. You're playing physical.
All 4 quarters, you're getting supremely good looks. And listen, would I prefer, I don't know, Donovan Mitchell and James Harden and Evan Mobley and Jared Allen to be taking a bulk of the shots as opposed to 4 dudes off the bench who just had a had a hall pass like you wouldn't believe? Sure. But at the end of the day, they were good looks. I can't tell Tyson, Schroeder, anybody from the Mets, Strus, I can't tell anyone to turn down a great look if they just don't fall.
Yeah, well, the ghost of the half bang from Mike Breen might still be living with Sam Merrill, and that maybe was
not
part of the problem.
Show.
No, it's not, it really isn't. But the point is that I wouldn't get mad at Sam Merrill taking 7 threes in the regular season. I'm not going to get mad about it now. Mm-hmm. He was as wide open as it gets. He was as wide open as Josh Hart was getting. Like, honestly, the game, think about how different that game is if he has Josh Hart's stat line and it's just reversed. Hart stays ice cold like he had been in the postseason and then and couldn't hit a shot like Merrill couldn't last night. And then Merrill was hitting the shots that Josh Hart was hitting. Like, it's a completely different, and the game is flipped up on its head.
Now, the only bad thing is the things that Kenny said about the game one loss. We trust our process. We had good looks. All those.
I said it about this one, too.
They happen to end up being true about this one. So when he said it, it was like, be gone, nerd.
I'm sure you heard the montage that Owen put together in the morning today, where it was all the different players talking about their process. Big process over results team they turned into.
Only for Josh Hart, and we'll play it later in the show, to be like, analytics don't mean bleep. That was the funniest thing.
It was a great line.
To have the team that lost to be like, process is great. Process is great. We put a process together.
Yeah.
And then Josh Hart on the team that won, it was like, man, bleep the process.
Well, what's funny about that
is
that it's not even really analytics because, like, Josh Hart's not a bad three-point shooter. He just had been bad.
Yes.
And so the bet was that he would stay bad because he's been through a little bit of a funk. That's not even analytics.
But it's funny. Like, if you got like a big gripe about going away from the bigs in this game, I get it. I do.
Yeah, Mobley can't disappear in the second half that way, I guess.
And yet again, if they hit their shots, we'd be saying, hey, Kenny made adjustments. He went away from the bigs, and it paid off.
So, but it really is. Sometimes we have this in the regular season where you end up feeling like an idiot when you talk about these sports because in the NBA in particular, there's a lot of games where you look back and you say, that's a make or miss league.
Yeah.
And like that's all the commentary you really need. And there'll be people that'll go and dive into this into great detail. And there are certain things. Did I think that Donovan Mitchell being benched when the Knicks are on an 11-0 run in the third quarter is a smart basketball play? No, I'd probably say keep him out there because you need to get some scoring going and you need something offensively, right? But like there's all sorts of things that you can dive into that Atkinson can do better. But this is where basketball really just lets you dumb it down to the simplest conclusion, which is sometimes it's a make or miss league and they missed a lot of shots last night.
And can we also do this? Can we compare how we felt through the first 2 games of the Pistons series to how we feel now? Because if I do that, my biggest contention of the first 2 games, it wasn't just the turnovers, it was the approach. It was looking like the Pistons were ready for those first 2 games and you weren't. Mm-hmm. I think the Cavs have looked ready. Like the Knicks had a holy crap third quarter yesterday.
Yeah, the 18-0 run. And at some point, we got to dissect and figure out why this Cavs team just goes in complete dry spells offensively.
There is a part that is just kind of the NBA. But yes, we can.
There's a part of it.
But then you're talking about 4 minutes at the end of I don't think the gap in the first 2 games of this series, I think the gap is nil. You just happen to be down 0-2.
They feel like they're very comparable teams. And I know there's going to be New Yorkers that if they hear that clip, they're going to be like, what the hell are you talking about? Mm-hmm. We are a demonstrably better basketball team.
There'd be a curse word in there.
Yeah, probably.
They love their curse words in New York.
That they do. But, like, I watch these games. I watched the first 2 the way we all have. I don't see, like, a massive talent disparity between the 2. I really don't.
And I don't. And listen, if you're saying you're down 0-2, this is a better team than the Pistons, you're not going to come back, that's fine. I don't begrudge anyone for panicking right now. I don't begrudge anyone for being mad. I just watched that game, and it was like, well, I asked you to be ready for the moment. The lights weren't too bright the last 2 games. 1, the Knicks have had a little bit of luck. You've had a little bit of bad luck. 2, I think the Knicks have played well enough to say, okay, you've earned those 2 wins. I think you can say the same thing about the Cavs. So I just... I feel closer and maybe more confident that this series is going to go more than 5 games now after watching the first 2 games. And I've gotten to the point where I'm excited to see how they respond. I was excited to see last night how they responded. Guys, I thought they were at the half. I texted my buddies and I was like, guys, am I the only person that's like happy with how this went?
I think most people were.
I know you're down, but I think
I think most people were satisfied with that first half.
You clearly weren't stuck in the marsh of the game 1 kind of fallout.
You're getting open looks. I mean, especially that first little stretch to start the game. Mobley looks like he's as dominating as Evan Mobley can be. Hits a couple threes. Looks like he's going to be a force all night long.
Harden's making a couple big shots
making
early.
some big shots. Like, it just felt like that offense. And the offense, the ball movement was fantastic. Like, they're getting open looks. Like, you're just thinking to yourself, like, at some point, it's going to start falling. And then the game will just get busted wide open. And unfortunately, it just never happened that way.
And listen,
in my mind, I would never go away from the bigs. Whether that's putting Jared on the bench for any amount of time, whether that is just not going to the guards and being like, hey, you know that Evan Mobley guy? I'd maybe pepper him in a little bit. But, like, again, if they hit their shots, if you shoot 36% from three, I think you shot 29, and you make 6 more free throws, that game's so close at the end, you have not only do you have a chance to win, I think you do win it. So, like, it's right there for you. You finally figured out that Tyson actually works in this matchup. Good one, Kenny. You finally did it, buddy. But, like, there were some things. Like, do I think that Kenny was a part of this loss? Yes. Do I have a problem if you call this another Kenny Atkinson loss? Not entirely. I don't know that I'm certainly not as fervent about it as I was for game 1.
Right.
And yet at the same point, there were more things in this game that I liked from Kenny. Oh, and by the way, Captain did use his timeouts a little bit early in the fourth quarter.
Oh, he was quick on it. Not only the fourth quarter, just all throughout the game.
Yeah.
He was very quick on it.
It's like, I'm not leaving these in the pocket one more damn game.
The moment the Knicks got a little bit of any semblance of a run, Atkinson was immediately to the timeout. It was so obvious. I love that. I also love the idea that he'd been so hesitant because he'd been burned by using the challenges early that when Donovan had that one challenge where he clearly hit all ball, he was like, all right, screw it. I'm going for it. Like, he's not going to let himself just sit back and be an innocent bystander to this.
I was really hoping, you don't get these stories after a loss. I was really hoping Kenny would sit down and be like, I talked to Dan before to dinner today, and he was like, maybe use your timeouts earlier. And I was like, this guy knows ball.
He's going to credit Dan in that moment. Those were some F screw you type timeouts that he was dishing out there.
And I don't hate it. Like, it's, again, like, you played well enough to win. I do think he coached well enough to win. He's still slow to things. He's still, like, there are still things in this series that I feel like he is. I think Mike Brown is getting the drop on him on certain things.
Well, everything that Brown is touching is turning to gold right now.
Which happens when you're playing at home. That's another part.
Even just within play, like just the Josh Hart sequences alone is enough to make it be like, wow. First off, Tibbs wouldn't have. Tibbs would not have benched him for Shamet in that first game, and then let Shamet go off and hit 3 threes and do everything he did. And then once Hart missed the first couple threes, I mean, Brown was like, just stay with it. I'm sure you saw some of the data attached to this. The Cavs had 10 feet of separation from Hart and the shots that he took. 10 feet of separation. Yeah. It was obvious when you're watching the game, but like, sound that out. 10 feet of separation in letting him get these shots off, and they're like, you're going to bury it. You'll be fine. And then, sure enough, he did.
Here's the other thing. The Knicks' hubris right now.
They're insufferable people.
It is. Well, it's not even just that.
They think this team is the greatest team ever assembled.
ESPN Radio's morning show being like, I think Jalen Brunson could be the greatest Knick if he wins the NBA Finals. It's like, I cannot wait until they lose.
He can't be the greatest Knick. That's Frazier's. That's not even close.
It's not even
close.
He's
playing for the competition between Patrick Ewing and himself, and even within that, it's still, he's got a long way to go.
But like, it's stupid and it's short-sighted. But what I love about it is, I don't think the Knicks are winning a championship. The Knicks can beat the Cavs in this series.
That's what made me mad, is that's where the conversation moved. It wasn't like, oh, what do we have left in this series? Let's figure out how to get this one set for game 3. It was, should we be offended by the idea that no one's given us a chance against the Thunder and the Spurs?
Yeah.
Should we be offended by that? I think we should be offended by it. You just played game 2.
Yeah, and here's the thing.
It's a 7-game series.
This is how it goes with the Knicks, that the pride comes before the fall, and the fall always comes for the Knicks.
And
they
I cannot wait. Choking franchise, Nick.
You just know
they always find a way to gag on it.
Listen, maybe we're not that kind of show.
We're not that kind of show.
Maybe the Cavs don't come back and make this a series. I don't know. I think they can, and I think they will. Maybe they will. But as sure as God made little green apples, I'm telling you right now, the Knicks are not winning a championship, and they are going to fall so hard that when it does, I can't tell you what I'm going to be doing because we're not that kind of show. All right? But let me tell you,
we're not that kind of show.
It involves ecstasy. No, it doesn't involve ecstasy. That's not great.
What does it involve?
I can't say the damn words.
Your exes? Ecstasy? What does it involve? Little green apples? What does it involve?
The feeling of ecstasy, not the drug ecstasy. Understand what I'm saying, people.
You put yourself in a mental pretzel here, and it's kind of fun. Yeah.
We're having fun.
That's all.
But not that kind of fun.
They're insufferable people, is what it is. And listen, I can't blame them, I guess, in some respect. But, like, looking ahead and thinking that this series is already toast is... We'd probably be doing it if we were doing New York radio and watch these first two games too. That's why I can't blame them. But with the history that this franchise has, the Knicks have, to think that you already get to advance to the next round after two games is wild.
216-474-0092. At Nick Wilson says, at Jay Peterlin on social media reactions on X, powered by Scheiben Jewelers, Cleveland's premier jewelry store. How much did the Game 2 loss bother you? Because, again, I didn't enjoy it. I'm not sitting here saying that I was cracking wise and enjoying everything about it. It was a loss. It felt like a loss. But it just didn't sting for as long. It didn't burn me the same way as Game 1, and I still think the Cavs have played a lot of really good basketball these first two games of the season. Quick hits coming up at 2:40. Jonathan Macri, Knicks Film School, because I think Jake is only booking Knicks fans, because I think he might sense that there's a cardiac problem with me, and he's trying to push me over the edge. He's trying to make it Peterlin and Murrin. I think that's what he's going for. But Jonathan Macri coming up at no, we're kidding. He's doing a great job. At 3, we've also got Dan Devine. He's lovely and divine. Yahoo Sports at 3:40. It is a not football Friday. It is a feel-good Friday. It's about to be a 3-day weekend Friday. But 216-474-0092. How much did that game leave you bothered? And a familiar narrative that popped up after the Cavs' latest loss. And I think it's time we stick a fork in this one. That's in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
and on the Odyssey app. Headline Sports News every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
Talk sports deep into the Cleveland night. Overtime with Jake Volnick. Weeknights at 7. Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
You got to pick your players. That's what the playoffs are about, right? You got to kind of pick players that, you got to help off of. So those are the choices you make in the playoffs.
Kenny Atkinson, Cavaliers head coach, taking a fair amount of flack, if you were. Not great for the Cavs' latest playoff loss there. And again, I don't know. I would say he was great, but he did try different things. Whether it was intentional or not, they did go away from the bigs. Jared Allen sat on the bench for a big swath of a part of the game. Tyson got some run in this game. I think you did some good things. That's at least a counter for Kenny Atkinson to game one, where it was like, Bub, if you did one thing right in that fourth quarter, we would have gotten the win. I didn't necessarily feel that way, even though I didn't necessarily have a glow-up Kenny Atkinson game.
It definitely was not a glow-up Kenny Atkinson game. I think the thing that's getting a lot of ridicule is what I mentioned in the first segment, 11-0 run, and then you take Donovan out. That's the little things like that just seem unforgivable. You're just not giving your team a chance to escape basically the onslaught of offense the Knicks offer up. And so that's one thing I'm interested in. He clearly, and he's done this in this postseason, Nick, where he's tried to err on the side of, I'm going to put the best defense I can consistently out there. Against the Knicks, I just think you have to just say, I'm just going to score a bunch of points.
Yeah, but even the rebuttal to that I think is fair, which is, well, they had good looks, so if the shots go in, they would have had the offense, Well,
but even within that conversation too, it's all right, you had a plan at least. I'll give him credit for that. The plan was make Josh Hart beat us.
Mm-hmm.
That's at least a plan. And you know what? Going after seeing how bad Josh Hart was in not only game one, but in the previous series, that's not really the worst plan I've ever heard. All right, Brunson's going to do basically nothing. We're going to limit Brunson, and part of that idea is that Josh Hart's going to get a bunch of really good looks, and we're just going to make Josh Hart pay. Make us pay for it, and Josh Hart was able to deliver.
I want to get to Luke here in Lorraine in just one second, but 216-474-0092. How much did that game bother you last night? Because I'm really okay on the other side of this. I just think when you're saying, all right, you were not good from 3-point, and your bench really, really shot your way out of that game.
Yeah.
You missed free throws, which they've oddly dealt with all season long, and for half that game, we were wondering if Donovan is healthy.
Yeah. That was about the quietest. What did he finish with? 26, I think?
Yeah.
And he had 7 in the first half.
Yeah.
That's probably the quietest 19 I think I've ever seen in my life.
Yeah.
In a half of basketball.
I mean, we had a caller after game one that was trying to put it on Donovan's injury because Donovan slipped at some part in the game.
Mm-hmm.
And if you go back and watch, Donovan had some minutes where he moved to the other side of the court. He also had some minutes where he just took the ball and made things happen. You just lost the game. Last night he looked like he was laboring, but then it would be weird.
Then he had some explosive moments.
He'd put 3 minutes of just Donovan's back kind of thing. So and it's funny. I know people get frustrated about this, guys. In the midst of trying to win the NBA Finals, the Cavs aren't going, unless it's a very serious injury that's going to keep him out games, Cavs are going to come out and telegraph an injury.
Well, they've already said that it's something that internally they're trying to really focus on not doing because in years past they felt like they used that as too much of an excuse, which I think they did. I think that anytime anyone got any sort of injury, they were going to the podium and talking about it, doing that that LeBron move where he shows up and is just like, all right, hey guys, what's this? What's this on my? Oh, okay. Obvious.
Donovan shows up for the pregame shoot around tomorrow
or something, and
like a full body cast.
Yeah, and he's like, "No, I'm good, guys. I'm good. What are you even noticing?" That's what's weird about that answer he had back in return, Nick. Where he's like, "No, I'm great. I'm great. I'm great." But he's smiling. He's smiling as if to be like, "Thank you for catching that."
And then he does a wink.
I was worried that people wouldn't. Thank you for noticing.
Hey, I'm totally healthy.
That is odd, though, how often the broadcast really highlighted and focused in on that. I thought they did a miserable job of highlighting that in game one at all, or even trying to make that any part of the storyline or any part of any of that. And then game two, instantly, they were just like, all right, this is what we're going with because he looks off. It's like, all right, that's what you want to do. But second half, he scored a lot. He did a lot. I'm not putting that on the injury.
Luke in Lorraine, welcome to the show. Luke, what you got for us, buddy?
Hey, how are you guys doing?
Dude, pretty well, all things considered.
Yeah, all things considering, yeah.
I think and going back to game one, not so much game two, that I completely disagree with that. The lights were too bright for the team. When they show the stat that teams are 1 in 590 something, when they're down that much with that time left, it's easy to blame it on, Exton not calling a timeout, which I believe he should have. But I think, especially game one, losing that game in Madison Square Garden, I think the lights were too bright for everybody involving the Cavaliers.
I just think the thing is that, one, they weren't too bright for 42 minutes that night, and then they were really, really competitive. I know the Knicks had that run in that third quarter, and then it was pretty much consistently a 10-point or somewhere around their lead after that. But I don't know. I mean, they were getting good looks. They were playing hard. That's another thing. Like to me, Luke, lights too bright means you're intimidated by I don't think, did the Cavs look intimidated to you last night? They didn't look intimidated to me. They looked like they had a dog in the fight.
Schroeder, Strus, and Merrill 1 for 12 from 3. That's the story.
Yeah, game two, I think they definitely bounced back. But just going back to game one, I think it definitely showed. And there was a lot of possessions late where I think Mitchell should have came down. And, I hate iso ball a lot late like that, but I think you have to put the ball in not James Harden's hand and get it to your true superstar at that point. Game two, they definitely showed a lot more.
So here's the thing. Here's the thing, Luke, and we appreciate the call, buddy. Have a good weekend, okay? Stay safe out there. Things get crazy on a 3-day weekend, especially on Memorial Day weekend. But the thing about the game four, I agree about the Donovan thing, which is if you've got like a 10-point plus lead and you're trying to stave off an onslaught from the Knicks, give it to Donovan and be okay with iso ball. Totally questionable. That's not about the lights being too bright. It's not. I mean, do I think they felt the pressure of their impending collapse? Yes. But I don't think there was anything specific beyond, hey, we're up big and now we're not up big. I think that's called playoff basketball.
I mean, to me it's pretty easy. The bench didn't shoot particularly well. I thought the actual, the core four side of it, nobody played a great game. Everyone was somewhere probably right below average, all things considered. And then go to the Knicks side of things. Cat was awesome last night. Mikal Bridges he was phenomenal last night. And obviously you got the contribution from Hart, and then Brunson in the second half was the Jalen Brunson that everybody knows. There's not too much that you need to dissect here. Their best players played great. Ours played, I would say, slightly below average. There's not any one of our players I thought played an above average game, but they also didn't play miles below average either. It was just kind of there.
Now, I thought it was interesting. The word unlikable has been ascribed to the Cavs, and by Cavs fans. I have said that previously in previous series as well. Well, Kendrick Perkins was on First Take, and he did Kendrick Perkins things talking about this Cavs team.
It's an embarrassment to the NBA. And if I'm Adam Silver, I would think about fining them for the performance and the effort that they're displaying on the floor. It is horrible. I know the game plan is to say, hey, we're going to leave Josh Hart. We're going to double team big body Brunson. We're going to make others beat us. It's a difference of making someone miss with a contest or hoping that they miss. When I think about the Cavs and I'm watching the Cavs, I look at a team that said, you know what? We've reached our goal. Our goal was to reach the conference finals. That's their goal. Because they're not they're not a team that's trying to go get it and win a championship.
I like Perk a lot. What an idiot. Everything that guy just said is horse bleep.
Is he suggesting?
I almost said the real deal right there. That was just the dumbest thing.
Is he suggesting they're just not even trying? Is that the idea?
Yeah. I don't,
we're happy?
I don't get how you watch these first two games and say the Cavs aren't trying. I really don't. And I understand there have been times in that Pistons series where it felt like they were in a malaise. There were certainly times in the Raptors series where it's like, are you guys interested in this series? I get the narrative that is out there, but I don't understand the segment. And I'm not trying to throw our guy out there, but Radu has kind of mentioned this yesterday after the game one loss. And I've heard that word unlikable, embarrassing. And it's like, I don't think any of that's fair. They have made the Eastern Conference Finals, and they've played better in these first two games than they did the first two games in Detroit. And the difference between how Detroit played in those first two games and how the Cavs played, and the difference between how the Knicks have played and the Cavs have played. Don't give me the final score. Look at how the game actually win. And I think it's, yes, New York's probably winning. If we did the percentages, they're probably 53% to your 47%. That's not an incredible gulf to kind of get over.
Yeah, they're playing hard. What I would take offense to is the idea that like daring Josh Hart to beat you is a game plan. Is it the greatest game plan ever? No, probably not. Is it one Atkinson really wishes he didn't make in game 2? Yeah, in hindsight, sure. But like to act as if that is an affront to basketball and a finable offense, like no, that's a real game plan. Like they basically did the same thing to us on the other end. They were basically saying, Sam Merrill, after you missed the first couple, go ahead and try, see what you can do. And Sam Merrill didn't cash. Josh Hart did cash. That's the difference.
Yeah, but I think at some point we got to let the old narratives about the Cavs die. Like the Cavs,
like the lack of toughness type thing, or what is that?
Well, the lack of toughness and the lack of effort. I just listen. If it pops its head, you're going to hear it here. We're not going to be the show that just goes, "Well, it was an effort. The sun was in their eyes. The lights were too bright." No. We're going to tell you if we think that's what it is. That's not why they lost the last 2 games. And I do think at some point, it's okay to like the Cavs. It's okay to like a team that we've had a confusing relationship with this year. Like, did game 1 chap my ass? Yeah, it did. But like, okay, it was embarrassing because it's against New York. It's embarrassing because it's the NBA playoffs. They still were in control for 42 minutes of that game. Last night, they played some really good basketball. The shots just didn't fall.
Yeah.
Like, this is not they're getting run out of the gym or that the Cavs are disrespecting the game. Kendrick Perkins, if I was Adam Silver, that's why you'll never be Adam Silver, you goon. Like, by the way, talk about a guy who just was a goon in the NBA and just gets on TV and just acts as if he was Michael Jordan.
Just says whatever he wants.
Like, I don't know that Perk actually watches the game. I really don't. Like, if he says they weren't trying last night, I'm sorry, Perk. Did a producer tell you they weren't trying, and so you just went on air with that? Again, I like Kendrick Perkins, but I have to take when you say things like this, it's disrespectful to the Cavs.
They weren't lollygagging.
I think they deserve respect after the first 2 rounds.
They weren't lollygagging. They were definitely playing hard. The idea that they would just call it a win at the conference championship and then not show up. What team in the history of the NBA would ever have that mentality? Oh, we just reached as far as we can, and now we're going to pack it in? Like, that's not a thing you do ever, especially not for the first 2 games of the series.
And you have to have evidence of that.
I just don't understand it.
You can't just say it because they're down 0-2. Plenty of teams, by the way, they've been down 0-2 before. Like, in that Detroit series.
Should we be embarrassed? I didn't feel any slight of embarrassment last night. Should we feel embarrassed?
No. After the first 2 games.
Am I missing something here?
After the first 2 games in Detroit, we should have been. Because those were embarrassing performances.
Yes, that I agree with that 100%.
Not here.
And I think a lot of people did feel embarrassed after the Detroit series. But
I believe I espoused that I was embarrassed.
I don't get the sense of that for this series at all and for the first 2 games. I really truthfully don't. How Daryl this morning, Daryl said he thinks they're going to go to the Rocket Arena and leave tied up at 2 games apiece by the time we go back to New York.
He
wouldn't be saying that if he thought he was embarrassed.
Hours. He will flip-flop on that thing.
By the time we get to Saturday. Oh, I can't wait for his Sunday show. What happens Saturday night?
Guys, I told you they were going to be down 3-0.
I told you guys. The series was over.
BP and
no
Pepper
surprise.
Pike. Well,
that series went that way.
Welcome to the show, BP.
Hey, thanks a lot, guys. I'm just, to me, the overall thing is what's with Donovan Mitchell? I mean, the guy has to be injured or he's like somehow coasting through this series, like thinking, well, this is going to go 6 or 7 games, and I'm just going to coast the first couple of games in New York and say, I mean, that's what either he is injured or he's coasting. But this is not the Donovan Mitchell that I've watched for the last 4 years, like a top 10 NBA player. I don't care what anybody says. My eye test tells me something's wrong with this guy or he's coasting. What do you think it is?
So I don't think it's just one thing. I do think whatever happened at the end of game 1, he looked like he aggravated at some point last night, and so I do think that is a factor. I also think that the Cavs rightfully understand that Donovan isoing for 4 quarters is how they have run into problems previously. That it is a double-edged sword of how great Donovan can be with how that takes away some of his teammates. So I do think there are moments where they're saying, Donovan, you be the decoy, you take some of the gravity, we're going to save you a little bit for the game or for the series or whatever, so we can make sure Strus is getting looks, James is getting looks, and the bigs are getting looks too. So I think it's a little bit of those 3 things.
Yeah, I just hope – I'm still not going to give up on the Cavs. You know, I'm obviously a big Cavs fan. I want to be optimistic. I've seen this movie before. I think they can win the next 2 games. So let's see what happens. But, we need – and I think, the Cavs need to set more picks for Donovan, at the high, near the top of the key, so he doesn't have to go one-on-one against the whole team all the time. They've got to free him up. But hopefully he's close to being healthy. Otherwise, this thing is done.
All right, BP, we appreciate you. 216-474-0092. Are you? How troubled are you with the Cavs down 0-2, and how much did Game 2 bother you there? We got quick hits leading off with a case of mistaken identity, and it's a real bad luck in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
game one.
Okay, that actually is. If somebody's willing to admit that game two really didn't bug them that much, but that they're still so pissed about game one,
I think that's where some people
that
are.
there's a carryover effect. I officially sanction that as a very reasonable take here.
I mean, it is kind of incredible that they let New York go on an 18-0 run, and we are all kind of feeling like, well, there's not much we can do about that game last night.
Yeah.
Like, you did just have a really damning realization that this team just can't get a bucket whenever they need to.
And here's the thing. They're coming home. There's something about this that I know you can listen. This is a good team. You can lose to this Knicks team at home. They're in a bit of peril here. They got to pull the nose up on this thing, right? And I kind of trust them to turn it on when they get home. Whether it's a Strus night, maybe a Merrill night, maybe a 6-for-8 night for Merrill tomorrow. I just feel one of those is coming.
Yeah, I mean, Game 7 against Detroit didn't just wipe away the idea that Donovan's never been good in a Cavs uniform on the road. And up for this whole entire postseason stretch, we had basically put him in a body bag when they'd been on the road. So, like, that part didn't get erased by one good game.
All right, we've got Jonathan Macri, Knicks Film School, coming up in 20 minutes. We're going to talk about this series. We're going to talk about where the Knicks are.
Yeah.
We had really good luck with the Knicks fan yesterday. We're going to see if we can double that up there because you know how those bing-bongers can be. Let's go ahead and get to quick hits.
From the latest news and rumors around the sports world
Angel!
to the sound bites you need to hear.
Hurry!
It's Quick Hits.
CBS Sports was recapping the Knicks' win over the Cavaliers in Game 2 when they showed a flash of the crowd at the Garden.
Brunson does it himself, takes it the length of the floor and lays it in. John McEnroe right there. Cedric the Entertainer is in the building. They're all loving it. The Knicks fans, well, they're loving it too.
Only problem is it wasn't Cedric the Entertainer.
Oh, I thought this was an old clip.
No, I don't know. I saw this today.
Earlier. I thought this was from a different series completely.
It was Bernard King.
Yeah, no, I'm fairly confident this was. I don't want to jam you up on it if it ends up being last night. But I saw this earlier, and I thought it was old.
Thanks, Elon. Not you. I didn't mean that to you. I meant the idea that people post things that were old as if they're new. I find that very annoying.
I mean, maybe I'm wrong about it, but I really did. I saw it and I was like, I thought it was from an old series. I thought they even commented it being from an old series. All this. We can do the bit as if it was brand new, though. If you want.
Ready?
Yeah.
Here's the take. Do they owe Knicks legend Bernard King an apology?
Yeah.
Is it the hat?
It's the hat. Yeah, it's the hat. It's 100% the hat.
They realize the danger we're playing with of like if you just put on one of those hats, you're going to be confused for somebody. Does CBS Sports understand the danger of this?
I don't know that they really care if we're being honest about it, but yeah.
All right. Have you found out?
I'm searching. I'm searching.
All right, here. All right, I'm just gonna go.
Do you have the clip in front of you? This will have to be like maybe an in between the break thing.
Cedric the Entertainer, Bernard King. Let's see about this.
Why is it that Twitter's search function has just been destroyed in the recent, couple weeks?
So the Knicks Reddit saying,
Reddit?
Did anyone else peep CBS Sports call Bernard King Cedric the Entertainer? This one's okay. Oh wait, nope. I got the tweet here. This is very important that we get this.
All right, it looks good.
Oh no, yeah, no. That's Donovan's there. Strus is there.
It looks good. Okay.
All right. McEnroe, yeah, he's still alive.
I do like McEnroe.
I don't.
People historically don't. He's kind of a D. At least he gives off the impression of it.
What do you like about
I've always
McEnroe?
liked John McEnroe.
Is it just a contrarian thing of like, hey, he's really got a heart of gold?
I think that's who he is. At the heart of it, I really do think that's what he is. I think he's got the appearance of just being a big D, but then he turns around and off-mic settings, he's just been a sweetheart in many places. I think ultimately, he's hard to read.
Not a good hang. Seems just like a stereotypical a-hole New Yorker to me. And by the way, there are good New Yorkers. I'm not saying they're all like that. I mean, there's a specific type of New Yorker that I could just fire into the sun.
Is that right?
It is just the charmless, like overly direct, incredibly egotistical, don't you know who I am New Yorker, which probably only constitutes like 5% of them. If you could just put them on a space shuttle and fire them at the sun, I would.
What'd you make of Sudeikis' outfit last night? He's been getting a lot of heat for being 50 years old and dressed like he's 25.
Oh, I didn't even see it. Did not even clock it, as the kids say.
The Sudeikis hate has been. He was there at the game with Bateman, and of course it's That's good crew right there. And so it's Bateman and Sudeikis. And Sudeikis is wearing this it's like a WNBA hoodie, but it's got a bunch of different NBA stuff on the sleeves and everything. And he's got this.
I'm looking at it
this
here.
Fitted hat. And people.
I love the hoodie.
I thought the hoodie was cool, but people are like, you're 50 years old.
It's actually a really cool hat, by the way.
I like the hat as well.
The glasses are great.
People are ripping them because I guess at 50, at some point, I guess you just can't dress cool at all. Is that the idea?
Nah, bleep those people. Sudeikis, we got your back. You got a problem with Jason Sudeikis. You got a problem with Ted Lasso. You got a problem with the judge from Maine Justice. You come get it from Nick Wilson.
He's kind of got hipster.
Collect.
It's like hipster NBA vibes because he's got that little stash thing that's going on there as well. And so there was just a lot of people hating him. And I didn't know, Nick, at what point in life are you supposed to? I mean, this is close to Ken Carman's "you can't wear Jordans when you're 40 years old" take, which I think is insanity.
Mm-hmm.
Because why am I supposed to limit when I can wear Jordans? Are you kidding me? But. I think it's a cousin of that. The idea that at some point you're supposed to just only shop at J. Crew and you can't wear anything that's fashionable.
Nah, I'm pro Sudeikis. I'm pro Bateman. I don't know why either's a Knicks fan because Bateman I think might have actually. No, I think he's an LA kid, and obviously
Sudeikis
Sudeikis
is from
Kansas City.
Yeah.
So I don't know.
But they don't have a basketball team, so.
Oh no.
What do you mean no?
You find the closest one.
He's a big Kansas KU fan.
That's fine. That makes sense.
But I don't think he does anything. I mean,
you've got to be
Kansas
geographically.
Even him being an OKC fan would make some sense at that point.
No, because he was already out of Kansas City when that happened. I know he worked at SNL. I can't abide. That's the bigger problem.
That's what
here.
it is. When he worked at SNL, he obviously became a Knicks fan.
But thanks, Lauren. But no, I did. Leave Sudeikis alone. We're big in Sudeikis here.
I like Sudeikis.
Is it my turn?
No, it's me. Matthew Stafford signs an extension with the Rams. Reigning MVP adds 1 year to the deal, which runs through 2027. 2-year deal now, $105 million. The response out of this, though, has not been congratulations, Matthew Stafford. All right, Rams got a 2-year window now to really cash in. The highlighting thought is some commentary on Ty Simpson. And it's like, guys, I thought we kind of settled this. Ty Simpson isn't for now. Everyone's supposed to be on board with that. They made the McDuffie trade. They did something with their first of 2 picks in the first round. And then the other one, they went ahead and drafted a quarterback for the future. What's the big deal?
I do so I agree with you 100%. I think it's really interesting that we just forget how long Aaron Rodgers sat behind Brett Favre, how long Jordan Love sat behind Aaron Rodgers.
3 years apiece, yeah.
So, I think there's something to be said of some of the smartest people in the NFL have succeeded by letting a first-round pick sit for multiple years. I'm not saying that means it's all automatically going to work for Ty Simpson, but this idea that Ty gets ample time to sit. And oh, by the way, he's going to be learning from Matt Stafford for more than 1 year. I don't see the problem here.
Well, so people are mad because they feel like the Rams need better wide receivers. They needed a better right tackle. They needed
the quarterback's the most important thing, and if they bridge Stafford to Simpson, and this is Simpson has a 10-year run after it, we'll look back and say it was genius.
I mean, I just thought it was smart business. Get your quarterback ready to go, get him all set, and then when Stafford's ready to retire, then you have a plan.
Also,
instead of trying to search and seek one out once he's gone, you have one ready to go.
Also, is there a more win now team in the NFL than the Rams?
I know, but people get greedy about this stuff, right? If you have one flaw in the roster, then everyone thinks that you got to just immediately patch that up and solve that issue.
Oh, and guys, I don't think Miles is getting traded. I'm just saying, June 2nd, there's one team in the NFL that's going to call about Myles Garrett. Who would I guess it was going to be? It would be Les Snead and the LA Rams, because that's the kind of move they've made multiple times.
Yeah, but someone like, for instance, Matthew Stafford, probably not pleased they brought in Ty Simpson, not because he thinks it's a threat to his job, more so the idea that if you have any sort of holes, what do I care about the Rams' health after I'm gone? But outside of that, I don't understand any Rams fans' frustration or anyone across the NFL wondering what are they doing.
Spoiled ass fans. We talked about the Thunder beating up Victor Wembanyama in Game 2, but Charles Barkley took to the Inside the NBA airwaves last night on ESPN to push back on the Thunder were too physical with Wemby narrative.
You people at home and on TV talking about they were physical with Wemby, man, y'all need to stop it. I've been kissed harder. It wasn't overly aggressive. He didn't hit. There was no excessive fouls. But for you people thinking that's physicality, y'all need to shut the hell up.
I would say, if you're kissing harder than that, don't.
We're not that kind of show.
We're not that kind of show. We would never.
It's a good line. It's a good line by Barkley, though.
So now that you've heard the outcry from Sir Charles.
No,
Have you reconsidered your Thunder take?
He's just wrong.
Okay.
I honestly think he just said it so he can give the kissing line. he thought that was funnier
So you
than
reverse
anything
engineer?
else. Yeah, I think he liked the line, and I was like, I'm going to deliver this because watching that game, there's no other take you can have outside of that got egregious, not a hand, to the point where Adam Silver needs to check in and see what the hell his league is doing. What's interesting to me about this series now, Nick, so Jay Will is obviously out. Harper, I guess, is questionable now for Game 3, but we'll find out later tonight. Bodies are falling. Second best player on the Thunder is out. There's bodies are falling right now, and this is becoming a war of attrition in this series. And the game we got in Game 1, if you think we're having that in Game 6 and 7, I'm going to caution some fans out there because these teams are just beating each other up.
Also, I know it didn't happen to Wemby. There was a play in Game 2 where Hartenstein literally grabbed a non-basketball play. It was Dylan Harper, right, or was it Castle, by the dreads?
Yeah,
and yanked him backwards. I know it wasn't on Wemby, but come on now.
Was a non-factor in Game 1. Couldn't grab a board to save his life. Basically played his way out of the rotation in that game.
So the refs let him get away with an OJ?
I think his response was, and I think what the Thunder's response was, we're just going to make you really, really mug it up there. Yeah. And he did. He achieved that goal. Omaha! All right. Urban Meyer was on Beanie Wells' podcast, The Script, okay? And he was talking about Michigan and whether or not he's lost respect for Michigan after all the scandals.
I've said this many times, and I know Cardell knows this because I've said it to our players. Name another person who respects that school more than I do. And I'm including probably some people that have gone there. That's how much I respect that school. That's why we work so hard to beat them. I know their history. I was friends with Bo Schembechler. I was friends with Lloyd Carr, Gary Muller. I know those great players. So the respect I have for that school academically, the school as a football program, I'll tell you, it's taken a little bit of a hit, though. What's gone on the last 4 or 5 years, I lost a little respect, Cardell. I know this is going to make some headlines, but the nonsense that has gone on up there, that's not the Wolverine team or program when I started hearing about, all the violations and then the most recent stuff, that's they hired the right guy, to get him back.
I'm going to guess Michigan fans are going to hit this with a big who cares?
Yeah, that's a little pot meat kettle.
I'm going to guess that's got to be the proper response.
Urban Meyer saying somebody else's stock has taken a hit in the last 5 years.
Because of questionable decisions?
Because of maybe some ethical issues?
He said it all with such a straight face. I just loved it.
You realize that,
I loved every bit of it.
That a court in America sided with the Jacksonville Jaguars, that they fired Urban Meyer for cause because he was, which I cannot recall the last time I've actually heard this, by the way, where basically he was unethical enough between kicking the kicker and the old, we're not that kind of show.
We're not that kind of show.
He was so unethical that the court was like, we can't possibly give you the money you're owed. That's how unethical. And he was in the NFL for 13 games.
That was like $30 million.
Yeah, 35.
They're like, no, you deserve to be fired.
Heard around the world.
The old proctology exam on the dance floor.
We're not that kind of show. Mac, what are we doing here? Good Lord.
Don't do that.
On a Friday.
This is off the rails.
Jonathan McCree, or Macri? We're going Macri?
Oh, geez, I've talked to him before,
I don't know why
too.
I felt like a Macri.
I have talked to him before. I don't know.
Cajun.
I don't. He's good at his job, though.
Yeah,
I know that.
And we know you're going to love him.
I do like him.
I got to know his name, but you're going to love him. Jonathan Macri. Knicks Film School in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
Your mornings are about to change. We're going live and local starting at 5 a.m. Join me, Jeff Thomas, for the Fan Warm-Up Show. You get those late West Coast scores you may have missed and all the latest news and rumors from the CLE. Hey, if you're up that early, you may as well worry about Cleveland sports with me. The Fan Warm-Up Show starting at 5 a.m. only on 92.3 The Fan.
It's the 3 o'clock hour.
I'm not wavering. I might be wavering.
On Afternoon Drive.
Nick and JP back on Afternoon Drive. Got a lot to get to in today's show. Some Brown stuff, OTAs, heading into another week next week. But if you guys missed a moment in our show, use the rewind feature on the Odyssey app, powered by Integrated Restoration, your local experts in water, fire, and storm disaster restoration. Cavs down 0-2. Not sure if you've heard about this, if you've seen about this, if you've heard about this, but not a lot of fun last night. Still not as bad as Game 1. But to talk about this this whole shebang, the Eastern Conference Finals, we head out to the Wise Heart Right, We Make It Right, Call Kyle Right hotline and welcome on Jonathan McCree. He is Knicks Film School. Jonathan, welcome to the show.
How you doing, guys? Still basking in the glow of a 2-0 start that I frankly. I don't know that I expected to start out 2-0 in this series. I think the Cavs, I'll just say right out the front, I think they are a good team, and I think they are better than they have shown over the first two, or at least the results have been over the first two games. But it is nice to be able to hold home court and now, see if maybe they could carry the momentum forward into some of these road games.
Jonathan, we're talking about it, and this is not to besmirch what the Knicks have done. They're up 2-0, and it doesn't matter who played 42 good minutes of basketball in Game 1 if the Knicks ended up getting the win. But I'm not as maybe discouraged as I was on the Cavs down 0-2 here than I was in the Pistons series, where it felt like they were lollygagging. They kind of weren't taking the thing seriously. I think the Knicks have the Cavs' attention. I just don't think they hit any shots last night. Are you, when you look at after two games, do you think there's a wide gap between the Knicks and the Cavs?
I don't think that there's a wide gap in terms of certainly talent, and I don't even think that there's a wide gap in terms of if you look at like the various battlegrounds within the series, like what one team can do to bother the other team, and the answers that that maybe the Knicks could find versus the answers that the Cavs could find. I do think, though, that there is an execution gap between what we have seen through two games. And I watched your guys' series with the Pistons very closely because obviously I was hoping that the Knicks would play one of you guys in the next round, the round that we're in right now. And I completely agree with your assessment that you guys did not approach that. Much like the Raptors series, I don't think you approached the Detroit series with the level of seriousness that you needed to. I do think the Cavs have been more serious in this series so far, but at the same time, trying to flip a switch in the middle of the playoffs is a tough thing. And this is no disrespect to the Pistons, but I think the Knicks are a more talented team. They are a team that is playing better. They're a team that has not only more answers for what the Cavs are throwing at them, but they have more ways to make the Cavs uncomfortable. So for as much as I agree with you, I don't think it's time, if you're a Cavs fan, to close up shop quite yet. The notion that the same thing is going to happen against the Knicks as what happened against the Pistons, I'm not sure I would go quite that far either.
Jonathan, one of the obvious game plans as we watched Game 2 was the idea that Josh Hart, if you're open for three, you take as many threes as you want to and let Josh Hart beat you, and then he did. If you were Atkinson, would you make the same approach for Game 3, or would you just change off that after what he did in Game 2?
I don't know that I would have the same approach right from the opening tip. I mean, to me, your best bet to beat the Knicks is to just not let Jalen Brunson beat you one way or another. Now, obviously, we have seen Jalen Brunson beat the Cavs in two very different ways. Last night, he did so with the pass. The game before, he did so with the shot. I would just try to make sure that Jalen Brunson saw bodies. Now, the way that they did that in the last game was obviously to have just one extra defender, so it was essentially 5-on-4, and leave Josh Hart open. I would probably keep someone a little bit closer to Hart so he doesn't feel, it's not that he is wide open, feeling like he has all the room in the world, but at the same time, kind of play in off of him, play in off of OG Anunoby. Maybe not Mikal Bridges because he's just shooting the lights out of the ball right now. But just try to make life as uncomfortable for Jalen Brunson as possible, because it's the one thing that I don't really think that they have done a great job of yet. And then if it's a close game, obviously Knicks will be on the road and it's the fourth quarter, then maybe you pivot and, try to get into Josh Hart's head a little bit, because that's his downfall, is when he gets in his own head and he starts overthinking it. So if you maybe switch up the coverage on him in the middle of the game, maybe that'll have a better result. But, similar to Brunson, I just don't think you could let him feel comfortable. And that's what happened last night. He's the guy who started to feel comfortable.
All right, Jonathan, I know we got you here to talk about ball. You're a ball knower, and I want you to know that we know that you know ball.
Extreme ball knower.
Yeah. Ooh, okay. All right. Extreme. If he says it, he doesn't just throw around extreme ball knower to anyone. I did see a tweet, though, from Knicks Film School promising at this event for Game 3, free Spida Killer spicy margaritas for the first 25 guests. So I'm not going to ask for one because I wouldn't go here, but I do want to know what goes into a Spida Killer spicy margarita.
I wish I knew. I'm going to leave that up to the fine bartenders at that event. I will not be attending, though, unfortunately, because we do also a live watch along that I'll be hosting. But I will say this about Spida and Donovan Mitchell. Like, all kidding aside, I think he's an incredible player. I have all the respect in the world for him. I think there is another level that he can reach in the series, despite the fact that his numbers have, on paper, been pretty good. I guess the biggest, I don't know if I'd call it a point of confusion, but I guess if I was coming at this from a Cavs perspective, is the thing that I would kind of be most curious about, is it seemed like he found the formula in Game 7 against Detroit. Obviously went out and had 5 assists in the first half, 8 assists for the game, I think it was. And then you're looking at last night, and that's a tie game, 90 seconds into the second half, and Donovan Mitchell doesn't have an assist in the entire second half of that game. So I guess whenever I watch Cleveland, I'm always curious, not to keep the focus purely on Mitchell, but just the chemistry amongst their best players, between Mitchell and Mobley and just the whole system that they have there. And I understand Harden kind of has a thing going with Jared Allen and to a lesser extent Mobley. But I'm always looking for Mitchell, can he elevate in that specific respect? Because I think if the Cavs are going to get back in the series, that's how they're going to do it.
JP, I asked him about alcohol, about Donovan, and then he brought it back to Donovan. That is extreme ball knower.
Yeah. And now I'll bring it back to alcohol. I looked at the ingredients.
Yeah.
No clue why you think this is a Spida Killer. It's not even a Spida Bite. How about that? It's just alcohol ingredients and then little things that would go with it. You need something special and fun, right? Like if you did
Raid?
No, like when you did a LeBron shot, for instance, you would take the little white packets of everything and you toss them up in the air and do the LeBron throw up the way that he does. Yeah, right?
That's creative.
Yeah.
No, it's creative.
Thank you, Jonathan. Thank you. And so you need something like that. You guys just put ingredients in here. Agave nectar.
Maybe they got some of those little fake Halloween spiders you buy around October, and they put one upside down in the top of the margarita. I don't know. I'm leaving it to the experts.
You have to push it to the very, very bottom and watch it die.
Oh, I was thinking you take it out and then you throw it on the ground and stomp on it because you're Spida Killers.
That's a good way to do it.
Yeah.
That's a good way. You see, now we're workshopping. We can get this done.
Well, we only want 10% of the house for this, by the way.
That's it. Nothing. Yeah. We're easy to please.
That's reasonable. I think that's reasonable.
Did you think Donovan was injured last night?
Oh, I mean, that's probably a better question for the Cavs coaching staff.
They're not telling us.
I don't. Yeah, I got that impression. Look, I think he had some moves throughout the entire course of the game where he looked like Donovan Mitchell, or look like the Donovan Mitchell that I am used to. I think the one thing that I haven't seen as much of is he seems, let's say, a little bit more hesitant than usual to pull up from deep. Now, I think that's a two-sided coin, though, at the same time, because I think sometimes he could fall in love with the three a little bit too much, and that's something that, just you look at his percentages from this postseason, a three-point shot from Mitchell isn't necessarily the worst thing when you think about the different ways that this Cavs offense can beat you. Is that related to an injury? I don't know. But I think, look at it this way. I think we'll find out tomorrow night, because if Donovan Mitchell doesn't go out there and leave it all on the court down 2-0 in his own building, I would at that point probably lean towards, something's probably not physically totally right with him.
All right, Jonathan, on a 1 to 10 basis, what chance do you give the Cavs to pull this thing into even like a 6 or 7 game series?
To go to let's stick with 6 games, because I think that's at this point at least a little bit more feasible. I would put it I wouldn't put it at a 5. I wouldn't put it even, split the difference. I would probably put it at like a 3 or so. And to be very clear, the Cavs are favored tomorrow night. I think that's fair. You expect them to win this game. I think to expect the Knicks to lose consecutive games after they had what I would define as their worst, at least first 3 quarters of the postseason in game 1. And since then, I think have gradually figured out some more things that have worked against this Cavs defense. Their 18-0 run last night, I thought defensively they really figured some things out there. I know you guys got it going in the beginning of the fourth quarter, but then I think they put the clamps on again over the majority of the fourth from that point forward. Because of that, and because I think the chances are good that OG Anunoby gets a little bit stronger as the series goes on, I don't think you have seen the version of OG Anunoby that we saw over the first 8 games of the postseason before he got injured. So I'm hopeful there. I guess I would just be surprised if the Cavs were able to take both of these games. And if the Knicks could just get one of them, whether it's, tomorrow or Monday, I would say at that point I do like their chances to close it out at home in Game 5.
Watching Mitchell Robinson shoot free throws makes my eyes bleed. It's a miserable watch. I don't enjoy any bit of it.
Tough. It's tough.
So the way I'm thinking, if I'm Atkinson, if you're in the bonus, I don't know how, if you're Mike Brown, how you keep him on the court at this point.
I think right now, Mitchell Robinson, and look, this is something he's dealt with for years. Joe Mazzulla famously got his team into the bonus during the Celtics series last year just to get Mitchell Robinson off the court. To his credit, for the most part, over the last 2 years, he has made enough free throws to at least keep the defense honest and not have it be a strategy that they could go to without thinking twice. I think that tide has changed in this series, and I think, the version of Mitchell Robinson that I saw last night, especially, that is the worst version of Mitch that we've seen in this postseason, and I'm wondering if it's starting to get in his head a little bit. So, look, I agree with you right now, the way that Mitch is shooting free throws. Look, I'll say this. I think you let him keep going out there and trying to get some to go down. He practices this stuff before every game. I know his teammates have confidence in him. I know his coaching staff has confidence in him. But it's the sort of thing where, you go to 2 straight trips to the line, you can't make one. You're not helping your team. So, look, if I'm the Cavs, I keep going after that strategy and hoping it continues to pay dividends.
Jonathan, elite ball knower, we appreciate you, buddy. Thank you so much.
I appreciate you guys having me on. I wish you luck, but, I try not to lie, so I'm not going to say that.
That's. I also wish you no luck. And the best part about the Knicks starting to up 2-0 is that if you guys do lose this series, or if you guys were to have an unfortunate ending in the NBA Finals, I do know that the meltdown is going to be really entertaining, even if my Cavs lose.
Oh, it'll be epic if they lose this series, that's for sure. But let's hope we can avoid that. Thanks again, guys. This is great.
Thank you very much. And I'm going to hope that we don't avoid it, because as great as it would be to see in the NBA Finals, watching the Cavs make bing bongers go bonkers would be fun.
It wouldn't be as sweet as the Cavs making it to the finals, but the idea that it's not too far behind.
Yeah.
That would be really enjoyable to watch them all melt down.
Would be a lot of fun.
Yeah, it'd be a lot of fun.
We would have a lot of good laughs on that one. Great stuff with Jonathan McCree there. Knicks Film School on the Wise Heart Right. We make it right. Call Kyle Wright. Hotline will react to what he had to say. And Brown sophomores get a lot of love these days in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
And, I think that's it. So in addition to what they look like when they're out there throwing, you'll be able to pick up keys and clues based on who is doing what, when, and with who.
Listen for Mary Kay Cabot from the Plain Dealer in Cleveland.com. Tuesday mornings at 11 on Cleveland's Sports Radio, 92.3 The Fan.
You can listen to The Fan anytime, anywhere on the free Odyssey app or by telling your smart speaker to play 92.3 The Fan. And now you can find The Fan on YouTube, including The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima, 6 to 10 a.m., Baskin and Phelps, 10 a.m. to 2, Afternoon Drive. Nick Wilson, myself, Jonathan Peterlin. We go from 2 to 7 each and every weekday on The Fan's YouTube channel. Subscribe to our channel for free and watch all the best content from your favorite shows in The Fan live and on demand now.
I don't think that there's a wide gap in terms of certainly talent. I do think, though, that there is an execution gap between what we have seen through 2 games. And I completely agree with your assessment that you guys did not approach much like the Raptors series. I don't think you approached the Detroit series with the level of seriousness that you needed to. I do think the Cavs have been more serious in this series so far, but at the same time, trying to flip a switch in the middle of the playoffs is a tough thing. And for as much as I agree with you, I don't think it's time, if you're a Cavs fan, to close up shop quite yet. The notion that the same thing is going to happen against the Knicks as what happened against the Pistons, I'm not sure I would go quite that far either.
Jonathan McCree, Knicks Film School. Got a little bit of that cocky Knicks fan in him.
A little bit at the end.
He was respectful.
Yeah.
I want to be clear, he was respectful.
That's one of the most respectful answers you can give when he labels it an execution gap.
Yeah.
That's about the kindest way you can say they didn't do anything offensively that they needed to.
Yeah, did the Knicks play perfect? Am I missing
that
the Knicks played perfect basketball for the first 2 games of this series?
No, but so the difference in yesterday is that Brunson had a nice game, even though he didn't score a lot. The assists obviously were there, and that matters. But Cat looked awesome. Bridges looked awesome. And some of their other players, and then obviously Josh Hart, we know what happened there. But, the bench was really not good. And, if I was a Knicks fan, I'd kind of be worried what's going on with the bench and everything. But they don't think they're playing great basketball and beating us, and that's where the cockiness is coming from.
I think that's where I look at it, where it's like the execution gap. It's like, okay, the Cavs were better for the first 3 quarters in game 1. I think the first half yesterday was a push. All right, so I got half a fourth quarter in game 1, and obviously overtime they gave you the business there.
Yeah.
But then the third quarter,
I know, but in those stretches, it's a 44-11 run, and then yesterday in the third quarter was 18-0 run.
Yeah, but how much of the lopsided of some of those runs is just the fact that it was in Madison Square Garden? Like that, there is an element of home cooking even within that, and I'm not listening. Sure. The Cavs have not executed the way they needed to. If they had, for a full game right now, this thing would be 1-1. But I just don't look at this and go, oh, we just don't have a chance. Like, do the Cavs now have to go ahead and play really strong basketball for the next 5 games? Yes. But you did the toughest thing. You've already done the toughest thing so far that I can imagine in this series, which is you had a win and you lost it in the most embarrassing, collapsing way possible.
Yeah.
And then you turned around and you showed up with the right focus, mentality, and everything. You just didn't hit your shots.
Yeah, despite what Perkins says, that was not an embarrassing effort last night.
So, I got to be honest with you guys. I think they earned a fan with the way they approached the early part of that game yesterday. When I earn a fan, they earned a little bit more of my respect because they didn't fold. And even by the way, when they were down 10. I don't remember the timestamp of the game. When they were down 10, I was like, you hit one more 3, and I think you can flip this game. And
by the way, if they just had free throws in certain spots, that would have made it from 10 to 8. And there was the 2 Jared Allen missed free throws. There was a lot there.
And by the way,
that was in the fourth.
They didn't. So I'm not trying to polish anything.
Yeah, they cut it down from 18 to 9.
But when it got down to 9, 10 points, I was like, oh, they could do this, and they didn't. And that is fair to respond. But I don't know. The way people are talking, and I get this is what we do in the playoffs, and this is the right way to do it because we still should be enjoying the ebbs and flows of these series. And when you're up 2-0, you've played the best basketball of your life, whether that's true or not. Mm-hmm. And this is not a murderer's row Knicks team. This team can be got. Now you got to take advantage of home cooking if you're the Cavs, because I do think there's going to be an element here. I want to see how the Knicks react after their first real loss. They didn't lose. They were able to do the game one thing where it was like, we survived. We dodged that bullet. Cool. Hand them the loss tomorrow, and let's see how they do. I'm not saying that they're going to fold. I'm just thinking like, all right, let's see how interesting the Knicks are. Let's see how they bounce back once they have that kind of game.
I think I got to double check this. I thought I saw somewhere that Vegas already had the Cavs as a favorite for tomorrow.
It is. And I actually think Jonathan mentioned that in our thing too.
It's 2.5 points right now. Yeah, 2.5. And so like the idea that people think that this series is just down and out. And listen, for every Knicks fan listening out there, what they'd say to themselves is, well, of course we're going to give you a game. That's why we all said Knicks in 5. And it's like, all right. So they think Game 3 is the game the Cavs are just primed to take. We'll see what happens with Game 3. Let's see what happens with Game 4.
216-474-0092. Do you agree that there's an execution gap between the Cavs and the Knicks? I think that's a little too favorable to the Knicks. Now, granted, if you're the Knicks fan, you can say, and I think you made this point, hey, we haven't even played that well, and we're up 2-0.
Yeah, and that's what they're saying.
But we got to kind of push back then on the idea that there's some execution gap. The Cavs have had a couple brutal moments, no doubt about it. Those are 1 or 2 stops, 1 or 2 plays, maybe a timeout from Kenny Atkinson, well placed in Game 1. You're those things away from stealing the game already in this series. I think this has been more competitive than people maybe give it credit for.
Think about how different they would feel if Merrill's bang. Oh, we'll stop ourselves, Mike Breen.
We're not that kind of show.
If that had actually just gone through. If Breen is able to finish out the call, Merrill hits it, you're up 1-0, and then yesterday just went the way that it went. There's no Knicks fan that'd be as cocky as they are right now today, and there'd be no Cavs fan that is completely down.
I can't wait for the collapse. You just know it's coming.
They're an historically choked franchise. I am waiting for it. We saw it last year. You can't even be like, oh, the Brunson era is a new era of basketball. No, it isn't. They constantly choke. I'm waiting for them to choke.
Now, can I tell you something that I do have to? I have to admit here, Mac. I want to pull up the Josh Hart, not Mitchell Robinson, Karl Anthony Towns thing here in a minute. I forgot to tell him that in the break. That's why I'm saying it on air, because that's my job to communicate, and I did it poorly. However, there is an element to the actual Knicks themselves I'm not really finding that hateable.
No, Brunson's really likable.
Brunson's Hart is likable. Bridges, Anunoby, these are
Cat's just confusing.
Yeah, he's but even with him, he's a bit of a caricature. We've mentioned about the two voices and about
even
how
even like Josh Hart. Josh Hart leaves yesterday's game to standing applause and everything like that. And instead of you're looking at him to almost smile, crack a smile, and be like, "Yeah, I just did that. Yeah. That was great. I understand what happened." He looked pissed. He looked genuinely. I was like, "Dang it, I like Josh Hart."
Even Mike Brown, and I don't know why I said even Mike Brown. Mike Brown appears to be one of the 5 nicest guys in the NBA.
Yeah.
And seems to, by the way, is pushing the right buttons right now. We'll see if he does it in Cleveland because he's got that home cooking on his side. But I've always liked Mike Brown, going all the way back to his Cavaliers day.
Yeah, it's not as easy as a lot of the players on the Pistons, where it was just so easy to hate a lot of those guys. Yeah, well, JB just brought it on himself constantly throughout that series. But there's so many guys on the Pistons that you can point at, and whether that's Duncan Robinson, whether that is even like Duran, some of the players we're not even usually talking about. We always talk about Beef Stew, but there's so many guys on the Pistons that I was like, I would hate if they're on my basketball team. With the Knicks, when I see Brunson, for instance, all I see is somebody that's basically Donovan Mitchell but having success.
Yeah.
How do I get mad at that? If I hate Jalen Brunson, I basically would have to be saying I hate Donovan Mitchell. They carry themselves very similar and in the same mindset. They're the same short, undersized guard that just takes over games. There's just I don't hate Brunson at all.
Yeah, here's the other thing: Mitchell Robinson in this hack a shot.
And then you feel bad for him. You're watching him with a free throw line, and you're shooting lasers at the basket. You're not even giving it a real chance.
Yeah,
why are you throwing a Randy Johnson fastball at the hoop right now?
Totally valid thing that they're doing because everybody does it to Mitchell Robinson. But yeah, I'm sitting there and I'm like, I can't watch this guy shoot free throws because the world is against him and I can't handle it.
He gets in the bonus. I don't know how they have to immediately take him off the court.
Yeah.
That's got to be the play moving forward. They just can't let that. They can't let that continue.
They're going to ruin him.
They can't let that continue. And the Knicks fans are even applauding along as if to be like, come on, man, we know we believe in you.
It's like the most merciful Knicks fans have ever been.
I know. They're not ruthless at all.
That's because they're up 2-0. we flip this back to 2-2 and this is still going on, the mercy, that's going to be out the window. But,
noted free throw hater Daryl Ryder. I'd love to see what he'd have to say about Mitchell Robinson's game.
I'm going to text him. No, I do want to know about that.
I love it. Once every 2 weeks, if you talk NBA with Daryl, he'll go on a rant about they're free. Why don't they hit him? And it's just such you get this from your grandpa. You know what I mean? It's one of those type convos. They're free. Why don't they take advantage of it? I can't believe they don't hit it.
He does fill in a lot a lot on Baskin and Phelps. I think over time, I think that over time that gets to you,
is that
right?
What that is?
Yeah, the Baskin and Phelps, it sinks into you with the Cleveland sports dads.
Hey, I thought of him last night as they were missing a bunch of free throws. I'm like, Daryl's got to be livid right now.
Now, this interaction happened post-game last night with Josh Hart and Karl Anthony Towns reacting to their Game 2 win, and it turns out Josh Hart's not a fan of the analytics.
I'm never a huge analytics guy. You know, at a certain point, they're a lamppost to a drunk person. You can lean on them, but it won't get you home. So, at a certain point, you got to have a good feel for the game. Oh, my God, bro. I'm not going to lie. That was Gerald Wright, his quote, man. So, shout out Jay Wright.
Wait, hold up. No, we're not moving on from that.
That's a great quote.
I was with Cal, so I didn't hear that.
You ain't even go to college.
Why was there only one guy in the whole entire room that was like, okay, this is acceptable to laugh at?
Yeah.
There's one guy like you're thinking it's the Chuckle Hut in the background, and everybody else is like, I'm a journalist.
Yeah.
I can't laugh at that. That's a funny line.
I don't know. Do I take a shot at the entire business that we're in, or people in sports talk
we are
media?
that type of show.
People in sports talk and when I say sports talk, I mean sports
the fake
media.
Laugh sucks.
Yes, but that's what's crazy about it.
I don't like the fake laugh.
If it's vanilla ass, not funny humor.
But you get a real line like that that's objectively funny, you can laugh.
There's 3 lines in there.
But New York media is different. They just have to take themselves so serious at all times, they can't possibly just enjoy the fact that was a good line.
But it is even the cat, man, I play for Calipari. I didn't hear that. That's that
was Deep Boy's cat.
You know how mad that I got this morning? I probably got more mad at how hard I laughed at this and how many times I watched this video than I did the results of Game 2 after 30 minutes after the game where I was moving on.
It's really funny, even though he did the thing that I hate that people do sometimes where they use analytics as a catch-all.
Oh, yeah.
When it's like that wasn't analytics. They looked at a 4-game sample size of you in the playoffs and said, you're not hitting your threes. Let's see if that continues.
Okay, but those are stats, right? So stats are analytics.
Not all stats are just...
That's a trend.
It's a trend,
That's a trend, which isn't analytics.
No, you're just in the catch-all. When we know when you're speaking analytics, we're going deeper than just, hey, I think he's not hitting threes lately.
Go deeper for us.
Like if you wanted to use ISO percentage, for instance, something like that would be deeper.
That's also
you want to be
analytic.
his ISO percentage, and then also over a long period of time. Then it's that's some deep analytics. Looking at him and saying
more deep analytics.
Looking at him and saying the dude can't hit threes right now. Let's chance that. Is not analytics.
It sounds like analytics to me. Mac, does it sound like analytics to you?
No, that just sounds like that's just talking balls, all that is.
Those are numbers.
Those are numbers.
What numbers?
Aren't numbers analytics?
I didn't throw any numbers in there.
Are all numbers analytics?
I said he looks like he's awful from 3 for 4 games in a row. What's the problem there?
Okay, but I'm assuming that they know the number behind it. Is that not the analytic?
It's not. There's no analytics here.
But it's a trend. Aren't trends analytics?
Not necessarily. Not. It's almost like a whiskey
Isn't everything
is bourbon
analytics?
A whiskey is whiskey a bourbon type thing.
Aren't all things analytics theoretically?
I think that's where people miss it. They blame analytics, but the analytics community would not look at, hey, dude can't hit a 3. Maybe let's see if he can tonight.
I feel like that's exactly what an analyst would do.
No, they would not say. First off, no. Billy Beane would never be like a 3-game sample size is everything we need. But he'd never look at it and just be like, I don't know. My eyes tell me that he can't hit a 3 right now. Let's chance that. That's using your eyes.
I don't think there's a chance because it's the analytics.
No, man. I don't know what part you're not understanding here.
I mean, it sounds like we've got the data, and we're analyzing, and they're combing over the data, the analytics, as it were.
I feel like if it's something that you don't actually need to even use data for, and it's just like you can use the eye test, then the analytics part of this goes out the window.
Can it be both?
I mean, eye test is what's prevailing here. The eye test is telling you that Josh Hart. Now, data can tell you this as well.
That's what I was going to say.
But the
how it's a sticky
wicket. The
wicket.
eye test is obviously telling you the man can't hit a 3 these days, and so let's chance that. And so, but instead of being like, oh, maybe they figured out I suck from 3 for like an extended period of time now, for a couple games at least, maybe we see if he can't do that again. He's just like, yeah, these damn analytics, these guys and their numbers, they really crunched it, as if it took a lot of crunching of numbers to realize the guy's like awful from the perimeter over the recent stretch.
Best part of the lamppost to a drunk person is one time when I was a much younger man in college. I got into a 3-point stance in front of one of those signposts.
Yeah, okay.
And I was like, I'm going to take this thing off. I just decided, and my best friend was with me.
You weren't even like an all-state football player.
Nope. I was just really
what
hammered.
Part of you made you think this was going to happen?
I wanted it, okay? I had that dog in me and that booze in me.
Yeah.
And I hit it with everything I got, and that sucker went off. Just flew off in all kinds of directions. And I realized what I did, and I was like, I just committed a crime, and I just took off running as my best friend was fits and just could not stop laughing because it was a collapsible sign. So
okay.
So I thought, oh my God, I just violated public property.
Yeah.
No, you just ran over a collapsible sign.
Did you hurt yourself?
No, I was 21. I didn't have boo-boos then. I hit 25 and then everything fell apart.
Is that right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Best football play of my career.
They would have gone off day.
Yeah.
If that film would have got out.
If they saw that tape, they would have been like, we missed a mistake letting this fat kid quit football.
You have your buddy with his iPhone, just send it off to like, send that one to Jacksonville State.
Yep.
That's making your huddle.
Send that. Matt Campbell was on the staff at BG at the time. Send that one to Mount Union's finest, and all of a sudden Nick Wilson's in the NFL 3 years later. That didn't happen. Brown sophomores getting a lot of love in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
you're in good hands with Allstate. Not available in every state. Only applicable for new auto insurance business. Rates will vary by several factors, including how you purchase the policy. Potential savings may vary. Allstate North American Insurance Company and Affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
This is the only place to trust for Cavs talk. Immediately after every playoff game, Cleveland's Sports Radio, 92.3 The Fan.
Nick and JP back on Afternoon Drive. Dan Devine coming up at 5:40 tonight. Get his take on the Cavs down 0-2 to the Knicks. Game 3 tomorrow here in Cleveland. Also, we do have a giveaway coming up at 5 o'clock as well, right?
Yes, we do.
I don't know.
Yes, we do.
I totally asked you early in this hour, and I was like,
Star Wars, The Mandalorian, and Grogu.
Now that I've said it on air, I'm less confident about it. You know?
It's an all-week feature.
We've done it all week, but I was like, maybe on Friday. Right?
And we're closing out the week.
Maybe we're just taking it a little easier on you, but no, we're giving you a chance there at 5. I don't know what to do.
You mean with the segment, or you mean in life in general, or you mean with
Bit
what?
of column A, a little bit of column B. No,
Okay.
So we're doing a Memorial Day party. We do it every year, but we're doing it on Monday.
Yeah.
And the invites. I texted people 2 to 3 weeks ago. There are no invites. I didn't even create a Facebook event this year because I didn't want to. That's as simple as that. But most people have been very, very good about I'm in or I'm out.
Yeah.
Right?
You got to know the answers.
I did get I'll see what I can do, which in fairness, this was a follow-up, and I was more like, I was just being like, hey, no worries either way. I was just trying to gauge to see who's going to be here, so I make sure that I have the requisite amount of dogs and burgers and beer and pop and everything.
Naturally, yeah.
I myself, it doesn't really bug me. Like but
like to know who's coming and not coming.
Well, so like if one person does it, it's not, or like one couple, one family does it, it's really not a big deal.
No,
but I do know that my beautiful wife Vanessa is a real stickler on things like these.
Okay,
and so I don't believe in lying to your spouse. I do occasionally believe in omission and omitting things,
like little fibs, maybe.
Or I like omissions because omissions.
Yeah,
it's just
I can't do it. I never lie to my wife.
And so no. Yeah, that's why I don't lie either.
In fact,
but I do omit.
I was on the phone with my mom earlier today, and she was like, she's like, all right, and just something she wanted to tell me, and she was like, and just keep that between us. I just don't want. And she was trying to tell me, don't tell your brothers and your sister, is what she was trying to tell me. And I took it as, I was like, I mean, okay, but I'm going to tell Elise, right? Like, that's part of the deal.
Now, see,
you
for
tell
those
me,
things,
you've basically you've told her is what this is. It's not. It's how this works.
See, again, if Vanessa asked me point blank, it depends on who it is. Like, you have to, for me to omit something or just flat out not tell my wife, you have to. There's a code of secrecy. It's the trust tree in the nest.
People should live with the idea that anything you tell somebody, they've also told their significant other.
Fair, but there's a circle of trust that, like, I will withhold news or I will slow play news if it's the right. Like, if my boy Jeremy, he's had a couple things, and none of them were like, serious. They're just stuff that was going on with him and his wife, which were good things, by the way. But he was like, hey, I want you to know. Can we just not tell anyone for a minute? It almost kills me because I do happen to tell Vanessa about 99% of everything.
We operate differently.
And in the end, she ends up finding out 100% of it because eventually I go, hey, I didn't tell you this for 3 days because I was asked not to, but bang biscuit, here it is.
I think you can ask me to do a lot in life. You can't ask me to omit things or keep it away from my wife. It's just not going to happen. I need someone to talk to it about. It's just not going to happen. What I know, she knows.
This is also...
Now think about some of our off-air conversations, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh, no, that's fine.
Yeah,
that's fine.
No one's asked me anything. It's okay.
But
Mac, just so you know, that dirty little secret you told me?
Yeah.
I was texting Elise as you were telling it to me.
With that in there with them,
I couldn't believe it.
We're not that kind of show, though.
We're
just
not
that kind of show. But the other thing is, she is a... So I'm a big believer in I do not recall.
Mm-hmm.
Which is not always truthful, but it's not always. If I don't remember all the details, maybe I just need to recall them at a different point, right? It's probably somebody though that I probably should omit the name of, like to her.
Okay, the person that's not giving you
Yeah.
the response.
Yeah, because it's on my side of the family.
Yeah, okay.
And there is, God love my wife, wonderful woman, mother of my children, love of my life, right? Everything I've ever wanted in a human being. That's my wife, right? There's a different set of rules for my side of family as opposed to her side of the family.
Mm-hmm.
It can be TBD on her side. It can't be on my side. And I found that to be a very interesting thing. That would be another reason why I think I'm just going to admit this.
I'd be more worried about the rain you guys might get on Monday.
Oh, that's why we got a garage and an inside the house.
Okay, good.
Yeah.
All right. Are you ready? And you're ready to take that party inside if need be?
Oh, yeah. So
because that's two different playing fields you're setting up there.
Yep. So, well, the good news is we've kind of been doing a good job at keeping the grass mowed. Like, there's a couple things we need to do, but by and large, the outdoor's ready for this party. This weekend's going to be about getting that garage ready.
Yeah.
Because we could just be chilling in the garage. Maybe have to bring out one of the big fans, something like that. Like, or inside. But yeah, I've got the contingencies.
I mean, because
going.
like you're outside, and this weekend's going to be a lot for yard games, right?
Yeah.
You probably have bags out there. You'll be doing.
We got
some...
that football, that 54 thing that we got.
Yeah,
That's a lot of fun.
Yeah, all sorts of stuff like that, right? But then if you go inside, now we got a different game.
Oh, now we just sit in chairs, eat burgers, and
I know. But that's
booze.
that's only. That's not. How long is that going to take for people?
Oh, well, see, the booze helps.
The booze
I don't know if
does
you know
help.
this, but booze, it's a nice little delayed
But
fuse because then you get a little
Mac's
tired.
not getting loaded out there. Mac's going to need something to do that isn't just sitting in the garage watching your family drink.
Mac probably should get loaded out there.
You want to get loaded? Are you going to get loaded on Monday, Mac?
Mac, did you respond?
Did you send me one?
Oh.
I'm pretty sure you and I had a conversation about it. I didn't send you a text. I think I said it in person.
Mac goes to everything.
That's the problem right there.
Mac's an instant yes, is he not? He's like always an instant yes.
No, because remember, Daryl is always an instant yes. He can't do it this year because he's going to do the morning show on Monday, and he's covering Game 4 that night, so Daryl can't actually come.
Wow. That's the first thing I've ever seen Daryl not be able to attend.
I know. It's kind of a bummer for him. We love Daryl. Yeah.
Daryl's heartbroken over this.
And he's a great burger helper. Like, if I need somebody to cheese up some burgers, this man cheeses those burgers with a zeal that you guys just don't even know. Like, he's ripping the damn paper off. He's throwing it on there.
I could see him being aggressive and, even just taking off cheese off of a wrapper.
A lot of excitement there.
I could see that.
Yeah, but now that you're on the spot, Mac, you coming on Monday?
Are you coming on Monday, Mac?
Look at that. See, it's at noon. It's at noon.
It's at noon.
Yeah.
Conveniently placed time for Daryl to hit both the after morning show and pre-Game 4 party.
No, that would just be two.
Is it not?
2 job assignments and a Memorial Day party? That's no. I would worried about him like spontaneously combusting. The man's only got so much energy.
Yeah, they've given stories for years, though.
That is fair.
That many outings for Daryl.
That's his Vietnam. Is Donovan Mitchell injured? That's in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
do? Find shooters that were wide open. Put a little bit of strain on the defense. You know, he'd get to the foul line. I think when he has 0 turnovers, it shows that he's not having any impact on the game.
Exactly. The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima. Weekday mornings starting at 6 a.m. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan. It's the 4 o'clock hour on Afternoon Drive.
Have some Senka. Nick and JP back on Afternoon Drive here. Still processing. Not really. I really processed that game about 10 minutes afterwards, and I was like, all right. Like, I had vivid Cavs rage dreams after game 1. To where, and then I would have another dream, and they'd get really confusing, and I'd wake up a little sweaty. That's normal. And then I'd go to the bathroom, come back, and lay down to another Cavs dream into some other kind of dream that we don't talk about because we're not that kind of show. And then it's like it just left me angry and confused the next day. I'm not saying I woke up like a bundle of joy today, but I had pretty much processed it before my eyes actually shut for good last night.
There's just not much anger. There's not much frustration. It just kind of was what it was. And in fact, if we had won game 1, I think we'd feel the same way about it going for game 2 as well. Like, it's just like, all right, that's the game. Now we go home.
I'm oddly confident with a Cavs team that is down 0-2.
Are you as confident as Daryl is, saying they're going to go even the series up at 2 games apiece by the time we get back to the Garden?
Yeah, I don't know. I'm rubber stamping it. I don't know. I'm guaranteeing it, which Daryl will then unguarantee. But it won't be surprised, depending on whatever happens.
Well, that's the key.
But no, I mean, I expect this thing to go back to Madison Square Garden tied up at 2. I expect the Cavs to take care of business, and then it becomes a 3-game series. I don't know that they'll win it. It does take, when you fall down 0-2 in consecutive series, it does take a lot to get back into it. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, there's a reason why after the Pistons series, we all had the numbers. 93% of teams that take a 2-0 advantage win that series.
I think I got to round on folks a little bit here. And again, if you're like where we are, you're not the person I'm talking to. All right? Let's have a little more trust in this Cavs team. Again, I'm not here to polish anything. It was what it was. Game 1 certainly was what it was. And if you still got residual anger from game 1, no problem at all. But specific to being down 0-2, the Knicks have not played lights out. The Cavs are coming home. The Cavs have played better at home. I think there's a lack of luck in those shots not falling. They were good looks in game 2.
Nick Atkinson over here.
Like I would actually call timeouts when necessary.
The unlucky part.
If Nick was the head coach, we would be at ones right now. Thank you very much.
I think that I believe in that.
And I believe you too. That you would.
Now, I don't want to take away our nice moment here, but I believe a monkey could have us at 1 game apiece at this point if they were in charge.
I like monkeys. Now, but this being said, guys, they've gone to the Eastern Conference Finals. Let's have a little bit more faith. And I can't believe I'm saying that because I'm not always the guy that comes out and says that sort of things. The Cavs should have earned a modicum of trust from us at this point. And the only time that I have felt like they violated my trust is when I've had issues about the effort or the focus. I don't really have those issues from the first 2 games.
Right. Yeah, the shots were open. They just didn't fall.
And so if I think they're playing really hard, and I think the gap between the Knicks and the Cavs, not the diff, but the gap is nil, maybe 3% difference, 3% difference from you being 1-1 or maybe even up 2-0 in this series, man, I'm kind of jacked up to see what they do in game 3.
The only hang-up I think people have in this discussion, because I think a lot of people do agree with you and myself and how we feel about this game, just not making a massive deal about it. It is what it is. They missed a lot of shots. If you think something's seriously wrong with Donovan Mitchell, then I feel like your perception of the series has changed drastically.
I get that. Donovan was good at points. It's not like he was completely ineffective in this game, and he was really, really good for most of game 1.
Yeah, it was just the quietest 19-point second half I've ever seen in my life.
But I think we're holding on to residual frustration because it was a frustrating regular season and because we had the Harden and Garland wars. And all of this, by the way, is totally – and by the way, it's also 4 years. It's 4 years, and it feels like bleeper get off the pot time. All of these things are fair reasons. I think it's time to get over them. Listen, the Knicks fans are going to melt down if you win the next 2 games. So it's not like New York is some mecca of, oh, they do it differently. But, like, I think the Cavs have earned, I'm going to say the word trust that they're going to keep this series going and keep it interesting. And the sky is falling, woe is me stuff, I just think it's misplaced. I don't see the point in wallowing in the misery when you're in the Eastern Conference Finals. When you're in the first round and can't get out, get it. When you're in the second round for 3 straight years and can't get out, I get it. Guys, as recently as Game 6 of the Pistons series, I would wallow in the marsh with you. I don't think we're there. Like, we've been here before. Let's act like we've been here before, and let's kind of charge up on the fact that, guys, you don't have to like James Harden. That's fine. You can love Donovan Mitchell, though. I know we love Donovan. I know we love Evan. Evan has acquitted himself very well in these playoffs, regardless of what happened in the second half last night. Jared Allen has acquitted himself very well in these playoffs, no matter the fact that Kenny took him off the court for a stretch of that game. Like, even Strus, as bad as Max Strus was last night, you're not in the third round of the playoffs without Max Strus. Every guy.
Or even Sam Merrill. He was awful last night, but we had a Game 5, a Sam Merrill game.
Schroeder was damn near unplayable in Game 1. Guys, you're not here without Schroeder. This is a different Cavs team. That doesn't mean they're going to win this series. It doesn't mean they're not going to get swept. But it does mean 2 games in to sit here in panic or to be down on them I saw that word unlikable on Twitter a couple times in the last 24 hours.
Unlikable was a pretty popular term.
And I don't think that's fair. And I'm an adult. I don't get into fair. Life isn't fair. But I think this team, I'm going to go back to, they should have earned more trust and admiration for us, even if it's been a bumpy process to get there.
I think they're still mad about Game 1. Are people really that upset with the Cavs after Game 2?
I just saw unlikable like 5 times, and then you guys brought it up at the pre-show meeting, and it like triggered me back to the last 12 hours on Twitter.
I'm not debating whether or not Twitter is doing that, right? But I am interested to talk to people that are actually upset with this team because I want to know why. And I do wonder if that's part of the Donovan angle at play. I wonder if it is Evan Mobley disappearing in the second half of that game. I want to know what exactly is bothering the Cavs fan the most, because me and you have been basically unbothered is the right term here. We've just been unbothered by what happened last night, and that's not typical to go down 2-0 in a series and just act as if we still have a bunch of time. There's something about this Cavs team that has made us feel like they have a lot more time than maybe they really do.
I want to talk about the Mobley thing too, because I will get to Donovan's health coming up in about 10 minutes here. But just specific to the Evan stuff, guys, they could get swept in this series, and I think Evan and Jared have answered every narrative about them. And like, I get that Evan didn't have a point in the second half last night, guys. Yeah, he's not the focal point of the offense. Evan Mobley, if you're a power forward or a big, whatever you want to call him, and they simply stop going to you. I get the age-old theory.
Well, you've seen the cut-ups, too, of him calling for the ball.
Yes, exactly. And that's always the rebuttal.
That's the weird part about this.
The rebuttal is, well, he should call for the ball. He's calling for the ball.
He's calling for the ball. We got cut-ups of him calling for the ball.
And by the way, he was really good in the first half. Like, really
he was
good.
exceptional in the first few minutes, and it was one of those things where it's like, oh, my gosh, the confidence that he had is a confidence that we haven't seen before this playoffs got underway with him.
Listen, Mitchell Robinson is a rough matchup because he's just an absolute Brahma bull of a human being. And the Cavs are handling his physicality, I think, in a way better than I've ever seen them handle that kind of big. Even Karl Anthony Towns, completely different kind of big, but Karl is a big, strong dude, too. He's much more of a finesse player. I'm not trying to turn him into like Mike Tyson in his prime, but they're handling the bigs for New York.
And they're not the reason why the Cavs are down 2-0.
Yes.
I don't think anybody would make that case.
Exactly. And I just, it's funny, like halfway through that game, I was thinking to myself, man, I don't know that I can trade Evan Mobley this summer.
So I don't know that he's acquitted himself of that. I don't know that he's acquitted himself of that much.
Oh, I think I'm there. I'm so in on where he is, and people are going to say, well, the stats don't look different. The ball looks different. He is much more aggressive. He is much more feisty. And I really am excited to see where he can go here because I think he's finally acclimated. He and Jared have finally acclimated to the playoffs.
He's definitely changed my perception of him relative to, let's say, 4 weeks ago. Like, he's done that. I'm still, if Giannis is on the table, I'm still trading him, but he's definitely carved into that. He's made it a harder discussion. I'll give him bonus points for that.
It was already a sticky wicket of a conversation. That's the word of the damn day. It was already a tough conversation for him to have. I don't know I'm trading the next, 24-year-old Evan Mobley for 31-year-old Giannis. I know that most teams do it, and it's just the NBA. You always trade for the best player in the deal. If you can get them on the perceived cheap, you do it, right?
Yep.
I understand that. I think Evan Mobley, I think we can have our cake and eat it too. After, 16 playoff games, I think it's entirely possible that you can keep winning with Donovan over the next year to 3 years, 4 years, however long his prime is. And then you can get to a point where Evan, it's not happening as quick as you want, but where eventually this does become Evan's team, and you are consistently at this same level, second, third, fourth round of the playoffs kind of team.
Yeah, I mean, he's shown some growth. I'm not going to deny that. Like the 3-point shot, I think has been it's been a real bonus for him. But also the idea that he'll just go to the basket with authority, and it's one of those things that for years it's kind of felt like everything he did was very timid offensively and was very reserved, and he just doesn't have that. And I really appreciate that.
And against the bigs. He's not like when we've seen him times in the playoffs where, all right, you got the matchup on a wing or even one of their guards, and they're just going to back him down. He went. I'm trying to think of the play sequence. He went up against Cat last night, and he just went after him.
Yeah.
And by the way, it didn't turn into a bucket. It didn't because it was good defense by Cat, but he was giving Cat the business. Like it's so funny, man. Like. I don't think I've ever been this confident or this happy with my team through 2 losses before. And the bigs are a part of that. Like, I don't think most people understand. I'm not trying to turn it into ball knower versus not ball knower. I don't think most people understand the causal thing of how the Cavs are set up and how if the bigs are going to eat, it's because the guards are helping them, right? They're setting the table
which is part of what made the guards missing so many shots last night such a big deal.
So, like, I think there is always going to – I understand the natural thing that happens of what happened with Evan not getting a point in the second half. Totally get it. You have to look at the cause and effect on this. Because right now, the number one reason why I think they can still win – no, number one, but one of the biggest reasons I think they can still win the series, and – I think it'd be fun to see what they can do in a hypothetical NBA Finals matchup is because these bigs look different. And after 6 months of hearing Evan Mobley get talked down about Jarrett being run out of town, in fairness, I took him out of the core for a year ago and never put him back in.
Can't believe you did that.
He's back in. You're back in, King.
We argued extensively over that one.
And it was because the woman sitting courtside in Game 7 in Detroit, that look in her eyes.
She saw something?
She saw the dog in him. She saw it, and I'm like,
We're not that kind of show.
We're not that kind of show. But she saw it, and then I saw it. Jarrett's back in the court.
Well, you fell in love with the DeAndre Hunter, and that's a problem.
A lot of people do that, though.
That's a problem, though.
A lot lizards do.
We're not that kind of show.
Not that kind of show. Mac, 216-474-0092. Has Evan acquitted himself in the playoffs? And we will get to Donovan's answer on his health in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
199. 199. That's your payment on a new Trax at Spitzer Chevrolet. The Memorial Day sales event is in full swing. Lease a new 2026 Trax LS for just $199 a month with up to 32 miles per gallon. Or lease a new 2026 Chevy Silverado Crew Cab 4x4 from $329 per month. And together, let's drive. Plus, get a lifetime
You can listen to The Fan Rewind weeknights from 11 p.m. to midnight. All the best segments from all our shows, and you can always listen on the Odyssey app. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
Listen to 92.3 The Fan on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn app.
The lead. A little giveaway for you. Coming up in just about 40 minutes here, Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin with you. Reacting to the Cavs, down 0-2 to the Knicks here. I think everybody's adopted the right attitude.
I think so, too.
Yeah.
Or
well, by everybody, I mean you and me.
I was going to say, or it's just me and you having this attitude, and people in their cars are like, you guys are missing the point. They're not calling up and telling us that, by the way.
If you think we're idiots, 216-474-0092. Not just on the Cavs. You just want to call us idiots.
Just in general.
We'll take it today.
Yeah, that's fine.
I'm in a pretty plucky mood.
I think it's a Friday. We got a 3-day weekend coming up, and we're just not going to let the Cavs ruin our good time.
Yeah.
But I would easily let it ruin our good time if I thought it was worthy of it. I don't think it's worthy of it.
Now, one thing that I do think bears a big discussion and probably some concern is the status of Donovan Mitchell. So let's start here with Kenny Atkinson. This is Kenny Atkinson last night talking about a potential Mitchell injury.
After halftime, I thought he was moving well, so he's not complaining about it to me. But I did see him, trying to work through it. Probably some stiffness, but I, asked him if he wanted to come out in the fourth quarter, and he's like, I'm fine. So I think he's fine.
All right, so it is something, but it's nothing.
That, by the way, sounded very reasonable. That actually sounded more reasonable than people talking about it.
Mm-hmm.
People that are talking about it are making the suggestion that Donovan is clearly injured because for a early part of the game, he just looked different than you normally see him.
Mm-hmm.
And listen, I agree with that. 7 points in the first half, didn't look particularly explosive at times. I agree with that assessment. Second half, even though I've called it the quietest 19 points in NBA history, he did look different, like Kenny's suggesting. He did seem like maybe he worked through whatever he had to work through.
All right, so here is Donovan being asked about his health.
Kenny was saying before he thought you were working through something with your health on the ESPN broadcast. They mentioned that too.
I'm great.
Did he say it too many times for you? I think I know you well enough that anytime anyone repeats it that many times, you're just immediately like, no thanks.
You can also hear the smile.
The smile. Yeah, the smile was definitely something.
So you get the smile, you get that. And here's the thing. I know we want the truth on this, and I tend to believe that the fans deserve a fair amount of truth. All sports leagues are as paranoid and secretive as it can possibly get until they have no other choice but to not be.
Yeah.
And so if it's a slight enough injury that they don't put it on the injury report, if they can do that, they will, because they just don't want to give the other team any understanding of how to target that player.
Yeah. If the series had ended yesterday with that loss, would I have expected him in the postgame or even today to come out and be like, oh, yeah, Donovan was actually going through this and this and this? That answer's no. I do think he looked different in the first half. I think in the second half, the only complaint I have about Donovan Mitchell in the second half of that game was the idea that your Knicks are on an 11-0 run, and Atkinson is like, now you need to ride the pine. Now you need to get benched. Like I just didn't see it. I wish I did. I just didn't see it.
This is a tough one because I don't think Donovan's 100%. I also don't think anybody this time of year is 100%.
I was going to say, like, so if he's 93%, let's say, or he's 92.3%, like, what's the, no one's 100%. This isn't how this works.
Even if he's 70%. It's the NBA. Nobody cares. And I care. You care. Cavs fans care. But in the end, okay, if you're healthy enough to play, then you got to deliver results. We'll listen. Right. We'll look at you and go, gamer, right? We'll get excited about that if you succeed. And so this, like, I don't believe he's 100% healthy. But if you're out there, then you have to get results. And I thought the results were okay yesterday. But when you're down 0-2, nobody's really going to care that you're averaging 26 points a game when you're down 0-2.
And I thought the broadcast, I thought they wanted to highlight it. They did, but it was funny even in those moments. Richard Jefferson's like, oh, and his gait, he just doesn't look normal. And then he doesn't look as explosive as he normally does. And then, like, as he's saying that, Mitchell is driving to the basket and finishing a layup. And it was just like, I get you want to make a story out of something here, but you guys are acting as if he is legitimately out there on crutches trying to play basketball. It's just not the case.
I actually thought that was the funniest part of last night's game. It was as if Twitter was 3 minutes behind what was on the court, because you would have the same thing that happened with Richard Jefferson. You would have people panicking, what's up with Donovan? What's up with Donovan? And as soon as I would see one of those tweets, you'd get a blast out of Donovan, offensively or defensively.
Some burst, exactly right.
And it was just the funniest thing in the world, because it happened literally all night.
Yeah.
To where it honestly, I just stopped looking at Twitter because it was confusing me. Where I was like, because I saw what everybody else saw.
Yeah.
But it was the lag between social media and the TV product, or the reaction to Donovan not being healthy, and just his immediate response that was like, all right, I'm having a stroke or something's going wrong here.
It's just, did people want that to? Maybe people wanted him to be injured, and not because they want him to be injured for the rest of the series or anything, but it would help justify why our superstar isn't playing up to Jalen Brunson. In the superstar versus superstar battle, and it's not that it's Donovan's fault. It's been 2 games. There's still a lot of series left. But in that battle, Brunson wiped the floor with him in game 1 because for 3 quarters, Donovan was that best answer. And the 4th quarter, Brunson took over. And then the game Brunson had yesterday was just a markedly better game.
I think right now it's 5 quarters to 3. I think, yes, Jalen has been the better player, and Jalen is up 2-0. Jalen was also playing in front of home cooking, and here's the home crowd. And I think when you talk about building around a undersized combo guard, point guard, whatever you want to call Jalen Brunson, they've done everything you should do. They've got a bunch of guys who can shoot the 3. They've got a bunch of 3-and-D players that got size that plays next to him. They also have one of the better bigs in the NBA as well. Jalen's great. They have allowed him to be as great as he is, because I think he's perfectly protected by the roster around him. And I don't think you can say the same thing. Donovan's got a lot of talent.
I don't know, I'm trying to think, because we do have a lot of talent in this team.
But I don't know that you have the kind of wing talent. Like, if you're that kind of guard,
we don't have the wing talent, obviously.
You need that wing talent with size and athleticism and shooting. So you've got some of that, but you don't have one. I mean, Hart, Anunoby, Mikal Bridges, you put 3 of those next to Darius and Karl Anthony Towns, and I think Darius can do this.
The big change from Brunson from last year to this year has been Tibbs would let him do what Donovan sometimes falls victim to, what Harden still falls victim to, just dribbling into the ground 200 times and then trying to make a play in an ISO setting. And Brunson did that in the end of game 1, but what Brown's done with him has turned him into, they move the ball at a rate that they didn't previously. This is a different version of Brunson, completely different, and it's working for him. It's worked all season long for him.
216-474-0092. Can Donovan still be the best player in this series? EJ in North Olmsted, welcome to the show, buddy. What you got for us?
Hey, how's it going, guys? Love the show.
Oh, thank you, buddy. What you got for us?
So I think the Cavs going to come back, man. You know, it happened before. We've seen it before with the Pistons. They recovered, and we win that series. So it's all about making the buckets. That's what penalized us last game. And the Knicks, they did exactly what we did on the first game of the series. They weren't shooting the ball too much. So after that, Jaylen Brown took on himself, and he just rescued the team. Now it's up to Donovan Mitchell to do the same. And I think they're going to come back. And we need to shoot. We need to make those baskets.
All right. Thank you.
Yeah, EJ.
You got it,
Hey,
EJ.
have a good weekend, buddy, okay?
Thanks, you guys, too. Love you guys. Go Cavs.
Go Cavs.
Right.
Let them know. I can say, that's some good Friday energy there. Give Cavs down 0-2 from EJ.
Well, and his analysis was basically in line with our analysis.
Yeah.
It's you got to make more shots.
Yeah, I really like when people agree with us. You know this about me, but
It is
maybe
good.
people in general don't understand
It's a
it.
good selling point.
Yeah, I really enjoy when you call up and say one of 2 things. 1, love the show. I love that.
That's very nice.
And 2, basically say the same thing we do. I mean, and he did both of them. What more can you ask?
10 out of 10 call.
Yeah.
I do wonder. Because EJ's like, oh, yeah, obviously Donovan's he's going to take over in game 3. He's going to take over in game 4. If Donovan's awesome in game 3 and game 4, will then people believe that he's maybe just, played through something in the first half and wasn't that, bothered in the second half?
Oh, yeah, this is the narrative is going to flip really quickly.
I really want him to play well because I want him to play well. But I'd love to see him go for a 40-point game just so we could see all the people that during game 2 was just convinced that something is terribly wrong with Donovan Mitchell.
I mean, let's look.
I just want to see what those people would say.
We harken back to Kendrick Perkins and the audio we played at 220 where he's like, they're not trying. This is, if I was Adam Silver, I almost name called. We're not going to do that.
We call him a Muppet?
Yeah, I actually was going to call
Muppet Adam Silver.
But I was like, that's
Who's out there with Rob Manfred during the game?
Muppet that could smack the
why
crap
do
out of me.
commissioners just hang out with each other? Where was Goodell yesterday?
It's too good for them. It's too good for
them. Is that the meeting? Is that what they do? Is that what they do during that game last night? Is they show them together? Is it Silver and Manfred just being over like a bunch of pot stickers, being like, why aren't we the NFL?
Why won't Roger call us back?
Why won't Raj just join us? I got a nice suite here. It's the Garden.
And then they treat Gary Bettman the same way. And then Gary Bettman thinks he can treat Don Gardner the same way, but apparently the MLS is more valuable than the NHL, and nobody told Bettman.
Bettman wants to be in on that club so bad.
Gary Bettman.
He's like, I got 2 teams right here in New York. Who wants tickets?
Gary Bettman watches the show Billions and desperately wants to be like the character Paul Giamatti plays.
Yeah.
But he's not even smart or cool enough to be that guy.
Wow. And how about you with the poll on the MLS commissioner?
Oh, yeah. Yeah. I remember that
I couldn't pick him out of a lineup.
Yeah. Now ask me to name any other than the 5 commissioners.
Yeah.
I got nothing.
Okay.
Nary a damn thing. Here's the thing. I do think that a good next 2 games, and Donovan's going to flip this thing on its ear. There's still room for Donovan to be the best player in this series. What I think is really interesting, and we mentioned this with a caller early in the show, I think some of the Donovan usage, I think some of it's intentional from the Cavs. And I think this goes back to previous points here. I think there's a double-edged sword when it comes to Donovan. When Donovan is playing iso ball, dribbling the ball, the offense does stagnate very, very quickly. And it has been a problem that the Cavs have had the 3 previous years. And I think some of the stuff, when we see him playing off ball, or when we see Donovan kind of used as a decoy or used for...
Yeah, like the fourth quarter of game 1, just sitting in the corner.
I'm not saying I agree with it all the time, but I do think the Cavs are being a lot more mindful of that. And I think in the end, that is how you do the best. Like, if this is just... If Donovan is your offense... You're going to have a ceiling on this team.
What you're describing is exactly what the Knicks did last night with Brunson.
Mm-hmm.
That's what you're describing. Brunson knew he had to take a back seat. I think Brunson had 4 points at the half himself. Like, he was not having a particularly sharp game. He finished with 15 assists. Mm-hmm. You know, like, he understood. He knew what he had to do. He killed you with the scoring in game 1, as our buddy Jonathan Macri said. Scoring in game 1, passing in game 2. That was the recipe.
Macri, that's his name?
I'm going with Macri. I'm pretty sure
4 different ways.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's Macri.
Including 3 different ways when it was on
I really thought Jake was going to come in between the break and be like, hey, so it's Macri. And then that would be that. And
I really thought about Googling it, too, and I was like,
it was what it was.
He's a Knicks fan.
But the point is that what you're describing is exactly what Brunson did. Why Brunson's been so impressive to me in these first 2 games is he's done it a multitude of ways, and he has not let the idea that his shot was going down just limit him to basically what he can do in the court.
I mean, I feel like I've seen more Donovan off-ball catch-and-shoot opportunities, more Donovan is the guy that gets the ball the 3rd time. And again, I think in the end, those are going to be good things for the Cavs. Like, I think one of the best developments here is it's not just Harden and Donovan that are running this offense. You are getting times where Mobley's bringing the ball up and actually successfully initiating the offense, or at least initiating a handoff and then switching how the defense is playing you. Schroeder at points. Because there's some Thomas Bryant in that game.
Schroeder.
Well, that's, yes.
I'm getting very frustrated.
You're going to be riding the rail with Schroeder here. There are going to be days where you love him. There are going to be days where you hate him. That's the Dennis Schroeder experience.
I'm over the experience as of right now.
I will tell you.
He'll get me back quick, but I'm over the experience at the moment.
He Instagrammed again last night.
Again?
With pictures down 0-2, because he's doing this after every game, going all the way back to the Pistons series and I think the Raptors series. But it's 0-2, and then it's like him walking in with his swag, and then him, I don't. Game 1, it was guarding Jalen Brunson. It was like, that's not the picture you should use. And last night it was another like action shot, and it was like, all right. They handle losses differently in Germany than they do here in Cleveland, Ohio.
Nope. I've decided he's not running his account.
Oh,
that's how I'm coping through that one. He's not handling his account.
You think
somebody else is taking care of Schroeder's account?
He passed up on the big money like 2 years ago.
Mega star in Germany. He doesn't have to do his own account.
So he's got a little Froline.
He's
running his account for him.
German social media accounts like you wouldn't believe.
He's got Helga.
Helga, that's exactly. Helga in Germany is making sure everything runs smoothly. Gam is running the account. Okay.
Dennis.
Gam.
I posted. Do you like the post? 216-474-0092.
Making so much money. So much money.
Get me the gummies. Can Donovan still be the best player in this series? And the gap between two Browns players in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
888-410 or visit creoninfo.com to learn more. That's CREONinfo.com.
I'm asking my doctor about EPI and if Creon could help.
You can now watch The Fan live on YouTube. Catch The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima from 6 till 10 a.m. Baskin and Phelps 10 a.m. till 2 p.m. And Afternoon Drive with Nick Wilson and Jonathan Peterlin from 2 to 7 p.m. Each and every weekday. It's free. Subscribe to 92.3 The Fan on YouTube.
The lead coming up in about 20 minutes here. They'll give away. Coming up in a little 20 minutes as well. Nick and JP back with you. It was a quiet week of OTAs. I was just thinking about that just before I went to. I was trying to think of the big.
I know you were too distracted by the Cavs. I thought it was a big week of OTAs.
How so?
We got Miles news and all sorts of inventory out of that.
The Miles news.
What?
The Miles
Peter
news,
Schrager mentioned us on national television,
which we appreciate. The Miles news was I haven't met him yet.
That's pretty big news.
It is.
It's not like Miles hasn't been in town. Miles has been, because of Cavs games, Miles has been in town 4 or 5 times in the time since Monken's been hired, and he hasn't been there at all?
I think, listen,
how's that not news?
This has been Lima's Super Bowl. He's made this a story. It was 6 different times.
And I've been with him the entire step of the way.
You guys are doing a great job at constructing a story about this, and it's awesome.
It's not constructing a story. You don't think it's weird? He's been in town. It's not as if this isn't documented, and he's just gone in Asia or somewhere, and he's just off traveling and doing different things.
That you said instead of specifically Japan, or he's off in the Asian continent.
He's seeing a lot of Asia, just a lot of different parts of Asia, and so it's not as if he's gone and he's doing the Donovan Mitchell thing where he lived on Coco's tour bus for a month and is can't get a hold of him, don't know what's gonna happen. It's not that. He's been around. He's been in Cleveland. He's been here. We've seen him publicly out and about. He can't make his way to Berea to stop over and say, "Oh, hey, Todd, congratulations on being the head coach."
He never goes to OTAs.
He might not ever go to OTAs, but he could at least go to the building and say, "How you doing?"
But why? It's not like he's not going to spend enough time with him. I'm not trying to be obtuse here.
I think it's a miss. I think it's a big miss because it's been a very public thing. People like me and Lima have talked about it. The idea that you haven't gone over and at least given your blessing as the face of the franchise, as the future Hall of Famer that you are, you haven't gone over and said, "This isn't a backup left tackle.
But
this is your best player on your team by a wide margin."
By virtue of him being here, isn't that going to be the hey, I'm here, I'm going to play for you this year? Isn't that going to be enough?
That's what he would be signaling if he came over and told Todd Monken.
But he's going to already have to do it for mandatories coming up in 2 weeks?
Hey, we'll see if he shows up.
There's no way he's not going to show up. There's no way he's not going to show up.
I don't know. Pro Football Talk yesterday had the whole write-up about him already missing.
Florio, the great conjecture?
It wasn't even Florio. It was one of his lackeys. Had the whole write-up. I don't mean to call him lackeys
old
now.
Chat GPT.
I just don't remember which one it was, and it wasn't our buddy Miles Simmons.
Yeah.
But the point is, they talked about how he missed his $1 million bonus and all this other stuff that's happening within his contract. All right. Yeah. I didn't know Miles just threw away money like that. Okay.
Pro Football Talk is batting about 100
we'll see.
On stories.
You don't think it's
weird?
They're
the Michael Martinez of
you can't acknowledge
journalism.
You can't acknowledge it's a little weird that he's been in Cleveland as often as he has this offseason, and he hasn't made a 20-minute drive.
No, it's weird, but it's par for the course for Miles.
That's all we're saying.
It's par for the course for Miles.
That's all we're saying. It's just a little weird.
But we're saying the same thing. Miles is a weird dude. Miles is he is a Renaissance man. He doesn't do things the way that traditionally you'd want the best player on your football team to do. And so there's nothing that has happened to this point that has been different than what I would expect, on top of the fact.
Well, there's been 2 things there.
What's that?
So the convergence of not only Miles acting a little weird, as we both admitted, also then the idea that Monken is very publicly disgruntled about being asked this question.
Well, yeah, because nothing's changed. By the way, and I think that's just Todd Monken trying to shut down the question. I think he's just trying to intimidate people. Oh, well.
Oh, you think it's an intimidation tactic?
Oh, yeah. That's why every time he gets asked about the question, asked about the quarterbacks, he has an answer to it.
I mean, he's got gripes about quarterbacks, as you mentioned. He's got gripes about Myles Garrett. There's a lot of things that he just wants to shut down and act as if they'll go away.
Yeah, that's a football guy.
It's not how this works.
Yeah, but that's how football guys do it.
No, I agree with you. That is how football guys do this, and it's the part of the job that it's weird because Monken comes in the studio, comes and hangs out with Ken and Anthony, and does this whole thing about I know you guys are part of the big picture of all this, and thank you so much. I said we wouldn't make all the money we do without you. And then he turns around around and is like shocked that a quarterback competition is going to bring questions.
I don't think he's shocked.
Shocked we're going to ask about, or thinks he can at least intimidate to get us to stop asking about Myles Garrett. That's not going to happen.
Yep, but it's worth trying, I guess, if you're Todd.
You've got such an understanding of what the media can do and doesn't do within the NFL ecosystem to think that at any stretch of this, all of a sudden you're going to be able to intimidate people out of asking, hey, maybe we'll dial back on the Myles Garrett and Shedeur Sanders questions. That's just not, it's not going to happen.
I watched a coach get mad at the media for asking about an injury that a player totally had. Ron Rivera, I used to say the foot is such in Carolina all the time because it was clear. It was on a Thursday night game. Cam hurt his foot. And it was apparent that he was dog bleeped the rest of the game. And he was asked about it. The best reporter in town said, is the foot? And then Ron said, the foot is not such. And that became a whole thing because they don't want to talk about it. They want to minimize every story. Listen, I get it. Myles, I don't see anything that this just isn't Myles being Myles.
I mean, we both admitted it's weird. And that
but
idea,
Myles is weird.
I think
that's where we got to bridge the gap.
And it's funny. Maybe we just need to be just like we're a cartoon character, just hit over the head enough times of the idea that Myles is weird and Myles is different, so we have to treat it as such. I'm open to that understanding, but I think he's also intentional in his own ways. And I think if he knows more than anyone that if he wanted to have this story go away, he could do it so easily and
fair.
so quickly. And him choosing not to continues on the story that we have.
Yeah, Myles likes to do this stuff, though. Myles likes to I don't want to say make people uncomfortable, but it does make people uncomfortable. Myles doesn't care if these stories linger because he's not in town when they do linger. Like, do you think Myles gives a rip that Mike Florio's lackey or ChatGPT, whatever they use over there?
I don't think he's using ChatGPT.
You could use there's a lot of AI writing
things. I think Florio would have a big deal about you accusing him of that.
Yeah, I'm sure Mike would. Yeah.
I think he would.
Yeah, he's the guy that's, I'm anti-AI. In about 2 years, it's going to be half your staff. Come on. I'm not saying that in a good way, by the way. I'm just saying that's where this is going. But for now, you die on that hill until it starts to cost you money. Now, that being said, but you think Myles gives a rip? Yeah, I bet you Myles thinks some of this stuff is funny. I bet you there's a little bit of Aaron Rodgers to Myles that Myles thinks this stuff is funny. And I bet you there's a part of Myles that doesn't mind making the Browns twist in the wind because a year ago they didn't trade him and they didn't hire the guy he wanted as a head coach in January.
But you say Aaron Rodgers. I always thought more LeBron James. When it came to Myles, I always thought, LeBron would just have these stories at certain parts of the offseason and even during the season, and it was like you just want people to talk about you right now, and I get it, I understand it. That I do feel like is a Myles trait. There's no doubt about that. But yeah, it's been a pretty big story.
Is there a difference between LeBron and Aaron? I think there is.
LeBron and Aaron?
Yeah. Like, I think
one's the greatest of all time, and one is maybe
not better than Elway.
top five quarterback all time.
Yeah. Wilbon.
Yeah, the amount of MVPs he's got, yeah, he's probably right around number 5 or 6
By the way,
all time.
I've been sitting on this take for a while. Aaron Rodgers is not the physical quarterback that Fran Tarkenton was. I'm just going to mention quarterbacks from 40 years ago because that's my frame of reference. Great take, Wilbon. Let's get him on first take.
Is that what he said?
Yeah. He said John Elway.
Oh, okay. Well, it's better than
he's a great quarterback, but he's no John Elway. Yeah. He's no Y.A. Tittle. That's what I've been saying. Right? I got to tell you, I watched Aaron play, and I thought Otto Graham could have done it better. Was
it Ric Flair that got really mad?
Yeah, Ric Flair's just
I think got really mad on Aaron Rodgers' behalf.
Yeah, Ric Flair just in general.
He took Wilbon to the woodshed just like you did.
You know those last 5 years of Hulk Hogan where we just had a lot of really uncomfortable moments and we were like, could you just not, Hulkster? Could you just not?
Yeah.
Yeah, we're there with Ric Flair, but it's been like a decade. Like, somehow I've never seen a person just terminally unhinged the way Ric Flair appears to be on social media. I'm hoping that means that's not how he is in real life. He is just... man's on Neptune.
I mean, I feel like I just see TikTok videos of him at random bars, and he's just screaming his patented, woo thing, and then that's it. I was going to do the woo, and I decided not to do the woo.
Did you call it a woo thing?
I was going to do the woo.
Nothing but a woo thing.
I hopped it. I'm like, we're not doing the woo. That's not what we're doing today. Mainly because I just don't know how it goes. So if you could teach me,
sound like a TikTok trend.
If you could teach me, that'd be great. How does that go again? What is his woo thing?
Mac.
Yeah, that thing.
Not in the microphone, just from there. We'll hear you. Oh, you pulled your punches there. You can woo better than that.
That was the sissiest woo I've ever heard in my life.
All right, your turn. Go for it.
No, I don't have to. I opted out of this exercise. But
that's chicken bleep out of you.
I'm not saying
that's
it
a
isn't.
chicken bleep.
I'm not saying it isn't. But I opted out of this exercise before we started.
You avenged your woo there. It was a pretty sissy woo.
Come on, put some, like you drank bourbon once in your life. Put something into it.
Yeah, like you just lay with a beautiful woman. We're not that kind of show. I do. No, that's just.
I don't know what's missing. The punch isn't there.
Yeah.
I don't know why the punch isn't there.
I think you're missing it on the front of it. It's more like a woo, like one of those. Like, and again, I didn't pull my punch.
I was about to say.
I pulled my punch. I was trying to give you the beginning, the oomph of the woo. All right, now mic off one more time. Woo! No. It sounds like somebody riding a small roller coaster.
That's right, like a tiny one.
Yeah.
Not like a big one. This was a 6.
That's you were a wrestling
10.
fan.
This was an okay thing.
I maybe Flair's a little older for you. That is a paltry woo. We gave you 3 woos, and
JP still hasn't given one.
It's true.
No, I opted out of the exercise.
Yeah. No. Smart play by you. Also, excellent trap set by you.
I didn't trap anything.
Okay. The lead in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
The Rams and quarterback Matthew Stafford agreed to a 1-year contract extension. The Rams are the current favorites to win the Super Bowl in a season where LA traded for star corner Trent McDuffie and were rumored to be in on wide receiver A.J. Brown. It's no surprise the Rams are going all in the next 2 seasons.
seat, and you will not believe the take he has about Cleveland pizza.
It is the... I don't even know what to say.
He is the future of Cleveland sports radio, ladies and gentlemen. John Calavita in the hot seat during the emerging podcast scene. Presented by Extend Technologies on 923thefan.com and the free Odyssey app.
It's 5 o'clock on The Fan, and it's time for The Lead with Nick Wilson and Jonathan Peterlin on Afternoon Drive.
But first, The Fan is looking for a winner. Enter the code WAY, W-A-Y, at 923thefan.com before 6 o'clock for your chance to win a 4-pack of passes to see Star Wars, The Mandalorian, and Grogu. Only in theaters beginning Friday, May 22nd. It's all brought to you by Walt Disney Studios and Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
I just got to know John Calavita's take on Cleveland pizza. Anytime I can get somebody from the East Coast's opinion on Cleveland pizza, I just have to know, because those guys are always fair and balanced and certainly never have opinions like, there's no pizza but on the East Coast.
I'm going to guess his opinion's going to piss me off.
Yeah.
And spoiler alert, I'm probably not going to enjoy his opinion on Cleveland pizza.
And by the way, I did the bull because I can't do a John Calavita because they've dropped. We're not that kind of show.
Yeah. Should I send him a bunch of recommendations for all sorts of really great pizza spots?
No, because he's not going to give it a chance.
Because the thing I need to tell him,
people are the biggest snobs about pizza, and by the way, their pizza's fine, but not just fine. It's great pizza. There's a lot of great pizza. It's America.
Some really elite pizza spots now, but it depends what type of pizza you want too, though. That should be one of the disclaimers.
Oh, I guarantee you, if I hear that kid so much as say that deep dish pizza's lasagna, I'm going to introduce him to my five fingers. I'm going to smack the living hell out of him.
Well, I guess we got to listen to the show then, because I'm going to listen to the podcast on the way home, because maybe he'll surprise me.
No.
Maybe like, I had El Rion first time out. I loved it. It was fantastic. You guys know what you're doing here.
Nope, it's not going to happen.
I don't think it's going to happen.
I would say Mulberry's, by the way.
I'm going to let myself be surprised.
I'm not even going to listen to it because I don't want to be mad at him.
Okay.
Because
now
he's
you're
got
mad at
another
him.
year here tops.
But you're mad at him, and you don't even know his opinion.
Yep.
What if his opinion is, all I've had is El Rion, Geraces, and I just feel like this place is awesome. No.
He's having a tough enough day. Cooper DeJean's moving to safety anyways.
That is tough.
Yeah. Tough one for the community. Despite being down 0-2 in the Eastern Conference Finals, Donovan Mitchell isn't counting his team out of winning the series.
I loved everything about the looks we got, and some days you just miss the open ones. We got great looks. Sometimes we're in and out, sometimes they're short. Offensively, I'm not worried at all. We did a really good job getting to the paint, trying to find guys, and that's why our assist total was low. It's just because we couldn't make shots, and it was everybody. So nothing to hang our head about. They protected home court, and this isn't our first time at it, right? This isn't our first time facing adversity. We've been through 2 Game 7s, so being down 2-0 is not the biggest challenge. You know what I mean? It's just something it's right here. So let's go ahead and take advantage of it, right? Understand that they're going to make adjustments. We are as well, and obviously our process was right tonight. I'm not mad at what we did offensively. Defensively, we make some tweaks and changes, and like you said, sometimes you got to tip your cap to the shot making. That was tonight.
Yeah, I mean, again, 7 points in the first half, maybe the quietest second half 19-point performance I've ever seen in my life. But the idea that Donovan was injured the entire game, I just don't buy into. I really don't. I think he did have something early, and then I think it just it worked its way out, and I think he'll be fine for Game 3.
His message is right. When the Cavs kind of did this after Game 1, where they're like, "Oh, we're unlucky, we're this, that, and the other," it was like, yeah, you blew one of the biggest leads in NBA playoff history. No, you played like crap late, and you blew a game, right? This one's correct. And I'll continue to go back to, I think the Cavs, they're not sitting in the catbird seat. That's the Knicks. But it's still right in front of you. And I think we need to have a little bit more emotional resiliency. I'm not expecting everyone to be like, well, yeah, down 0-2. But I think we can also look at this and go, I think the margins in this series are a lot slimmer than maybe people thought coming into it. And just because a lot of media people are saying otherwise, yeah, that's because those guys thought the Knicks were a drastically better team. I get if those guys haven't seen anything in the first 2 games with the Knicks up 2-0 to change their opinion. It's going to make it even funnier when they're wrong.
Dave McMenamin of ESPN joined the morning show today. He was asked if Donovan Mitchell's playing through an injury in the playoffs.
I don't know. I mean, there was a play late in the fourth quarter of Game 1 where he appeared to run into OG Anunoby and went to the floor, and I wonder if that was some sort of tweak. Kenny Atkinson at halftime of Game 2 said he didn't think Donovan looked right. And he was asked about it after the game, and he said, well, yeah, I mean, I don't know if he looked right, but he hasn't told me anything. And then he looked better in the second half, and he never asked to come out. Like, I don't know. It's pretty strange. Like, he hasn't told me anything. I think I would ask my player if I thought he didn't look right. So the fact that they haven't just completely squashed it makes me think that there's something going on. But, listen, it was, 2 seasons ago where Mitchell couldn't finish out the playoffs. That weighs on a guy. I would imagine if he is going through something, this could be like the 2018 finals where LeBron comes to the final podium with the wrap around his hand. We won't know about it until that happens.
Is that bedroom, Dave? He kind of had the low
Very
and
sultry.
yeah.
I disagree fundamentally with the thought process that the Cavs weren't trying to squash that. I don't know in many other ways that Atkinson could have tried to squash it himself. And then, listen, I know it's something for you when someone repeats like great, the way he did 3 times, where it's like once they do it multiple times, maybe that the jig is up and it's a fib. But I don't know what else Donovan could have done in that moment to make everyone feel like, all right, guys, I'm going to be fine for Game 3. This is not the story that you think it is.
I don't think he's 100% healthy. If he's healthy enough to play, then you should expect results. And 3, I don't think the injury is the only thing affecting his play in this series. I think the Cavs are trying to do a lot of things to make it so that their offense isn't just Donovan-centric. And I actually think they're having some success with that. And I think they've had success with it all 16 playoff games long. Jonathan, what did you call him earlier? Macri of Knicks Film School joined us today at 3. He broke down the gap between the Cavs and Knicks in this series.
I don't think that there's a wide gap in terms of certainly talent. I do think, though, that there is an execution gap between what we have seen through 2 games. And I completely agree with your assessment that you guys did not approach much like the Raptors series. I don't think you approached the Detroit series with the level of seriousness that you needed to. I do think the Cavs have been more serious in this series so far, but at the same time, trying to flip a switch in the middle of the playoffs is a tough thing. And for as much as I agree with you, I don't think it's time, if you're a Cavs fan, to close up shop quite yet. The notion that the same thing is going to happen against the Knicks as what happened against the Pistons, I'm not sure I would go quite that far either.
Yeah, no, it's obviously not time to close up shop. If I were to focus on the things that disappointed me, the 18-0 run in the third quarter is probably highlighting my frustration. I did not get overly frustrated with yesterday's game. I really didn't. But the idea that you're outscored 44-11 in the final 12 minutes of Game 1, and then in Game 2 you let the Knicks go on an 18-0 run. Like, I do need to find at some point, at least in Game 3 or Game 4, we just need to make sure the Knicks can't go on these insurmountable runs the way that they did in the first 2 games. Somebody needs to stop the bleeding is the point here.
In terms of the execution and the difference between the two, the Cavs won the first 3 quarters of Game 1. Then the first half of last night's game was a push. And so then the Knicks have won the second half of last night's game, and then the fourth quarter, and then overtime. So how big of a gap is there, really? And again, the Cavs are down 0-2. I'm not trying to polish anything. I just this continued push at how great these Knicks are. It's like I'm watching the same series everybody else is.
Yeah, I don't think the gap is that large.
They're
I really
a good
don't.
team. They really are. They are a Eastern Conference Finals, NBA Finals talented team. That doesn't mean that the Cavs aren't just because they're down 0-2.
Agreed. It's just more the idea that these runs have been a problem, and we'll see what happens in Game 3 if they can stop them. Daryl Ryder on with the morning show today explained why Myles Garrett's absence from voluntary workouts shouldn't become a bigger story.
This is not abnormal behavior for him. Yeah, would it be nice with the new defensive coordinator and a new head coach if he had showed up and he would have had a face-to-face meeting with Todd Monken? Of course. But we all know that's just not how Myles does things, right? And I don't think that Myles is all that upset by the conversation surrounding him, keeps his name in the headlines and all those things. And I maintain this. The Browns are unfortunately misaligned with Myles' career, okay? So I think from a team-building standpoint, they made a mistake last year by extending him.
All right, so there's a lot there. This really boils down to 2 things. Either you think it's a nothing burger, or there's but maybe there's something there. And it's like, All right, but what indication do we have beyond the things Miles has already done? It doesn't mean you guys are wrong, by the way. It just means it's like we're looking at the same thing year over year over year, and it's the same reactions. If it's different, one, it'll be the first time it's different in the last 6 years.
This is the first time in the last 6 years you've had a brand new head coach, though. And that is the part of this that makes this a different story. Again, if it was Kevin Stefanski that was the head coach, it wouldn't be a story because he's already met him and he knows him and he's familiar with him. Like that, and especially the idea that Miles, by all accounts, wasn't pleased that it wasn't Jim Schwartz that got the job.
Yeah, but again, like he hasn't publicly requested a trade. They have shot down fielding trade offers for him in the most hardcore of ways. Do I think that there's some semblance of a chance that the Browns are just sleeping on this story and that they're going to do the one thing that I've said, if you're going to trade Miles, you should do? You wait till June 2nd, you then trade him, and then say, we talked to Miles 3 months ago, he said he wanted out, and we decided we wanted to get this immense value for him, and basically it's the Jacksonville trade down 2.0,
right.
But at a much different level. Yeah, there's a chance that that's it. I'll still be more shocked than not if Myles Garrett isn't here.
I still will be shocked as well if he's not here, but where I lie with it is I just want an acknowledgement that it's weird, and you gave me that acknowledgement, so I'm satisfied.
I acknowledge you.
The other thing with this, thank you. The other thing with this is, Daryl being like, oh, the timelines are off, and it's a very popular Albert Breer trope as well. Like the timelines are off, it doesn't add up. And the timelines are always fascinating when it comes to Myles Garrett because I really do believe he is going to play longer than we typically see not only pass rushers play, but the way he takes care of his body and the way that he goes about this. I don't know that we just play with the idea that in 2 years he's going to have no value and make that the assumed proposition. I think he's going to have value for longer than that.
The Guardians are on a season-high 6-game winning streak and start a series tonight against the Phillies on the road. After hitting his first home run with Cleveland yesterday, Patrick Bailey, good old signal caller, talked about what stood out about the team.
Playing good baseball right now, manufacturing runs in different ways. Pitching's unbelievable, lights out. I feel like our defense has been playing well too. So again, we're definitely playing good ball. Just need to keep it up.
Hell yeah,
DJ Patrick Bailey.
Let's get after it. That's the German version of that.
I know. I was Polish friends I hung out with in high school is what that was. That was my Polish friends kicking in.
I gotta say, I think the big difference here. Sounds like a German guy counting.
Where's the counting?
Oh, it's a sheep. Look, it's a sheep. I want to go to sleep.
Gum gum.
All right. I think the big difference for Patrick Bailey is Buster Posey's not around busting his stones right now. I think that's what it is.
Is that what that is? It's funny. I went to the game on Sunday. My father-in-law was there, and Patrick Bailey had a couple balls that just kind of like within 5 feet of being a home run, right? And he left like really oddly impressed with like these deep fly balls. And I think the idea was I just been telling him the entire time, I'm like, this guy's you got him for defense. The man cannot hit.
Mm-hmm.
Like that's he cannot hit. And then he'd send these like deep fly balls, and my father-in-law would like stand up and be like, ah. And then it just falls short, and it was just like that reality. And so anytime you get like Bailey, what he did a couple games ago, where he hit the home run, you just get over the moon with the production. It's been a good first week and change at this point for the Bailey administration behind the plate.
I think we have to reclassify him not as an Austin Hedges clone, but Austin Hedges with real warning track power.
That's right.
Like,
if they brought the fences in by like 20 feet.
Yeah, if they went the Royals, right? Isn't that what the Royals did?
Yeah, that's exactly what the Royals did. Then he'd be like, Patrick Ruth.
Yeah, he could be 25 home runs a year while hitting $133. No, we like Patrick Bailey. We're having fun here, Patrick. When we come back, Hope and your Cavaliers in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
Hey, guys.
still can't fully explain. On Hidden History, I treat these moments like open case files. Not myths, not superstition, just incomplete explanations waiting for a closer look. Listen to and follow Hidden History, available now wherever you get your podcasts.
The best playoff coverage in Cleveland. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
This isn't our first time at it, right? This isn't our first time facing adversity. We've been through 2 Game 7s, so being down 2-0 is not the biggest challenge. You know what I mean? It's just something it's right here. So let's go ahead and take advantage of it, right? Understand that they're going to make adjustments. We are as well, and obviously our process was right tonight. I'm not mad at, what we did offensively. Defensively, make some tweaks and changes, and like you said, sometimes you got to tip your cap to the shot making. That was tonight.
Dan Devine coming up in just about 20 minutes here. Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin back on Afternoon Drive. That was Donovan Mitchell. Talking about the adversity the Cavaliers have faced and sounding, projecting confidence was Donovan Mitchell after the Game 2 loss.
I mean, now Donovan kind of sounds like we've sounded like all day long, where it's like, yeah, you just got to tip your cap to the shot making.
Yeah.
It's not great. Like the NBA really is that type of league, though, and it's funny because Dan's coming on in 20 minutes, and Dan does all sorts of breakdowns, and his life is built around this. But the amount of games that can just be summed up with, yeah, they made a lot of shots. It's a make or miss league. That's the reality of it.
So here's the thing: if you and I ever actually pulled that card before, I would feel like, all right, maybe we're driving at something or whatever. I think this is the first time I've ever been like, yeah, it's they just didn't make their shots.
I think it's so
simple.
obvious. Sam Merrill is what made this so obvious for everyone, because you can't get better looks than Sam Merrill got unless you're Josh Hart. And so the idea is that you watch the whole game is flipped on the idea that if Sam Merrill played like Josh Hart and Josh Hart played like Sam Merrill, the Cavs win that game. And I think when it was so obvious and what each team was trying to do and what they were trying to accomplish and who they were daring to take the shots with, you watched it be exactly what Donovan described there. It's a make or miss league.
It's actually, what's funny about the whole thing is I'm not really concerned about Donovan or James Harden. I'm not really concerned about the bigs kind of disappearing in the second half. I'm not really concerned. The only one that I'm a little concerned about going into Game 3 is Sam Merrill, because you could tell that the misses were getting to him.
Well, I mean,
I think that's one of those things where it's like he can't afford to tailspin out of this.
So when Legler was on yesterday on the morning show, and again, I thought it was really good. It's more Game 1 analysis at this point because it was had a Game 2. I thought he was great, though. One of the things he had to say was that, it's one of those great inside basketball moments, is that So the reason why the ball didn't fall down is because the rotation that Merrill had on it. Very similar. He didn't add this part, but very similar to the idea of when you watch a quarterback throw a spiral and then a quarterback throw a wounded duck, right? And how you are releasing the ball out of your hand impacts spin, impacts all of this other stuff that comes into it. And basically the synopsis is that Sam Merrill's shot was just very broken that moment in a way that is not typical for NBA players.
Yeah.
And I would bet, because we saw a couple of those in and out type things for Sam Merrill again, I would bet his shot's a little broke right now. It's not typical for Sam Merrill, so he's got some cleaning up he's got to do.
And the rebuttal then for me comes to, all right, but home cooking. You know what I mean?
Sure.
It's kind of like when James Harden had the just brutal Game 2 in the Detroit series. And it was like he looked washed, and then home cooking came, and he had a really great Game 3. I do think that's there, but I do need to see it with Sam in Game 3, specifically of anybody, because he's just the most pure shooter you've got.
Well, I don't go to this often, the idea that, crowd and the environment is what dictates everything and this and that, but it really does when you're talking about young players the way that they are. Like Josh Hart, I heard a couple of different Nick post-game stuff yesterday talking about how basically Josh Hart replicates the energy of any crowd. That's like his go-to. You can tell if the crowd is down, Josh Hart seems like he's just missing every shot, and if they're amped up, he just feeds off of that. And I think sometimes when we do this, in sports radio in particular, we do undersell the idea that a 24-year-old is going to be impacted by a bunch of energy going around and the crowd getting in loud in the certain moments and feeding off of that in such a way, because it really is a part of basketball that we just kind of dismiss, but it's reality.
Give me 1 to 10. Where's your hope with the Cavs?
Hope for what? I mean, I will always have hope. Do you mean thinking that they're going to actually win the series?
No, get back into the series and take this to 6-7 games or potentially win it.
I put it at about a It can't be more than 50%, though. It really can't that they're going to win the next two. But deep down in my heart of hearts, I think they're winning the next two games. And so that's where if you made me bet my own money on it, I'd put it about 30%. I think splitting them is probably more likely. But the idea that they'll go back to the Garden, Game 5, evened up, 30% seems about right.
I'm at about a 7 out of 10.
Yeah, it's high. I mean, it's high. That's very high.
Like, if the Knicks haven't played that good of basketball while at home, what's the most is in the same way that I can look at this and go, I think it's incredibly likely that the Cavs play several notches better basketball at home, which again, I think if those first two games were at home, I think you're up 2-0 right now. Because that's the power of home for the Cleveland Cavaliers. But okay, the New York Knicks can play worse. They didn't play awful. They didn't play their best basketball yet. They also haven't played their worst basketball yet. And once you get on the road, man, if you thought Mitchell Robinson had a tough time shooting those shots in front of the home crowd, any of the guys who are role players, you're going to start maybe not being able to count on them the same way. I just would be shocked. I really would. I don't even want to put qualifiers on it, it'd be a collapse or any of that kind of stuff. The Knicks are a good team. If you mess around, you're going to find out with this. I just would be shocked if we didn't, by the time we come back on Tuesday, if we're not talking about a 2-2 series.
The concern I have is I worry that the Knicks offense is too good for us to maintain the pace. And maybe if we hit more shots, I'd have more belief in the offense right now. I think Atkinson's got this a little backwards. I think he has all postseason long, but it was more understandable against the Raptors and the Pistons that you need to play defense and you need to stop them because they can't shoot it all to begin with. Our defense it's fine, but he's not prioritizing the offense enough. If you're going to beat the Knicks, you got to score 120.
Yeah, I think it's gonna. I can't even say it. I can't even say it every different way.
Lineups though, some of these lineups that he's putting out there, and he's clearly
but those
prioritizing.
guys are going to hit the shots. Those players are going to hit those shots at home.
There's no guarantee of that. I hope you're right. I hope you're right.
I think it's just kind of standard NBA logic that your role players offensively,
they do typically play better at home.
So
I mean,
and I don't think they even have to play that much better. When I say they, I mean the team in general to tie this thing up. I think you can play one level above where you are right now, and the Knicks can be who they've been. And I think this, it's so funny. I think they're going to win the series. I can't believe I just said that out loud. But we haven't seen the Knicks lose yet. The Knicks haven't really played great basketball. They've had a couple hot stretches, which is a couple more than the Cavs have had.
And those are the stretches I'm worried about. But 18-0 in the third quarter in Game 2, 44-11 in Game 1 for the final 12 minutes.
Brunson can go off on the road. Do I think Josh Hart's going to have that same game on the road? No.
But will they set it up the same way? Will they dare Josh Hart in Game 3 the same way they dared him in Game 2? Are they going to just leave him open with 10 feet of separation and try to decide if it's an open footage practice?
And by the way, the law of averages says that Mike Brown is not going to hit every button the right way
and keep pulling all the right strings.
Yeah, it's right there. I'm excited to see how they respond in Game 3.
I'm excited to see how they respond too. It's one of those things. I guess I need to see it before I can believe it. I guess I'm not as down on them. I'm really not, but I'd put it about 30% for myself.
216-474-0092. We do have a caller there. I wonder who that could be. And
did you want to comment at all about the people that are now blaming James Harden because he had 0 turnovers?
That's a real thing.
I thought that was a fun little turn of events because
who did that?
The morning show discussed it today, and it was one of those things where it was like, my guy can't catch a break here, can he? No. He can't catch a break. He has too many turnovers. Then he has a 0 turnover game. I guess he just is never going to make people happy, and that's okay. I've accepted.
Where's your level of hope with the Cavaliers? I need a little bit of Friday good vibes. That means Dick in Dayton's giving us a call. All right, Dick, got to ask you, buddy, where is your hope level with this Cavs team?
Nick and John, I'm telling you, I don't understand this. I've been and I'm just so worried now that, it just worries me. It worries me. There's so much talent and everything. I just want them to win, but I think they can pull this one off tonight. I really do.
What about tomorrow?
Tomorrow. Yeah, I think they can. They go back to Cleveland, but you got to win too. But I'm just puzzled. All that talent and but I think they can win the next two because I don't know, is that coach going to be in jeopardy? That's all I want to know. And I wanted to talk about the Browns a little bit.
Well, we're on the Cavs right now, but
Okay,
hey, Dick, I want to tell you, keep the faith, okay, Dick?
Okay, I'll keep calling, okay?
All right, buddy. We appreciate you there.
That's not what he asked for, but that's
Dick and
nice
Dave.
of you.
What was that?
Well, you asked him to keep the faith, and he's like, I'll keep calling.
Yeah.
And that wasn't the request.
Yeah, well, that's fine. It was going to keep calling whether he said it or not.
I know.
Yeah.
I like that he thinks you just gave him the green light, though.
Yeah. Well, it's,
He's a good man. He's a good man.
Very thorough.
Very much so.
Dan Devine, Yahoo Sports. Obviously, we got to talk about the Cavs being down 0-2 to the Knicks and his take on how the Cavs get back in the series in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. Feel
feel like they're ready to make that decision. I think it's too early to make that decision. This is the time of year where you got to see who you have on Deshaun Watson and Shedeur Sanders. You got to get a good look at both of them. I think they should be split pretty even.
Listen for Scott Petrak from the Chronicle Telegram Monday mornings at 11 on Cleveland's Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
In case you missed it, coming up in 1 hour's time, Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin back with you on a Friday, ahead of a 3-day weekend. A lot to get to, but Cavs down 0-2. Will they make a comeback? Why are they down 0-2? I'm now just asking questions. I guess we'll ask him this guy. On the Wise Heart Right, We Make It Right, call Kyle Wright hotline. Dan Devine of Yahoo Sports joining us right now. Dan, welcome to the show.
Thanks so much for having me, guys.
All right, so I guess we'll start here because we asked a Knicks analyst this earlier. He's based out of New York as well, and so he had a very specific answer. Through 2 games, how big of a margin is there between what the Knicks are doing and what the Cavs are doing?
There's the real push and pull of that, right? Like, I mean, the Knicks have been playing at an extremely high level now for about a month, and so like there's certainly an aspect of they're a really hard team to get your arms around because they got a lot of ways to hurt you. I think from the Cavs' perspective, like I can look at this if I'm a glass half full type and whatever, it's Friday afternoon in Cleveland. Why not be a glass half full? Mm-hmm. I can say the middle 2 quarters of game 1, the first quarter of game 2, basically right up through that the big Knicks run that blew it open in the third quarter. They've played the Knicks pretty straight up and even gotten the better end of it. Like the Cavs are creating good looks pretty consistently against the Knicks defense. The Cavs have a game plan that makes sense. Listen, sometimes Josh Hart is going to make that look bad, but there's a reason they went with that cross match with Jared Allen. It is the reasonable tactical maneuver. It is something that smart teams have been doing against the Knicks for 2 years and have had a lot of success with it. They're pushing a lot of the right buttons. It's just that, when the Knicks are capable of playing left-handed in a way that they maybe haven't been in previous iterations. You shut off the Karl Anthony Towns high post stuff, they can go to the Jalen Brunson bully ball. You shut off you go to the Josh Hart mismatch. Well, okay, occasionally he's going to make some of those shots and you're going to look silly in the process. You create a ton of good looks. Your tired shooters go through a frozen rope of cards, there's a real rough run clanking pretty good high percentage look. So to me, I don't think that the Cavs are doing the wrong thing all that often. I think it's kind of like they've flipped the coin 50 times and, you don't always get the equal distribution of 25 and 25. Sometimes you just get a cold run at tails. It feels like a fair amount of that is what's happened here.
Yeah, they last night kept repeating process, and that's basically a process over outcome, which a lot of people believe. I believe in that a lot of the times too. Dan, it sounds like you think that's all this is. This is just the process was good, outcome was bad. No need to worry about it then.
Well, here's the glass half empty, and as this guy gets a little bit overcast. We are not dealing in a world of large sample sizes, right? The NBA postseason is these series are 7-game max, and now we are down to 5-game max. And yes, you can say that we forced Jalen Brunson into some low percentage looks. Jalen Brunson is who he is because those looks are not particularly low percentage for him, right? You can say we've got the right idea in terms of how we want to approach this team defensively. Right, but if you get the one Josh Hart game like that, okay, now you're out of 2 outs. You put yourself in a position where the margins are significantly slimmer than they were earlier, and so and Kenny Atkinson has kind of said as much. There's the push and the pull and the idea of do you stick with what has been the most sensible plan of attack here, or do you understand? Listen. The math might not necessarily always work out in your favor. I think Jared Allen said last night, sometimes the plan doesn't go to plan or something like that. Like that's kind of, where it works out. If you find yourself in a situation where everything that was on the whiteboard is not working, then you got to find something else and you got to find it fast. I think to the extent that Kenny Atkinson is wearing issues in this series, I think some of it is in game 1 when Brunson was going off, being like pretty slow to change things up. partially not calling the timeout, partially saying, if we are going to start bringing a double, waiting until the lead is all the way down to 5 before doing it. You need to be able to move a little more quickly in some of those moments rather than just saying, let's stick with it and see if this guy's going to, maybe he'll keep making 5. He's going to keep making those. If you keep giving him a steady dive to them, he's able to generate the rhythm that way. If you say, well, we're going to stick with, Dennis Schroeder in these minutes where, he's giving us some physicality defensively on Brunson, but not necessarily giving us what we need offensively. Some of these choices where it's like, are we going to the right option in the right time? Are we going there quickly enough? Or are we saying, let's let the process play out? The reasons for why you're making those choices can make a lot of sense, but this is the time of year where you don't have a whole heck of a lot of time to see how the process is going to play out. You've got to be pretty aggressive in making these decisions pretty quickly. I think Mike Brown has been a little bit more aggressive and a little bit quicker to pull the right lever in this series so far, and that's one of the reasons why the Knicks go up 2-0.
Dan, we've debated quite a bit about Donovan Mitchell's first 2 games here. The numbers don't look bad, just the straight-ahead traditional numbers, 26 points a game over the first 2 games. People have speculated that he looks hurt at points. Kenny kind of alluded to it but didn't admit it. And then there's also some usage stuff here. So just how would you assess how Donovan's playing through the first 2 games of the Eastern Conference Finals?
Again, sort of a tough thing to evaluate firmly one way or the other, because I think that he's been the best advantage creator the Cavs have had through 2 games. He's also not been the best player in the series in the way that they need him to, right? Like we saw in Game 7 against Detroit when put to the challenge. He's going to be the guy that's controlling the action. He's setting the tempo, dictating the terms of engagement, not Cade Cunningham. That has not been the case through 2 games here. Jalen Brunson has been the one dictating, sort of calling the numbers out here and dictating the pace of play. And that's, that is going to need to change in a pretty dramatic way now that the series shifts to Cleveland. I think that you've seen the issue with how it dinged up. What is he dinged up with? It's tough because he's out there, right? And when asked about it, he keeps saying, I'm fine. And Kenny Atkinson is saying, yeah, I didn't think he looked great, but then after halftime, he looked great. And I asked him, how's he doing? And he says, I'm fine. So at a certain point, you just got to say, that can't be the reason or the excuse or whatever, right? If everybody's telling you they're not using it as one, you have to say, well, then it can't be one. So Donovan Mitchell needs to be able to be, the burst off the line, beat the first line of defense, weave through 2 defenders, get to the rim. And he's done that, right? Like I saw him do that in Game 2, weaving around the Knicks like traffic cones, getting to the rim and finishing with one of those scoop layups that you're like, how the heck did he do that? We just haven't seen enough of it. And some of that is, again, game plan 2, right? The Knicks, in the same way that the Cavs in the first couple of games of the series have made more of a concerted effort to throw more bodies at Brunson. So we're going to throw a double out there. We're going to try to blitz or trap, get the ball out of his hands, force the Knicks to reverse the ball. The Knicks have been doing that to Mitchell as well. And I think generally Mitchell and James Harden as well have played pretty well out of that, especially in Game 2, where they're able to or I guess the middle quarters of Game 1 where they racked up the big lead. And then for a chunk of time in Game 2, you're getting the ball swing all the way over to the weak side, and it's Sam Merrill with nobody within 10 feet of him, or it's Max Strus with a catch-and-shoot rhythm 3, or it's Dean Wade in the corner where he's able to knock it down from, and then just those are not cashing out. And so it's the difficult – this is the burden of superstardom, right, is like when presented with the opportunity to make the right play over and over again, do you get bored with that or frustrated by it? And do you say, I got to grab the game by the scruff of the neck? And the answer, honestly, that it becomes a results over process question, because you can do the right thing and make the right play. And if nobody else is scoring, then everybody's going to look at you and say, why didn't you score more? So that's like, this is why Donovan Mitchell makes a heck of a lot of money. It is a bummer of a burden at times, but that is the one that he's facing heading to Game 3.
Well, I know you're probably just going to say, well, all right, the approach then is good, so stay with the approach. But Dan, we watched them be outscored 44-11 in the final 12 minutes of Game 1, and then in Game 2, there's the 18-0 stretch, and it's like at some point we do just need a guy to go get a bucket. Like, what should the approach be that's different that we don't see these just elongated stretches where the Knicks just outscore us and we do nothing offensively?
Yeah, well, first, if I had great answers for that, I would be making a hell of a lot more money and doing something different with my Friday afternoon. But I think that part of it is the ability to kind of go away from what was working. And the Knicks deserve some credit for this too. They're a heavy shift defensive team. They're making it difficult to get into the paint. They kind of took the Cavs bigs out of the game in the second half, especially, Evan Mobley got off to a really hot start. Jared Allen on the offensive glass, that really went away after halftime. But some of that is also just, and we saw it's again, I keep having as the point of emphasis or point of reference in my head, the Pistons series, where like the Cavs teams of recent vintage that have become maligned for their postseason falling short. A lot of it was like they're not playing with enough force, right? You don't feel the physicality. Another team that's like a little bit more, hard-nosed bully ball will be able to kind of push them off and dictate the terms. That did not happen in Detroit in Game 7. It was the Cavs who were the more physical, quicker, more aggressive team. And I think we did not see that in New York nearly as much as we need to. So, like Evan Mobley, to whom much is given, much is required. The idea of it, just like, can you wait? Can the ball get to you? He might have to be a little bit more assertive in going and trying to running some more of those inverted pick and rolls, getting on the ball and trying to get downhill, put Karl-Anthony Towns in difficult positions when they've switched the matchups there, and you have OG Anunoby on Jared Allen. Jared Allen himself, like he's going to have to go get it on his own. So, he mentioned kind of setting random screens to put himself in the action or be more aggressive going to the glass. Like those are the options that they're going to have to do. They're going to have to create more for themselves there, because if Mitchell is in any way compromised and not going to be able to put on the cape and give you 40, and James Harden, I think what we're seeing to some degree is about to be 37-year-old guy who's been playing every other day, heavy minutes for a month now, and maybe has at this point in his career is not just going to be bursting off the line and beating guys off the dribble necessarily consistently night to night. It's going to have to come from somewhere else. Those are the 4 all-star guys. And if Mitchell is already dealing with the doubles and the burden, and Harden kind of can't quite do it in the way that you might need him to, those bigs are going to have to just start playing bigger, frankly. And we'll see if they're going to be able to do that now the series shifts back.
Dan, we got about 60 seconds left here. There's been some disagreement on how much physicality OKC's allowed to get away with Victor Wembanyama. Charles Barkley said he's been kissed harder. Other people saw it as borderline assault. How do you get this right if you're the NBA trying to officiate, to give Wemby a chance while also making sure you give Wemby a chance to not take over this thing and swing the series in the wrong direction?
Well, it is 0% shocking that Charles has been kissed harder. That sounds about right to me. I think that this is honestly, I don't think they need to change a whole heck of a lot. I think this is what it's supposed to be this time of year. You are supposed to have have these teams going at it, the heavyweights fighting and slugging it out. It shouldn't be a whistle every 3 seconds. This is what playoff physicality is. You're going to see the scratches on the arms. You're going to see the bumps and the bruises. Now, grabbing his arm every 3 seconds, yeah, some of those should be called fouls on Isaiah Hartenstein. But also, there was a check in Game 1 and there was a raise in Game 2. And I think what you see as that series shifts back to San Antonio, what you have to see, this is an opportunity for Wembanyama, for the Spurs, to re-raise and say, okay, we brought something in Game 1. You amped up the physicality. Here is our response. To me, as a neutral observer of that, that's what I want to see. I want to see those guys determine it. I don't want to see it come down to, are the refs calling enough fouls? I want to see those guys amp up their level of play and then see where the cards fall from there.
60 seconds exactly. Dan, you're a professional. We appreciate you, buddy. Thank you so much.
Thanks so much, guys. Take care.
Dan Devine there, Yahoo Sports on the Wise Heart Right, We Make It Right. Call Kyle Wright hotline. We'll react to what he had to say about the Cavaliers heading into Game 3 in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. Hey, it's Nick Wilson here for Universal Windows Direct. What temperature is it today? I don't know. What temperature is it today? I also don't know. Not just temperature. I don't know what the heck that is. But the point is, on any given day, at any point in the year, your guess is as good as mine. It should be 30, but it's 60. It should be 90, but it's 12. That's Cleveland. And if you've got old and drafty windows, that is a night.
20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
Ease into your Sunday with the scores you may have missed Saturday night. Daryl Ryder and Nick Padone. Sunday morning starting at 8 on 92.3 The Fan. It's the 6 o'clock hour.
Someone step on a duck?
On Afternoon Drive.
1 hour to go. Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin on Afternoon Drive. Been a guest, Mac. I thought you might have a rejoin there. Give me that look. I'm going to throw you on the bus and give me the look, and I'm like, where's my rejoin? Where's my rejoin, man?
Where's your rejoin?
I can say the middle two quarters of game one, the first quarter of game two, basically right up through that the big Knicks run that blew it open in the third quarter. They've played the Knicks pretty straight up and even gotten, the better end of it. The Cavs are creating good looks pretty consistently. The Cavs have a game plan that makes sense. Listen, sometimes Josh Hart is going to, make that look bad, but there's a reason they went with that cross match with Jared Allen. It is the reasonable tactical maneuver. It is something that smart teams have been doing against the Knicks for 2 years and have had a lot of success with it. They're pushing a lot of the right buttons. It's just that the Knicks are capable of playing left-handed in a way that they maybe haven't been in previous iterations.
That was Dan Devine, Yahoo Sports, in the previous segment, giving us his take. They did say it is more of his glass half full take.
Yeah.
But that's fine. That's all this is.
I know. And then he offered up his other side of it, which was less depressing.
Yeah, but that one's if it's empty.
Yeah, it was less depressing than
it's half full.
Than they had good shots, and so that just sometimes they don't fall, which feels like that's what we've been doing all day long. They had good shots, they didn't fall. I'm really not. Now I'm ready for game 3, Nick. I'm ready to move this thing forward.
Yeah, I am, and that's why I'm going to say this, and I'm going on a limb on this one.
Yeah.
The key to game 3, hitting your shots.
Yeah, make your shots. Let's just do this.
And you know what? I think you really got to make sure you're taking care of the boards.
Yeah. Yeah, maybe make your free throws as well.
I don't think this team can do that. That's the only thing. They just go through times where even Harden. I feel like ever since what game was it where it was like
Harden
James
was perfect in his free throws last night.
Made 8 of 8.
No, not 8 of 8. It was 31 out of 32.
31, yes, and then
it went in and out. And he made a 1 out of 2 during that trip, and then followed up with another trip to go 1 out of 2 in that game.
And ever since then, the Cavs have not been able to.
He is like a lifetime 90% free throw shooter or something insane like that.
You don't have to defend him. I know.
No.
I just thought it was funny.
8 out of 8. Give the man some credit. But
it's fine.
Jared Allen can't hit free throws.
Yeah. Well, but that's an ongoing thing. Evan Mobley not hitting them. That's an ongoing thing.
I don't know. I don't know why. I don't know why they can't hit their free throws. It's incredibly annoying last night. It's funny. I noticed.
Do we get to do the generational thing?
Well, so I don't know why.
Go Daryl. Go full Daryl.
So Daryl's got two big gripes.
Yes, and oh yes.
Daryl's got 2 big gripes, right? And so one is free throws, and then the other is turnovers, right? And so last night's crowd couldn't complain about turnovers because the Cavs didn't turn the ball over last night. And so last night's crowd conveniently then shifted to, they got to make their free throws. This team can't hit their free throws. And I just thought it was really funny. On the one night they took care of turnovers, it turned into the free throw crowd.
I do think that it's wild, and there is some level of funny to me that we live in an era where NBA players have never been shooting's never been better. The skill level has never been higher. These guys train all year round. And yet there's so much sloppy basketball played in the NBA, and they can't make their free throws. We live in the era where you can't really be in the NBA if you can't shoot from 33% from 3, which 30 years ago you'd be the 30th best player in the NBA from 3. And now it's free throws.
Well, I think more people need to be punished. Like Mitchell Robinson is going to be punished in this series.
No, we should honestly leave him alone.
Once you get in the bonus, if you're that bad, then teams are just going to attack you, so they can't play him. Brown cannot play him moving forward in this series because the moment they get him in the bonus, the Cavs, they know exactly what they need to do with Mitchell Robinson. He is throwing fastballs at the rim.
Yeah,
he's not even attempting to have a free throw shot. He's just launching it like Randy Johnson.
I don't want to say that it's funny.
It's funny
because I feel
it's not happening. It's not happening to us. So it's kind of funny.
Oh my God, poor guy. If it was here, But
and in come the calls of, why doesn't he do the Barry and underhanded? I don't know, guys.
All right, so it's equal parts.
I'll save you the phone call.
So
I
it is
don't know.
funny, but it's not good funny. And it's almost endearing. Like,
For him, yes, it is.
Like, it's almost like, you know what, buddy? I just want you to know you're the bravest little fella in the world because you're standing out there on an island and you're still taking those shots.
Will you root for this mammoth human to hit these free throws? Because I think it's because in no part of Mitchell Robinson's life at 7 feet tall, 250 pounds, has there ever seemed like there's nothing he can't do or can't accomplish. And the free throws are the thing standing in his way.
And staying healthy. So here's the thing. With Jared, I'm like, fair. Jared's got some touch around the rim, but Jared's not like a shooter, right?
Right.
Evan has got a little touch to him these days. So that's the one that confuses me more than anything. If I can see you stroke a three and you can do it pretty regularly, and you, especially right now, like he's on a roll.
Sure.
And then you're on the free throw line. I'm like, but how'd you go 2 for 4 last night, champ?
Yeah, it's odd. Between Harden and Donovan
made as many
last
threes
night.
as he did free throws.
Harden and Donovan were 11 to 12. That's the other part of this too, is that like you kept looking around and being like, all right, like no, yep, they got more than the free throw disparity you could possibly imagine. We took more than twice the amount of free throws the Knicks did last night.
Mm-hmm.
Like, and there was one stretch, there was a graphic that popped up and it kind of highlighted the free throw disparity, and it's one of those just so obvious, just hit you in the face how this game kind of just got away if you just hit your free throws. And now I'm Daryl.
216-474-0092. I mean, they're free.
They're right there.
I'm not surprised that they're not making them, but they're free.
No one's guarding you.
Levon in Cleveland, where on a 1 to 10 level, where's your hope that the Cavs are going to get back in this series this weekend, Levon?
If they follow my game plan, I go with a 10. We got to attack the center. We got to get him in foul trouble. We got Allen, Mobley. We got Larry Nance Jr. We got to attack the middle.
The only DNP from last night.
5 fouls and you out. We got to get that center out of there.
Yeah, which center? They got 2 of them.
We got all the centers. When you play San Antonio, you got to attack the center. That is the way to win. You got to attack the center and get them out the game and play like you playing. And if that don't work, my little brother LeBron will come back and help us. We don't need Giannis. I will not trade nobody. We'll bring LeBron back. I'm out.
Is he your little brother because his name is LeBron and you're Levon?
Since your names are so close.
They're so close.
Yeah.
The parents really like the le thing and then the on part of it and sandwiched in between.
Then, of course, their other little brother's going to be calling Lenon.
Yeah, I mean, you can call it up.
Not just Leon.
I don't
He left out the other letters there.
The other one?
I don't think you helped yourself there, Mac.
I don't think so.
Yeah.
This is why you're not on Memorial Day.
Oh, that's dirty pool. That is dirty pool.
Oh, stop it.
Malik would never. All right, Jonathan.
That's the point.
Sorry, Mac. I tried, and then he got a me bound and put it back in my face. They just follow my plan. All right, guys, you heard Levon. Let's get it. Says we got to attack the center. Doesn't matter which one it is.
He sounded like he wanted to do like a Tanya Harding type thing, though. He wanted to like really just make sure. Was he talking physically?
Galooly?
Yeah, well, yeah, but it's okay. You know what I'm talking about.
Tanya didn't wield the nightstick, by the way. It was Galooly.
Yeah, I know, but
and don't call her the mastermind because that's not.
You know, I actually I never saw I, Tanya the movie.
Neither did I.
People raved about it,
and I love Margot Robbie.
People loved that movie.
Yeah. I think people love Margot Robbie. I don't.
Well, yeah.
There's such a. It's so funny you say
She's
this.
She's really done much recently, though. Where's she been hiding?
In the 90s, Australia.
I knew you were going to say it. Yeah.
With the wallabies.
A kangaroo.
There's. Margot Robbie's in the Joey. I don't know. That didn't land the plane. However, it's Friday.
that one.
Foster's Australian.
Oh, thanks, Mac.
Yeah.
Now, the 90s zeitgeist of white trash things that happened, or just trashy things that happened that people now were like hearkening back. Even when like FX was doing those series where it was like the O.J. Simpson trial one, and I was like, I don't know that I need to relive any of that. Like, that was like a year of my childhood.
Oh, yeah, well, you know what's interesting?
It was
is
just never not on the TV, and I never.
Yeah.
I heard about a brutal murder, and all the things that came with it for like a whole year. I don't look back at that and go, "Oh, gee whiz." Let's think back to that. And people do.
I've always been kind of like, well, I don't really care about the OJ story. Let's just kind of push that aside. I've like always had that take, and then the police officer in the case that recently died a couple days ago. When that popped back up, people started talking about OJ and that whole case once again, right? And by the way, I knew nothing about that guy and his history and how basically him being a racist cop led to the whole entire every bit of it, right?
Oh, yeah.
And so I just didn't know. I just had a little blind spot to who that guy was and his impact on the story, right? And so I found myself, and then even like some of the Bob Costas stuff that has come out since then about like he's in the white Bronco, as we all know, and then he's calling up the NBC newsroom to try to get Costas on the phone, but there's someone that answered at NBC and was like, "Yeah, sorry, like we don't believe you're O.J. Simpson," and hung up on him. Like all these little things, and I'm like,
Costas had that guy fired.
Well, and Costas found out because O.J. like a month later when he was in prison was like, "You need to come visit me. I want you to come visit me." And he's like, "Well, all right, you're not my friend if you did this, but I'll go visit you." And he told him, he's like, I was in the Bronco. I called them asking for you, and they just hung up on me. They just wanted nothing to do with it. It's an incredible story, right?
Costas had that guy murdered. There's no way.
And all these little things out of this, I'm like, wait a second. The story that has been just told a million times over, I want to do like a deep dive into now. I had no interest for a large majority of my life about that story, and now here I am.
This is how 90s these stories are, that like if something equivalent happened today, Vanessa and I would talk about it as married couples are wont to do, but we wouldn't talk about it in front of our kids. Like, I don't think people for that year, that entire saga, when I went to school, I heard about it. And I heard teachers talking about it. When I would come home, it was on the TV. Then you'd like be in the car going to dinner, and my mom would be like, "Did you hear about her head was hanging off?" And it was like you could not escape this story. And it's like now I look at it and I go, do we wonder why people that grew up in the 90s are a little bleeped in the head? Like this. Oh, by the way, we survived this, and then we got Nancy Kerrigan, and that was a thing for like 3 months. It's like maybe just maybe there's some reasons why some of us haven't maybe achieved much in life.
We're obviously doing so much better carrying on Diana Rossini content for 2 months.
Yeah, but I'm not talking about that in front of my kids. My kids aren't living that.
Oh, it's all my Charlotte hears from me.
Now, honey, here's what we do with home wreckers, okay?
Chloe's really into the Vrabel part of this. Is he going to coach again? I don't know.
Baby Chloe, she's what? Not even a year old yet.
No.
The second somebody even starts to say the word Rossini, she just hears "ruh," and all of a sudden,
it makes her cry.
A dead slumber.
It makes her cry.
That's true.
Kind of like how Charlotte used to cry anytime she heard Ken Carman's voice. That's a true story. I don't mean to make him feel bad about that, but we put on the morning.
100 Cleveland men.
For the first 6 months of that baby's existence, and she was fine when Wyman was talking if I joined in, and then Ken would speak and just start bawling.
Did Lima bribe her?
I don't know. I have no idea why.
What happened here?
I could put it on, and Wyman talking, and she would just be chill, and then Ken would speak and just bawling her eyes out.
They said something really nice.
She got over it.
Do we know that? Does she just go catatonic now?
She only listens with AirPods now, so I don't know.
Derivative.
That's not what she...
Pander.
That's her first words.
That's true.
How'd you know?
That's true. Daddy doesn't do this. That was her first full sentence.
Yeah.
All right. Well, we kind of ended the segment in a weird spot there. 216-474-0092. I look over at the call screener.
You want to take it.
You know what? I do want to take it.
I want you to take it.
It's a Bleep Off Friday. Mike, welcome to the show, friend. How you doing, buddy?
Mike.
Hello, man.
Hello, Mike.
How you doing? You just made me laugh about the Nancy Kerrigan thing because this is honest to God's truth. I kid you not. We took second, my girlfriend and I. She went in Nancy Kerrigan, and I went as the dude in the wheelchair from Friedman, Damiano, and Smith. And we lost. No, it's the truth. It's true. It's true. And we lost to some broad that was dressed like a slutty nurse. So anyhow,
well, those are undefeated.
He's up on those words. Come on.
Yeah, I know, but my girl did look like Nancy Kerrigan. She had great teeth. You know, and I just kept telling her to say, "Why? Why?"
No, get yours out of
here. I didn't hear it.
No.
I was laughing too much with it. Why?
He didn't curse. It's just, Mike, you got to know when you hit the goal, or when you hit the gold, you just got to know when to move on. Oh my God. All right, now we really are just in the middle of the damn sea. So when we come back, sports. Feel the power this month and beyond.
listen to us live, we've got you covered. You can hear the Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima, Baskin and Phelps, an afternoon drive with Nick Wilson and Jonathan Peterlin as a podcast. Full hours, full shows. Find it all on the Odyssey app, Apple Podcasts, Spotify, and anywhere you get your podcasts.
In case you missed it, coming back in about 20 minutes there. Nick and JP back with you. Done a lot of Cavs talk today. Enjoyed it thoroughly. Interesting. I don't know if this is even news because our old friend Jacoby Brissett, he is in a contract impasse with the Arizona Cardinals, and they have Gardner Minshew. They drafted Carson Beck this year, and this was just put out earlier today. This is from Josh Weinfuss of ESPN. Saying the Cardinals and Jacoby Brissett are significantly far apart in negotiations to rework the last year of his contract for 2026. The gap in the negotiation puts into questions whether Brissett, who is yet to report to Arizona's voluntary offseason program, will attend next week's voluntary OTAs, the source said. It's a tough one because we like Jacoby Brissett. And Jacoby has ended up being the starter for like 4 teams because of injury or because the ass fell out of something, like right. the Andrew Luck retirement. And so he's never really been paid like a starter.
And that's why he's upset, yeah.
But he's been the de facto starter in multiple places, and I get it.
Well, he's not even he's like not even being paid as like a handsome backup.
Isn't it like $8 million or something like that?
I think it was a 2-year, $12.5 million deal. And so, like the idea, like I get it. If you're Jacoby Brissett, you're basically being handed starter chances and opportunities, which is great. You want that, but you're being paid backup money.
I get it. Here's the problem: you're Jacoby Brissett. This is the other side of this. And here's the thing: the leverage here is a little tough because Jacoby's still got to beat out Gardner Minshew and Carson Beck, 2 guys who I think could hypothetically start week 1, and I don't know there's going to be a huge gap between what Jacoby does and those guys too.
So I think he's overplaying what he did last year. Mm-hmm. I think and again, I'm not just going to whatever. Like it's evidenced by what he's trying to do here and get more money and the power play attached to it all. I think he believes that what he did was really impressive. Meanwhile, the rest of the NFL doesn't really look at it that way.
Yeah, and hasn't, by the way, for any of the things he's done.
I know, but he steps in. Kyler Murray obviously goes down, and it is what it is. And like I think I don't know that he believes that this like secession plan that they're trying to build or whatever this is. I just think he thinks he's like a massively important part of it. Mm-hmm. And so I get it. If I were him, hey, we've seen all sorts of players this offseason make some sort of moves that got him more money. Aaron Rodgers comes to mind, top of list, right? Aaron is now going to make could be upwards of $25 million this year. Like I get what happens in this scenario, but Jacoby's overplaying his hand here a little bit.
Yeah, and here's the thing: if you're the Cardinals, if this gets to a point where he's not showing up to mandatories, don't you just cut him? Like, I mean, if you're Jacoby...
I mean, because you have Gardner and Carson Beck there, I don't see that big of a difference between Gardner and Jacoby Brissett.
Yeah, I mean, I think Jacoby's got a bigger arm. I think he is the better quarterback, but like Gardner Minshew... And like, listen, I think there's a chance no matter who you start at quarterback, you're taking a top 3 pick next year. A very likely chance.
I mean, that's the goal. That's the idea. Yeah, for sure.
So, and also if you're Jacoby Brissett, you haven't played for LaFleur yet. And I don't know. Mike LaFleur might end up just being a nothing burger, right? He might be the lesser LaFleur. I'm not sure yet.
Could be.
But the other gamble you're taking here is if you put yourself behind the 8 ball, who knows if you have a good year this year. Again, nobody's going to pay you $60 million next year. But if you have a good year and the Cardinals are in a really nice, let's say the Cardinals surprise people and go 9-8 and they're a fringe playoff team.
Yeah.
That is another ticket to a payday. I'm so torn on this because I want the money for Jacoby, right? Like I think he's a good dude. I think he's a backup quarterback, but I think he's a fine NFL quarterback.
Now, win-losses and everything. He went 1-11 last year as the starter for the Cardinals.
But like at the same point, if I'm the Cardinals, I just don't know how. If you're the Cardinals, I don't know how you just don't call his bluff because he's still at the end of the day. You could cut Jacoby tomorrow, and he's going to go somewhere and be a backup.
Here's the lever on this, and what I think is interesting. So, like, if you're the Cardinals, think about it for a second. you want to continue to grow some of the playmakers that you have. Like Trey McBride has turned into one of the best tight ends in the league for a reason.
Yeah.
And like I think if I'm Jacoby, I'm probably crediting myself in some of that, and I think he thinks that's going to carry over. The counter I would make to this is, as good as Trey McBride was, Marvin Harrison and Marvin Harrison Sr. seemed about as displeased as anybody last year off that. So between those two and then Jeremiah Love in the mix, like it's going to be an interesting spot. Did Jacoby do enough last year to make himself valuable to the Cardinals that they want to continue to see the development with this young offense that they're trying to build? Because that's really the big goal on all of this is, can you get this offense that should be much better than it is humming?
In a weird way, I'm rooting for Jacoby. In a weird way, you're doing this with the cheapest organization in the NFL. And I hate to be this guy. You're still Jacoby.
Yeah, I just don't know. I don't know what his end goal here is. Outside, I mean, I know what his end goal is, to get more money. I don't know how he thinks he's going to get it, though.
I still don't know how much money he wants. Like a wide gap. Like, does he want $30 million this year? Because he's not worth that.
Well, also at 33 years old, what does he think? Do you think they're just going to bend over and be like, all right, great, like $12 million, $15 million, $20 million? I don't think they're going to be as willing to go ahead and do that. I think they're just going to be, let's just throw you away.
What's your guess on how much he's made in his career? Because I looked it up. I know.
Wow, I have no idea. All right.
And I love this kind of games. Like the amount of times I do this at home.
Guaranteed money all in?
The money's already made, yes.
$35 million.
Okay. All right, Mac, don't you Are you Googling, you cheating bastard?
I was going to, yeah.
No, don't do that.
You said not to.
Don't do that. All right, what do you got? Or have you already seen it? Because I'll.
No, I haven't seen it.
You didn't need to both laugh at that.
I'm gonna say 38 mil.
You kind of $1 bombed him, you sandbag.
I mean, kind of. It's ballpark.
Ballpark? No. He said 35.
All right, hold on.
And you said 38.
If I'm close to being right, then it's whatever. Good job, Mac. You're in the right area too.
Neither of you
are
close.
If I'm wrong by a lot, then you just piggybacked my answer.
Neither of you are close. So he just piggybacked your answer.
Lower or higher? I'm thinking lower now.
$68 million.
That's insane to me.
And by the way,
was it the Patriots? Was that what did it?
No, it's the Colts. They adjusted his contract after Luck.
I was trying to figure out what team.
That's half his money.
Okay.
Yeah, it was 14. I don't know why I'm eyeing the sky. How much is it? It's right in front of you, Nick. Jeez. It's $15 million and then 15.8. Oh, I'm trying to remember something in my brain that's on a computer
I
screen.
get his side of it. I would want to be paid handsomely too, for even if I end up being the de facto quarterback, that you then give it off to somebody else.
I just don't think he knows how leverage works.
Yeah.
I think
it's bizarre. I can't. It's bizarre. It's a bizarre request out of him, and there's no other way to really look at it.
And I can't say enough how much I hate the Cardinals organization, and I think the Bidwells, again, they would be amongst the people who had fire into the sun. So I'm rooting for him. I think it's more likely they just say, "Oh, they didn't show up to mandatories. That's cool. You can get bent."
Yeah, I would think so as well. And like Gardner Minshew, it's not going to set back your offense any worse than Brissett is, I would imagine. I think Brissett's better, but I'd go with it.
I think the Cardinals are in a spot where everything the people have said, I don't know anything that
This is why LaFleur shouldn't have taken that job, though. Like, they're just such an awful organization.
He's been so close to the sun, though, for so long.
I know at some point you just got to do it, but
it's the Kevin Stefanski argument.
What's your
if you had not taken the Browns job, would you have gotten another head coaching job? If you look at how Minnesota went,
I think he would have, because he's got the McVay connection that will just last with him forever, and then
wasn't Zimmer fired like
brother.
2 years later, or who was the head coach? We went Zimmer to O'Connell, right? Oh, that's a long pause from all of us.
I don't remember.
Anyways, but I mean, whoever the head coach was fired 2 years after Kevin got this job. But that's not really the point. The point is, I think
I'm trying to figure out your timeline here.
I think
go ahead.
with LaFleur, I do think there's an element of you had to take the job. But I look at that and I look at that roster and I go, all right, you got a couple weapons. Marvin Harrison Jr. has been an abject failure so far.
But they have an offense. They just don't have much of a defense.
You've got Jeremiah Love and you got McBride. That's more than some teams have. It's not more than most teams have. I don't love a lot of their defensive pieces, and the O-line is not good either. That's why they were thinking about taking Mauanoa, and they actually have a good offensive lineman. It's a kid from Ohio State, Paris Lennon. But everybody else is just kind of Like, it's so funny. People are so down on the Browns, and I get it. I get the last 2 years. I do. But people are so down on the Browns, and it's like, yeah, but there's NFL talent here across the board from 1 to 53.
Right.
I don't think I'm saying that about the Cardinals.
No, you're not, and partly, and a lot of that is to do with the defense. I mean, that's why Gannon got fired. Like there was a whole everything with that. I look at,
and I think Jeremiah Love's going to be this year's Ashton Genty.
Just no line, so he just gets screwed.
Yeah.
There's
like at any given point, there's maybe 3 running backs in the NFL who can survive behind a bad offensive line. McCaffrey was one for a really long time. Saquon had some success in New York without that. Nick Chubb, by the way. Nick Chubb before the injury, that's the difference between Nick Chubb pre- and post-injury, amongst other things, is he could get to the line, make a couple little shimmies and bounces, hit a guy, and go for 15 yards behind when he's met at the line. He can't do that anymore. But he could. That's one of the guys that could. I don't think I'd be shocked if Jeremiah Love could walk into the NFL and do that.
The line that Chubb had in entering that first year with Baker is a really solid offensive line.
Oh, I was thinking like the last 2 lines where everybody was hurt, when he was still being able to just get whatever he wanted whenever he got.
I'm talking like that Raiders game, the first game where like, oh, he got 4 carries, but he went for 100 yards and was just awesome. Like that game, that was at the time that was one of the best offensive lines. It was the Cowboys and the Browns for like a 3-year stretch. It was the Cowboys and the Browns. Which is amazing how fast it all fell.
216-474-0092. Our old friend Jacoby Brissett wants a raise. The problem is the Cardinals have 2 other quarterbacks who might just be as good as he is. And the problem is the Cardinals are a really bad franchise, and the Bidwells are not good people. So, we rooting for our guy Jacoby? I could play that game. The how much did this guy make in any sport? And by the way, I also am as usually wrong as you guys were, and
I'm usually pretty good at it. That's the difference.
I think how about this one?
That was a weird culture that kind of tripped me up in that whole thing. If we're being honest about it,
you are making excuses.
I am. Who cares, right? But,
let's go. I think you care.
Typically pretty good at that game.
All right, Mac, you're going to be the arbiter of this one.
Throw out a player.
And no. I'm going to throw it out. I'll throw out just the player, and then we'll both guess, and we'll see. Mac will do the so all day.
Would love the chat.
Wait,
I thought we were doing football. I know we're doing basketball salaries too. Basketball's a different world. Guys make an insane amount of money in different rates.
Andrew Luck.
Okay.
Oh, he's intrigued now. He's really pondering.
Well, I got to put in. I'm putting in like the contracts, the bonuses, where he was taking everything like that. It's a scientific approach into it. The scientific approach.
Are you Excel documenting in your
also
head?
When he dropped off with the contract that he had is another because he had a massive contract and then he dropped off.
Yeah,
so
you got to factor
everything into that.
A lot of facts and figures here.
$150 million.
No, don't you yet. I'm gonna go $105.
109.
Oh, go! Fatty wins!
Fatty wins?
You don't say that?
No, I don't. I typically don't say I don't say that one. Congratulations on your win. That was a good win.
That
was a good win.
Oh, you are mother bleeping me in your mind right now.
I'm really not.
Yeah.
I got another basketball one if you guys want one.
No, we don't want basketball.
That's about as close as JP's going to get to cursing on air. I said no basketball!
Basketball numbers are wonky and everyone knows it.
In case you missed it, in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
What's up, everybody? Nick Costos here, helping you beat the books with Westwood One Sports. Taking a look at the pro hockey futures market, Colorado now just a -115 favorite to win the Western Conference Final against Vegas after Vegas won Game 1 last night. And this reminds me of the Western Conference
Explore what's possible. Ask your doctor about Tremfya. Visit Tremfya.com or call 1-800-526-7736.
Don't trust anybody with your Cavs playoff coverage unless they have sports in their name. We are Cleveland's Sports Radio, 92.3 The Fan.
Fatty wins! Yes, he does. Nailed one in the break like you would not believe. What'd you guess for our G3?
60 million?
Yeah. What did Nick guess? 33 million. What was the answer?
No, you guessed 38, and the answer was 33.
No. I said 38. They said no. I said no because I felt it. My computations were not 100%. And then I said 33%. And then Mac Robinson, what was it?
I don't buy that part of the story at all.
It was 33.
By the way, Mac, is that not exactly how it went?
Yes, it is.
I didn't hear it.
Yeah.
Didn't hear it. I'd love to give you the. Are you kidding me? The Showcase Showdown, right on the money. You get both prizes. Are you kidding me? I'd love to give that to you.
I don't think you would.
I'd love to give that to you.
I think you heard Fatty win, and you just were like, "I'm done with this guy."
Little do you know, I'm like Josh Hart. The energy just gets me going.
Yeah. Many people say that about you.
I hear Fatty wins. Yeah. That just gets me charged up.
Yeah, I don't believe that. Because you also hear JP loses, and you don't like to lose.
No, I didn't hear that at all.
I think the
Fatty wins!
Your success is my success is all I hear. So I don't know what to tell you.
That's the least sports talk radio answer ever. I must win, and I must win, and you must lose. That's the way this goes. Not for me and you.
Oh, yeah.
But for other shows. Not sure who those could be.
Pew, 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 pew. Is that how our guy Malik's going to do it this weekend?
That guy's the future star.
I'm pumped up for Malik on Monday. I cannot wait.
Can't wait for Nick, JP, and Malik. Right? No,
Nick and JP with Malik?
Yeah. No, it's not going to work that way.
Malik with Nick and JP.
Yeah, I was going to say, that might be the only way we ever get our names on the show, is if it's with Nick and JP.
Malik, you have to let us rise to you in order to get this done.
Big thanks to Jonathan Macri.
Yeah.
Knicks Film School. Yeah. It's just got me in pretzels, guys.
I don't know why.
It's just because I look at it and it just is a no. I'm not going to say that, Nick. Why do I have to have inner monologue go outer monologue? It's a dumb name. All right, McCree. What are we doing here? Just kidding. It's a great name. He was great. At 3 and Dan Devine, Yahoo Sports at 5:40. If you guys missed a moment of our show, including Fatty Wins, go ahead and watch back all 5 hours on 92.3 The Fan's YouTube channel. And subscribe to that bad boy. It is free, after all. You like free, don't you? Everybody says you love it free. And don't forget to like our videos. We like to be liked around here. Let's get to In Case You Missed It.
Fatty wins!
All right, we're going to start off with guessing all the different quarterbacks and then dollar. No, I'm just kidding. All right. Belichick and UNC.
I must beat you.
Looking to rebrand with a media run is the headline from Pro Football Talk. Do you feel like Belichick can actually rebrand himself over the next few months?
No, he's a knob.
So he's trying. He went on Pardon My Take. He's going on all these different, hey, let's make ourselves look normal and better, and this is going to be all right. And I wanted to feel whether or not this was actually getting through to someone like yourself.
No, once you get back to the football time of it, he's going to be a miserable human being that doesn't treat people with a proper respect. That's just who he is. Like Gio Lopez, the old he was there for 1 year, but the UNC quarterback who's now at Wake Forest, it was like, no, it stunk. It was no fun.
Yeah.
Like, he doesn't understand, and this was always going to be the concern, he doesn't understand that while you can bring a system to college football, and you can have a lot of seriousness, a lot of the things that you need to win, but you also you need to find somebody who can be fun or create circumstances that these college kids can still be college kids. And I think Saban will never admit to it. You know, Saban had some things that he looked the other way at while they had fun with. You know what I mean?
Well, yeah, he was just not around when it happened.
You just can't succeed in college football if you treat practices or things around a football team like it's the NFL. It's not. It's one way you'll never be able to change it because they're still 18, 19, 20, 21 26-year-old kids.
Any expectations for Belichick in the following couple years to maybe turn that around?
Not really. No, because
Is that like can't teach an old dog new tricks type mentality there? Or?
I don't think he wants to learn them. I think Bill is convinced that he knows the key to success, and he surrounded himself with a bunch of just absolute succubi. I mean, Mike Lombardi couldn't tell the difference between a left tackle and a left shoe. The Jordan Hudson is just an...
Well, as I noticed, like they've quieted her down, and she's
Freddie Kitchens is his offensive coordinator. What are we doing here?
Is Freddie still the offensive coordinator? I thought they maybe fired Freddie, or is that not a thing?
He might not know.
Yeah, he's still drunk. He just can't figure it out. It's interesting because with Jordan, for instance, like she was everywhere, and you notice she's now kind of in the background. She's not as front-facing, and I do wonder if this is part of the idea for Belichick. Like, people think your girlfriend's weird. They think that whole situation was weird. They don't like what that has become. Maybe just kind of shelve that for a little bit, and maybe get back to being Bill Belichick, Patriots head coach.
I think Bill likes yes men and yes people, and I think that's why it worked in the NFL to some degree. But I also think for some, there's something weird that happened that after Brady left, he's so like convinced that he has to prove that he's why they had success. Like he's almost become insecure about it. That he was never a guy that was like, hey, I'm going to share some of the credit here, and I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to delegate. But he did delegate in some ways, right? I don't think he's delegating. I think he's drunk on power at North Carolina. And I think he was at the end of North Carolina as well. Like, think about how bad things had to get with Belichick for Kraft to fire him.
Especially since we know how far Kraft will take it.
And Bill has always been a guy that wants vengeance. I mean, the Cleveland stuff. He wouldn't trade Garoppolo to Cleveland in 2017. That wasn't about protecting Jimmy Garoppolo. No, it was bleep the Browns, and it's not even the same organization that fired the guy.
In the Kitchens firing, it was a 2-for-1 of former Browns people. He also fired Mike Prefer as well.
And
the same old one big just swing of things.
Yeah, that's why they stunk last year.
And then I think did he join Clemson's football staff?
Freddie Kitchens? Is he just traveling south? Is he just homeless and wandering? Is he going to be like next year? Is he going to make his way to Tallahassee?
So what's interesting, Clemson never announced him as being on their staff.
I wonder why.
But he put it out there on Twitter at some point with his profile, and it was picked up by one of the local newspapers down there. And on his Twitter, he put that he now works for Clemson.
So that means he's an analyst. If they didn't announce it, because most schools,
he's not yet listed in the university staff directory or anything like that.
Because some schools don't even put analysts in the football department. Like, they'll just put, when I say analyst, I'm talking about, old football coaches that are just...
Well, he might do, a volunteer role as he still makes out the buyout money from his offensive coordinator stuff with UNC. But you're right.
We like Freddie the person.
I think he just loves football so much.
Freddie?
Yeah.
I think he loves other things more.
Well...
Yeah.
No, he loves when they go in concert. When they're working together, that's when Freddie shines the most.
I don't think he's a bad guy, though. I don't
either.
I just think completely ill-equipped to be a head coach or 100%, even offensive coordinator.
100%. Fantastic in whatever these other roles are.
If I need a tight ends coach and a drinking buddy, Freddie's my third call.
He would have been great in 1972.
My God, yeah.
He would have thrived.
Yeah. I mean, cirrhosis would have got him. Still might. But in 1972, bird dogging like you wouldn't believe.
Yeah.
All right, big thanks to Mac Robinson on the board. Yes. Big thanks to Leon as well. Big thanks to Jake Murrin, Man in the 92.3 The Fan YouTube channel, Meredith Kane as well in the 2020s. That was pretty painless today. It was a nice little Friday show.
Yeah.
I think there's now that I'm thinking about it out loud.
Why was it so painful? Why would it ever be painful?
Because it's after another Cavs loss. Right?
Yeah, but I'm on a game 3.
Oh, yeah. I mean, but if they had lost the same way in game 2 as it was in game 1, this would have been 5 hours of...
Yeah, that would have been tough.
And I think there's only one way to end this show, with a slew of innuendos. Nope. You first, JP.
Have a good one.
I don't think that's one.
Had fun. Enjoy your long weekend.
Oh, there he goes.
Enjoy your... No. That's me just speaking.
All right, buddy. Be good.
All right, you too.
See ya.
Keep it spicy, baby. Let's go.
I love you. Have a great day. Take care, Nick. Take care of him. He needs help.